Have you ever seen something in a game that you couldn't explain? You'd try telling your friends about it or try showing them, but you couldn't replicate it? Well, it's 2003, and upon getting to school, your friend runs up to you and tells you about an island they found in Pokemon Ruby. By this point, we'd long since completed the main game and thought we saw all there was within the world, so this claim of an entire landmass in the middle of the ocean, how could we miss that? It made zero sense. You get home and check it yourself, and yeah, just as you expected, nothing. You call your friend and they claim it was there, but suddenly isn't anymore, even in their game. Since that day, you'd mention this to your friend constantly whenever they'd try to say they saw something in a game. Until years later, thanks to a website called YouTube, you see videos discussing the mysterious Mirage Island, and your friend can have their I told you so moment. Whether they're legitimate mysteries or hoaxes created by those wishing to fool others, there's something so alluring about these hidden oddities within our favorite games. We spend so much time in these worlds that sometimes it just comes down to wanting more out of them. You start searching on the internet or hear about something at school in your favorite game, and suddenly you can't wait to get back to the game to see if there's any truth to what you've heard. Many times, you'd be left disappointed, but sometimes you'd be met with discovery, and that excitement could never be matched. All of that brings us to the video game Myths and Urban Legends Iceberg. An Iceberg chart is simply a list of points, all centering around a theme. This theme being, of course, video game myths and urban legends. Typically, the top of the chart is the most well-known stuff, and as you go down, it becomes more obscure. But this isn't always the case. If there's a point at the bottom that you know really well, and then another point at the top that seems really obscure, that happens to everyone. While there are points on this iceberg that I've discussed previously, I've rewritten all returning points, added more info, corrected past mistakes, all that good stuff. With all that said, grab a snack, get comfy. This is going to be a long video. Let's get started. Hidden Palace Zone. Hidden Palace Zone was a mysterious stage from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for the Sega Genesis Mega Drive that was the subject of much speculation throughout the early 90s. A few hints to content potentially being missing from the final release of Sonic 2 comes from a few places, specifically the game's sound test menu, in which the song that plays on Sound Test 10 appears nowhere else within the game. Another is in old magazine articles and advertisements for the game, in which screenshots of a stage that didn't seem to exist, despite playing through the entire game, leading many to believe it very well may still be hidden, a secret stage simply requiring very specific conditions to be met in order to unlock it. Further evidence of the stage existing would be from the Simon Y prototype of Sonic 2 that was infamously stolen from a toy fair in New York in 1992, where the game was on display, featuring a version of Hidden Palace Zone that was reportedly playable. Another early version of the game featuring Hidden Palace Zone in a playable state was on the Nickelodeon TV show Nick Arcade, a game show series in which contestants competed in various virtual reality games and traditional video games for prizes, as well as promote upcoming video games, as was the case with Sonic 2. This version of the game is commonly referred to as the Nick Arcade prototype. Thanks to the help of the cheat device Game Genie, it was eventually found that Hidden Palace Zone did still exist on retail copies of Sonic 2, just in a very incomplete state. For several years, this was just about everything to the Hidden Palace Zone story, until the 2010s. In 2010, Sonic 2 was ported to iOS, and was pretty much exactly as it was in its original release, until 2013 when it received an update. Thanks to the efforts of Simon Tomley and Christian Whitehead, Hidden Palace Zone was added back into the game, fully playable and with a new boss, accessed by falling down that annoying pit in Mystic Cave Zone Act 2, the one that has no way out with spikes at the bottom that always frustrated me as a kid. Well, now instead of frustration, you're met with Hidden Palace Zone. Also, just for the record, other cut zones from Sonic 2 were Wood Zone, Dust Hill Zone, Genocide City Zone, and Neo Green Hill Zone. Also, a random fact about me if anybody cares, Sonic 2 was the very first video game I ever played. Mario Party anti-piracy screens. Anti-piracy screens have existed in video games for decades, and often have a very distant, cold, and accusatory feel to them, especially when you're just a kid trying to enjoy playing a video game. I remember one time trying to play Earthbound on the Super Nintendo, and despite the cartridge being authentic, I somehow triggered some sort of anti-piracy screen. It was just plain text, but still, it was quite unsettling. As the early 2010s craze of revisiting and oftentimes rethinking older video games was really taking over the internet, fake anti-piracy screens replicating that cold and eerie atmosphere would really take off. From my research, the first and most famous of these mock-ups would come from the YouTuber Joey Pearl, also known as Joey Perleone. Uploaded in October of 2020, this anti-piracy screen is meant to be for Mario Party DS, and shows the Mario characters behind jail bars with the message, "Piracy is no party. It is a serious crime to pirate video games. Please power off the system and report this stolen software immediately. For more information, please visit Nintendo.com. Power off now." This video spawned a wave of fake anti-piracy screens, such as one in Nintendogs for the DS, in which it says that your dog has died, and that Nintendogs can only survive in legitimate Nintendo DS cartridges. As I mentioned previously, there are real anti-piracy screens out there, some just as unsettling as the fake ones, and it's quite a rabbit hole to go down. Similar to anti-piracy screens, you know what used to really unnerve me when I was a kid? Being at an arcade and seeing the arcade machines display that for use in USA only, or whatever country you may be in, and all the legal trouble you'd be in if for whatever reason you're playing this game in another part of the world. Well, anyway, YouTuber Izzy's has a great video covering anti-piracy screens in much more detail, so check that out if you're interested. Herobrine. Minecraft, with its entire gameplay being centered around exploration and building, is bound to have some myths and rumors created over the years, and one of the biggest gaming myths to be created in the 2010s is definitely Herobrine. In an era where gaming myths were starting to slow down, especially with internet fanbases capable of combing through most games in record time to research any discrepancies, the fact that Herobrine caught on the way it did was pretty fascinating. Herobrine was first discussed on a 4chan post created in August of 2010, though the exact date is unknown. I've seen reports that it may have been August 19th, but that's just speculation. On 4chan's X board, which is dedicated to all things paranormal, an anonymous user tells of their experience with the game, about how while they were playing in single-player survival mode, they noticed a strange figure just on the edge of the game's draw distance fog, just barely visible. The figure resembled the default Steve skin, but with one notable difference: its eyes were entirely white. The OP would continue playing, however, they'd encounter strange things throughout the world. Trees stripped of leaves, strange pyramids constructed in random locations, and tunnels going straight through mountains. The OP claims that they posted this encounter to various message boards, only for them to often be quickly removed. They would also receive a message from a user named Herobrine that simply read, "Stop." Another user would message the OP claiming that they too had encountered Herobrine, and that any time it was mentioned on the forums, it would quickly be deleted. So they continued their discussion via email as to not have their conversation monitored or deleted by those in charge of the forums. After some time passing, it's discovered that the name Herobrine was used by the brother of Minecraft creator Notch. OP would reach out to Notch personally to ask if he did indeed have a brother, only for Notch to reply, "I did, but he's no longer with us." This 4chan post was accompanied by a picture, the first image of Herobrine, launching the start of the franchise's biggest urban legend. The next big development in the Herobrine legend would happen shortly after the 4chan post was made, by a streamer named Copeland. Copeland would stream on the now-defunct website emmasvideostream.com. The stream entitled Brocraft would simply feature Copeland playing Minecraft. In one of their streams, Copeland would post an in-game screenshot featuring Herobrine in the stream's text chat, which caused many of those watching to discuss the mysterious entity. The myth of Herobrine was spreading. On August 30th, 2010, Copeland would start a stream in which they would encounter Herobrine. In a panic, Copeland would disconnect the stream, leaving the audience confused and aghast at what they had just witnessed. This stream is now considered lost media, as no clips from it exist, save for a lone screenshot of Herobrine standing in the doorway. Copeland would later post a clip of the stream to a Minecraft forum that got a lot of traction, and this truly launched the Herobrine legend into the mainstream. From here, Herobrine would be a mainstay in the Minecraft community, with even Notch himself acknowledging the urban legend with a Twitter post, as well as the infamous removed Herobrine patch note to update 1.6.6. Throughout the years, the legend of Herobrine has evolved and has been included in various mods and even in some official content, such as an announcement video for the Minecon 2011 convention by Mojang, as well as featuring him in advertisements. To this day, Herobrine is still a beloved aspect of the Minecraft community, regardless of whether or not he truly existed within the game at all. Hell Valley Skytrees. It kind of amazes me how the Super Mario games always seem to have unintentional creepiness to them. I'm not really sure Unagi was designed to be creepy, especially considering how Nintendo handled the redesign, but then again, Odyssey's Unagi, now referred to as Ma-rays, are pretty creepy. Simply put, creepy things seem to exist in most Mario games, and Super Mario Galaxy 2 has one of the most mysterious. In both Shiverburn Galaxy as well as a portion of Grandmaster Galaxy, Mario finds himself deep in a valley with massive cliffs all around him. While at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything special beyond the mechanics of the levels themselves, but with a keen eye, you may realize that something has been watching you. Far up on the edge of the cliffs, 3 slender blob-like figures can be seen. And no matter where you go within the levels, they're always staring down, watching you. On Shiverburn Galaxy, they are a bit more difficult to spot given the heat waves rising through the air, but on Grandmaster Galaxy, you can see them quite well. Early on, gamers didn't really know exactly what these were. However, a data miner named Gur Tacos discovered the files for these mysterious entities within the game, with the ominous name Hell Valley Skytree, as well as the skybox model that's paired with them called Beyond Hell Valley Sky. What these creatures are is entirely speculation, though the most common theory is that they're based on Kodama, which are spirits in Japanese folklore that inhabit trees. Nintendo has never officially commented on the figures, however, they have since shown up in the Switch game WarioWare Get It Together in a little cameo. YouTuber SwankyBox has a great video going a bit more in depth into the Hell Valley Skytree's mystery, and also shows that despite being far away and looking fairly small, these Skytrees are actually quite massive. Bigfoot in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. The Grand Theft Auto series is tailor-made for urban legends. With every game taking place in a large, open world, and with each new release making these worlds larger than the last, it only makes sense that while exploring these vast landscapes, people would stumble across some disturbing things. While Grand Theft Auto 3 launched the franchise into the third dimension and had its own fair share of urban legends, from mysterious disembodied voices and footsteps being heard in the haunted opera house and bathroom, to the hundreds of reported myths throughout Vice City, San Andreas, with its absolute massive scale, was bound to have an abundance of urban legends, and it really delivered. From aliens and UFOs to serial killer NPCs, with San Andreas' wide variety of biomes, from deserts to forests, this allowed much more room for players to go wild with speculation in regards to what Rockstar could have possibly hidden in this massive map. To put the sheer size of San Andreas into perspective, GTA 3's map of Liberty City is 4.3 square kilometers, or 2.7 square miles. Vice City's map is 5.6 square kilometers, or 3.4 square miles. Grand Theft Auto 4's map of Liberty City is 8 square kilometers, or just over 5 square miles. And San Andreas' map is a staggering 31.5 square kilometers, or 19.6 square miles, which is just massive. Also, for the sake of those who are curious, Grand Theft Auto 5's map of Los Santos is 48.1 square kilometers, or 29.9 square miles. Among the many, and I do mean many myths surrounding San Andreas, easily one of the most prevalent would be the myth of Bigfoot. Rumored to appear around the southwestern area of the map, deep in the wooded hills of Flint County, Bigfoot has been reported by players for well over a decade. Many players believe that a picture within CJ's house shows a dark figure standing in a foggy, wooded area, with many believing Rockstar placed this picture here as a hint to the cryptid's existence within the game. Those who have gone one step further and ventured out deep in the wilderness at the foothills of Mount Chiliad claim to have encountered the large beast, watching them from far off in the distance, just barely visible through the fog. Others have reported more violent encounters, including attacks by a large, powerful beast, even when inside a vehicle. Though the exact origins of the myth itself remain a mystery, the game had a release date of October 26, 2004, and the earliest mention I can find of the myth from an official source comes from the January 2005 issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly, in which Rockstar CEO Terry Donovan states, quote, "There is no Bigfoot, just like in real life." Considering that the myth was big enough to be mentioned in this magazine a mere 3 months after the release date of the game, I think it's safe to say that the Bigfoot rumors started very quickly and spread fast. I personally remember going to my cousin's house sometime in 2005. They lived in a very rural area, far away from any other houses, and they had a game room of sorts on their large property in the attic of an old barn. In this attic was a bed, 2 TVs, a PS2, and an N64. Here is where I first heard of the legend of Bigfoot within San Andreas, and we spent hours that night looking for it. I specifically remember at one point having to go to the bathroom really badly, and the barn didn't have a bathroom, so I'd have to go outside and into the house just to go. I was so creeped out from our Bigfoot investigation that it took until the crack of dawn around 4 or 5 a.m. for me to muster the courage to go. Good times. Anyway, as the years went on, data mining would eventually reveal that there was indeed no Bigfoot within the game. But Rockstar had been listening, and exactly 6 years later, on October 26, 2010, Rockstar would release the Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare DLC, which would feature a mission in which you hunt for Sasquatch. Upon doing so, you'd be rewarded with the achievement or trophy 6 years in the making. Rockstar would yet again take inspiration from the Bigfoot legend by incorporating the cryptid into the final mission in Grand Theft Auto V, which can only be found upon 100% completion of the game. As of the making of this video, the only evidence of Bigfoot in Red Dead Redemption 2 is a skeleton found within a cave, but considering how large that game is, it may just be a matter of time. L is Real 2401. I believe this is my 3rd time talking about L is Real 2401, but it's important to the history of gaming myths, so I don't really have much of a choice. Since Super Mario 64's release, players have wondered why Luigi didn't make an appearance. Up until that point, he'd been in nearly every Mario game, so his absence from the newest mainline game in the franchise was confusing to many. After getting 120 stars and discovering Yoshi, gamers then realized that maybe finding Luigi simply took accomplishing a similar task, and would turn the game upside down to look for any clues that may lead to finding Luigi. The biggest clue would finally be found in the courtyard of Peach's Castle, a location that has almost no other use in the game except for accessing Big Boo's haunt. Within this courtyard is a fountain, and on this fountain is a plaque that can't be examined or read, and the text that you can see is blurry and incredibly low resolution. Many people have differing opinions on what the plaque actually says, some believing it says Eternal Star, but the most popular theory is that it says L is Real 2401, with the L representing Luigi, but what does the 2401 mean? I remember in the early days of the internet, people thought that maybe there were 2,401 coins in the whole game, and if you collect all of them, you could unlock Luigi. But as was later discovered, the game actually has a total of 2,090 coins. The myth would stay relevant in gaming circles for years, often being brought up but quickly dismissed as nothing more than a myth, until an event happened in 2020 that would change all of that. Throughout that year, a massive leak of Nintendo assets known as the Giga Leak would occur, giving fans a peek into countless examples of scrapped content from Nintendo's past. And one of these scrapped leaks would be a model of Luigi, along with voice audio meant for Super Mario 64. And the big thing here? It was revealed 24 years and 1 month after the release of Super Mario 64 in Japan. Now, call me a conspiracy theorist, but I personally think that whoever was responsible for the Giga Leak probably already had the information beforehand and purposely connected 2401 to the leak, but I could be wrong. It just seems way too much of a coincidence for it to have not been planned. Discoveries from the data breach had started being released in 2018, so I think the discovery of Luigi had happened long before the announcement of the discovery. But I do think it's pretty amazing that the leaker had the date in mind and wanted to connect it to 2401, if that was even the case. The L is Real 2401 plaque did also exist in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, located within Dodongo's Cavern, and, you know, I really hope a future leak finds the original texture that was used for this sign, because then we can finally know what it says and put this whole thing to rest, but until then, I guess it's still gonna be a mystery. Shooting the Duck Hunt Dog. Duck Hunt, believe it or not, remains to this day as one of the highest selling video games of all time. This is, of course, because it came packaged with Super Mario Bros. In the NES Action Set, with Super Mario Bros. And World Class Track Meet in the NES Power Set, and with Gyromite and Rob the Robot in the NES Deluxe Set. Most kids, myself included, often only cared to play Super Mario Bros., but occasionally, after getting killed on World 8-2 enough times and getting discouraged, you'd switch over to Duck Hunt to vent your frustration, only for a new level of frustration to set in upon missing your target. That laugh. The Duck Hunt dog's laugh has been burned into the brains and eardrums of gamers for decades, and I know I'm not alone in saying that anytime he'd pop up to laugh, you'd rapidly pull the trigger on the NES Zapper in vain to get him to shut up. This experience seems universal, as rumors would pop up across playgrounds and schoolyards of being able to shoot the dog. One rumor that I personally remember was that you had to miss every duck, then reload the game and miss every duck again, and then just keep doing that some insane number of times, and then finally the game will change, and now ducks will no longer spawn, and the dog would pop up, in which case you could shoot him instead. Now, the rumor doesn't end here, as there was actually an arcade version of Duck Hunt called Versus Duck Hunt. This version of the game is very similar to the NES, with one major difference. It features a bonus stage in which ducks continuously fly into the air, with the dog occasionally jumping out of the grass with the ducks. Shooting the dog will end the bonus stage with the dog limping out with a cast on his leg and in crutches, and with a cartoonish bomb-blasted face, and say, "Ouch, shoot the ducks, not me." So, this rumor is kind of true, just in a specific version. Minus World. The original Super Mario Bros. On the NES was such a groundbreaking game that rumors were bound to pop up, and one of those rumors turned out to be completely true, but difficult enough to pull off that it's easy to understand why many would have dismissed it back in the day without some sort of proof. The Minus World is reached by performing a very specific jump at the end of stage 1-2, causing Mario to phase through the wall and into the warp room at the end of the stage. Upon entering the pipe that would normally take you to World 4-1, instead you're taken to World -1, or -1. This world is an endless water stage that constantly loops, and is an exact copy of World 7-2, with one difference. Upon reaching the end pipe that would normally take you to the flagpole, it instead places you back at the beginning of the stage. This means that once you enter the Minus World, there's basically no way out except with the game over. That's basically it for the NES version of the game, as well as the cartridge Famicom version for now. However, Super Mario Bros. Would also get released on the Japanese exclusive Famicom Disk System. This version, due to its unique way of storing data, has a very unique Minus World. Upon reaching the Minus World through the exact same method, you'd find yourself in a copy of World 1-3, underwater, which means Mario swims through the stage, and strangely, there are sprites of Princess Peach scattered all about. Upon completing the stage, you'll find yourself in World -2, however, this one's a bit boring. It's just stage 7-3 with nothing special added. Lastly is stage -3, which is stage 4-4 with bloopers flying all about, that you can jump on, which can normally only be taken out with fireballs. Another unique aspect to this version of stage 4-4 is that it uses the underground color palette as opposed to the castle color palette that it's supposed to use. Upon completing this final stage, the game will take you back out to the title screen, but if you start a new game, the game will think you've completed the game and start you in New Game Plus, which is basically just a more difficult playthrough, replacing all Goombas with buzzy beetles. Now, this isn't really it for the Minus World. There are actually some crazy cart swapping tricks that you can do in order to trick the game into putting you into, reportedly, 256 unique hidden worlds. There are many YouTube playlists out there documenting them, specifically YouTube user Clydeker, who has hundreds of these videos posted, so check them out if you're interested in seeing more. Blowing into cartridges. Before the 6th generation of video games basically ended the use of video game cartridges in favor of discs, there was a prevalent issue that would often arise. You'd have all of your friends over, 4 controllers plugged into the N64, you'd pop in Mario Party 2, ready to beat all of your friends at Hot Rope Jump, you turn the console on, and black screen. Nothing. You turn it on and off a couple times before you realize there's only one thing left to do. You take out the game, blow on it, maybe blow into the console too, and it worked. This technique is almost universal across the first 5 generations of console gaming. It may even be one of the few things that united Sega and Nintendo fans. Anytime you pop a game into your console and you got a black screen, just take the game out, blow on it, and put it back in. Odds are, you'd be good to go. Now, what exactly does this have to do with rumors or myths in regards to video games? I'm not really sure, but it may have to do with whether or not it did anything at all, or if it was actually bad for your games. From what I can find, many claim that the reason doing this worked is that there is moisture in the carbon dioxide you breathe out when blowing into the cartridges. This makes for a better connection in the short term, but in the long term can cause corrosion on the pins of the game. Another common myth-debunked fact that I came across when doing research is that blowing into the cartridges isn't what was actually making the difference. It was simply removing the cartridges and reinserting them that was, as initially the game wasn't starting simply due to the contacts not being correctly aligned, and that blowing into the games was just a placebo. Since the game needed to be removed in order to do this, simply placing the game back into the console would have had the same effect. Now, I personally did this many times when I was younger, and yeah, it always seemed to work, and all my original games still work just fine, so I guess your mileage may vary in regards to it damaging your games, if it even does at all. Lavender Town Syndrome. Lavender Town Syndrome is a creepypasta that was created sometime in 2010 by an unknown author. I tried finding a specific date, but it appears to be lost. In 1996, Pokemon Red and Green versions would be released in Japan to critical and commercial acclaim. While absolutely sweeping the nation and selling groundbreaking numbers of copies, Game Freak, Creatures Inc., and Nintendo knew that this game was special, and that the rest of the world needed to see Pocket Monsters. But then, something started happening. A strange peak in children either falling deathly ill, or in some cases, even taking their own lives. After enough of these incidents occurred that it could no longer be seen as a coincidence, it was found that they all shared one thing in common. They had all reached Lavender Town within their copies of the game. Upon looking into this further, it was found that the music, the Lavender Town theme, contained high-frequency tones that could only be heard by children whose ears were still capable of hearing such frequencies that are typically lost as you get older. Reportedly, at least 200 children were said to have taken their own lives, either by hanging or jumping from great heights. In more minor cases, extreme headaches, migraines, nausea, vomiting, seizures, and more were reported. Due to the foreseeable success of Pokemon, Nintendo went through countless measures to ensure that all copies of Red and Green that were sold were replaced and accounted for. but considering how many had already been sold, many are likely still out there to this day. In 2010, someone claiming to have one of these original copies took the audio from the game and ran it through a spectrogram program that allows audio to be visualized, and what they found was a message. The message spelled "Leave Now," with the text being made up of the Pokemon Unknown in its various lettered forms. So, if you ever find yourself in Japan at one of the many retro game stores in Akihabara, and you see a copy of Pocket Monster's red or green version, just remember that it may be one of those copies that remain. E.T. Atari Landfill. Back in the late 1970s and early 1980s, video games were in their infancy. In 1976, the second generation of video game consoles was the first to feature interchangeable cartridges in which the entire game was stored within, and simply ran on the hardware of the console itself. This is opposed to the first home video game console, the Magnavox Odyssey, in which its cartridges told the console which of the games to run, meaning the graphics, for the most part, were heavily limited. The second generation of video game consoles saw a large growth in the market, especially in comparison to the first generation, which featured the Magnavox Odyssey, the Coleco Telstar, and a cavalcade of dedicated consoles specifically for Pong and its variants, typically referred to as Pong consoles. As the second generation of consoles went on, a strange phenomenon started to occur in which the market started to get oversaturated with low-quality games, and in the early 1980s, these games cost $20 to $30 each. To put this in perspective, the median minimum wage in the United States in 1981 was about $3 an hour. As the problem grew, it didn't necessarily catch the mainstream's attention until two high-profile games came out, and the lack of quality simply could not be ignored. While E.T. for the Atari 2600, with its tie to a massive film, certainly let people down with its notorious lack of quality, and its tie to this point on the Iceberg, I actually think Pac-Man was the larger indicator of the quality difference. By the early 1980s, arcades had made their way across America and showed what true high-quality video games can look like. When Pac-Man was made available for the first time to people directly in their homes through the Atari 2600, it was a big deal. It's hard to understate how big of a deal Pac-Man was at the time. It's honestly kind of hard to imagine how big Pac-Man was to people of the early 1980s, so when the home version of Pac-Man ended up looking and performing the way it did, people started to realize that their money was better spent elsewhere and that these video games were nothing more than a fad. With Pac-Man's release on March 16, 1982, and E.T. coming out later that year in December, consumers were fed up with video games as a whole. Many even demanded refunds for Pac-Man because of how little it resembled the game that they thought they were going to get. This whole thing isn't even necessarily only on the consumer side, however, as the manufacturers were also making decisions that would lead to disaster. Pac-Man, as popular as it was expected by Atari to be massive. It was expected to be in demand by every Atari owner that exists. Literally. At the time of Pac-Man's release, there were a reported 10 million Atari 2600 consoles in US households. So, Atari felt the need to ship 12 million copies of Pac-Man. That's right, they shipped more copies of the game than consoles that were already in households, banking on 2 million people buying an Atari 2600 specifically for Pac-Man. As I mentioned previously, Pac-Man was received so poorly that people were demanding refunds, and now Atari, as well as retailers, were forced to sit on this massive stock of video games that were no longer moving. As retailers threw large quantities of video games into bargain bins, and Atari seeing a massive loss with their failed projection, the company had to do something. That finally leads us to what this point on the iceberg is all about. Sorry for that long intro. Atari was facing a reported loss of $536 million, and with a large excess of stock of unsold games and consoles, dumped them into a landfill, steamrolled them, and covered them with cement. Now, I'm simplifying this to a large degree, as there are entire documentaries about the video game crash, as well as other YouTubers who have covered it in depth, but for a long time, this was all seen as nothing more than a myth. Would a video game company really just take their stock and simply dump it like this into a landfill? For a long time, it would be talked about in video game discussions, mostly online. I personally first heard about it sometime in the late 2000s by YouTubers such as Gaming Historian, The Angry Video Game Nerd, videos on GameTrailers.com, and more. At that time, it was a pretty popular topic, but still only speculation until finally in 2014, Microsoft and Fuel Industries, among other companies, worked with the New Mexico government in order to excavate the site as part of a documentary, Atari Game Over. Found within the dig included copies of Pac-Man and E.T., among many other games and systems, confirming the legend as true, though the scale and content would differ from the original legend of millions of copies of strictly E.T. and Pac-Man. Wow, this almost could have been its own video. Honestly, I'm not even scratching the surface. There's a lot to this. This is a summary of events, and even still, it's this long. This is a pretty fascinating topic to go down, and I feel like I could keep going, so let's call it here. Missing No. Pokemon Red and Blue, as famous and groundbreaking as they were, had some crazy glitches in them, some of which weren't found for years after their initial release. Luckily, one glitch was found quite early on, and was one of the most valuable glitches to all of us Pokemon fans at the time. As long as you had access to the HM Fly and had Cinnabar Island unlocked, all you needed to do was go to Viridian City and ask the sleeping old man to teach you how to catch a Pokemon. After the demonstration is over, immediately fly to Cinnabar Island and surf up and down the eastern coast until you encounter a Pokemon. Or maybe not. Sometimes you'll encounter some strange Pokemon here that are typically only seen in the Safari Zone, but the real target here is a jumbled mess of pixels known as Missing No, or Missing Number. Typically, catching the Safari Zone Pokemon is okay, but there have been numerous reports of issues happening if you catch Missing No. But catching Missing No isn't why we're here, because simply encountering it is all you need to get what we came for. Upon finishing the encounter, whatever item was in the 6th slot of your inventory would be glitched to have an infinite quantity. Well, at least we called it infinite at the time. It actually gives you 128 of that item, but you can do the trick as many times as you'd like on whatever you'd like. Want a bunch of Master Balls, rare candies, stat increase items, nuggets? This glitch can do it for you. It was amazing. I remember my friend Dean found the method out first and wouldn't tell me how to do it unless I gave him my Hitmonchan, but the joke was on him because I had recently found out about the Pokemon duplication trick. Diablo 2 Secret Cow Level. This is an interesting point because it's really specifically about the cow level in Diablo 2. While this level does exist, I find it interesting that it's on the video game myths and rumors iceberg because the cow level that's truly nothing more than a rumor or a myth is the cow level in the first Diablo game. Either released at the very end of 1996 or January 3rd, 1997, there's conflicting information on this. Diablo quickly cemented itself, as well as developer Blizzard, as a gaming powerhouse. With any game that gains a massive fanbase, and with Diablo's randomly generated maps and open-ended gameplay, rumors circulated on early internet forums and fan sites about a mysterious cow level. What the cow level actually was varied from post to post, and some even went out of their way to edit screenshots of their character in the game in this rumored cow level. Reportedly, the most common guide given on how to reach the cow level is as follows. In the game, travel to Tristram. Then, head over to where the cows are and click on a specific cow a specific number of times and you'll be warped to the cow level. Now, the cow to be clicked on and the number of times would of course always change, as well as possibly some other crazy steps added in, most likely just to troll players eager to find this cow level. However, it was eventually found to be nothing more than a hoax, but not before the team at Blizzard caught wind of the whole thing. At the time, Blizzard was a much smaller company and would often frequent the forums discussing their games, and would see this cow level gaining so much traction. While overseeing the development of Diablo's expansion Hellfire, an NPC dressed as a cow and who would moo at you was added in as a reference to the cow level, but this was just the beginning. This nod actually stirred the pot in the community more, thinking that because the cow level was acknowledged, it had to be real, so people continued searching, but of course, nothing was found. Blizzard's next game, StarCraft, released in 1998, would also acknowledge the cow level. Well, kind of. While playing the single-player mode, if you type in "there is no cow level," you'll automatically skip the stage. It was the release of Blizzard's next game, however, that brought the cow level into reality. In Diablo 2, upon completing the game, if you combine a Tome of Town Portal and the item Rit's Leg, using the Heretic Cube in the Rogue encampment, a portal will spawn, taking you to Moo Moo Farm, where you fight a massive horde of cows, as well as the Cow King. Blizzard has continued to reference the cow level in most of their games released since, as well as including a sort of successor to the cow level in Diablo 3, called Whimsyshire. Though, admittedly, I think they kinda dropped the ball with this one. As for Diablo 4, well, this is definitely going to date this video, but it has yet to be found, but there are numerous videos discussing information and discoveries made in-game by players, which is honestly very exciting, and it's only a matter of time before a new cow level is revealed. Mew under the truck. Around the same time as the Missing No Glitch and Pokemon duplication trick were spreading via word of mouth on playgrounds, another rumor was also growing, and it all centered around something that not many gamers would have seen back in the day. A lone truck, parked on a dock outside the SS Anne. During the cutscene in which you board the SS Anne, there is no truck visible, and that's because seeing the truck requires a very specific setup. Upon obtaining the HM cut and disembarking the ship, it sails off, never to be seen again. If you've done this much, the chances of seeing the truck in your game without the use of a Game Shark are 0, except with maybe some crazy glitching, but this is 1998, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves. In order to reach the truck, you must obtain cut on the SS Anne, get into a battle and lose or faint your last Pokemon to poison, causing you to automatically be sent back to the last Pokemon Center. I've also recently been told that if you're traded a Pokemon with cut, you can pretty much avoid the SS Anne entirely, so there's that too. Oh, and using teleport and escape ropes doesn't seem to work on the SS Anne for anyone curious. Now, continue the game until you're able to use the HM move Surf and return to the SS Anne. After showing the guard your ticket, you'll once again be on the walkway leading up to the ship, but this time, use the surf ability you now have to surf on the water to the east, and keep going until you reach a platform. And here, you'll find the legendary truck. A strange and unique sprite that exists only in this location. This truck is kind of amazing to me. There are 0 cars in Pokemon Red, Blue, Green, or Yellow, yet this one exists in an area that is only accessible by following very specific steps. This, of course, led to rumors around the truck. A lone, unique object hidden within the game, it was only natural that it would be tied to the lone Pokemon that was nowhere to be found, that of course being Mew. The prevalent version of this rumor was that by using the HM strength on the truck, you were able to move it, and an encounter with Mew would start. And the hard part about proving this myth back in the day was that when you were an 8-year-old and only had 1 copy of the game, you didn't want to be the one to reset your save file to prove if it worked or not. Now, of course we all know this isn't how you obtain Mew, but this rumor persisted for quite a long time, even into the Gold and Silver days. But at least by then, all the kids in my neighborhood had Mew already because one of the local kids had a Game Shark and gave him out to everybody. Pets Cop. Pets Cop is a horror alternate reality game and series which was first uploaded to YouTube in March of 2017. The series features Paul narrating and playing through a, quote, long-lost PlayStation game called Pets Cop. Everything starts off fairly normal, with only occasional audio glitches, but nothing outside the ordinary. Paul Paul shows off some gameplay which focuses on the main character, known as the Guardian, having to solve puzzles in order to capture creatures, referred to as pets. A short while into the first video, Paul mentions that a few notes were found along with the game, giving him strange directions and codes, and from here, the game starts to get much more creepy. Throughout the series, there's an overarching plot that's quite complex, and it gets into some pretty deep topics. If you already love ARGs, you've probably already heard of this one, as this is one of the big ones that got real recognition in the mainstream media, but if you haven't, check it out. It's a great mystery, and about the length of a movie at around an hour and a half. Ocarina of Triforce. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time has spawned some of the most rumors and hoaxes in all of gaming, and one of the earliest and most debated was whether or not the Triforce itself was obtainable in the game. Prior to Ocarina of Time, Link obtained all 3 pieces of the Triforce in both Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link and A Link to the Past. It's often debated as to whether or not Link had all 3 pieces in the first game. However, it's never stated if Link holds the Triforce of Courage, as only the Triforce of Wisdom is reconstructed throughout the game, and the Triforce of Power is recovered after beating Ganon. Anyway, as obtaining pieces of the Triforce, or obtaining it at the end of the game, had occurred in 3 of the 4 released Zelda games up to that point, many assumed it would be obtainable within Ocarina of Time. And those who were lucky enough to see early beta footage of the game, such as Space World 96, would see Link obtaining the Triforce in that footage, so upon completing the game, where was it? Ocarina of Time was quite a massive game at the time, especially to those who strictly played console video games, and considering the large amount of optional obtainable items that can be obtained both throughout the game and after, the hunt for the Triforce started. Luckily, in 1998, some new form of mass communication was starting to take over households across the world, called the internet. And here, the rumors really took off, and thanks to a little photo editing, the rumor would be catapulted into internet legend. A fan-made website called Hyrule: The Land of Zelda hosted a forum in which fans of the series can discuss everything from upcoming games, guides, walkthroughs, and yes, rumors. One of the members on this site who started spreading rumors on obtaining the Triforce went by the name The Triforce Guy. However, it wasn't until 1999 when another member, going by Ariana Almondos, would take the rumor much further than anyone else. Ariana Almondos would claim that they found the Triforce, and with that provide 3 pictures as proof. One of which shows Link standing before the Triforce, another shows Link entering the Temple of Light, and another shows Link playing an undiscovered song called The Overture of Sages. Almondos was quite vague about how to obtain the Triforce, simply stating that you obtain the song from Kapora Gabora, then play it in front of the Master Sword pedestal to be transported to the Temple of Light, which is where the Triforce is obtained. Upon uploading these images, gaming news websites exploded, with many discussing this groundbreaking information as quickly as possible. Maybe a little too quickly. After many sites had already uploaded the images and were making articles that the Triforce had been found, some with a keen eye noticed that Link's sword was backwards. Almondos was questioned about this, and despite attempting to explain that there was a reason for Link's sword being sheathed on the opposite shoulder, the rumor was dropped, deemed a hoax, and Ariana Almondos would vanish. And this would for the most part end any rumors of the Triforce existing within the game. Now, there's something I need to talk about here. Summer Games Done Quick 2022, or SGDQ 2022. During this speedrun, which was called Triforce Percent, the team responsible used arbitrary code execution, or ACE, stale reference manipulation, or SRM, and an external device known as TaskBot in order to feed code to the game, and reintroduce beta assets, create new environments, and much more. Now, I don't know anything about ACE or SRM or speedrunning or TaskBot, but when I first heard about this, I was under the impression that it was done with a Nintendo 64, a copy of Ocarina of Time, and that's it. But from the research I've done, and please correct me if I'm wrong, TaskBot is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Basically, if my understanding is correct, TaskBot, through a computer, is using the remaining 3 controller ports to input millions of lines of code into the game that wouldn't be possible for humans to do. And through this, models are created, new environments, and so much more. While I absolutely do not want to understate how impressive this feat is that was accomplished in this playthrough, to say it means that the Triforce is obtainable with an Ocarina of Time would be to also say Breath of the Wild Link and Zelda are, as well as Twitch chat floating in the sky. It was all fed into the game via code, and again, this is incredibly impressive. I don't want to come off as if it isn't, but as of the making of this video, replicating what is done in Triforce Percent without the aid of a computer isn't possible. So, at least in my opinion, the Triforce is still unobtainable in Ocarina of Time. Pokeball button mashing. Ever since the beginning of the franchise, the art of catching Pokemon has generally been pretty simple. Get the Pokemon's health low, if it's being annoying to catch still, paralyze, freeze, or put it to sleep, and if Pokeballs aren't working, try the next best ball. But sometimes, that's not enough. There's got to be a way to keep them from breaking out, and thus, 1,000 playground rumors were born. Press and hold A the second the ball closes. Press A every time the ball shakes. Press A and B to the rhythm of the ball shaking. Press left and right to the rhythm of the ball shaking. Nearly everyone has their unique way of doing this, and many of you even commented your own ways of ensuring you capture all these Pokemon by pressing certain buttons, but the truth is, it does nothing. That's right, all those times you pressed your personal increase odds of catching Pokemon button input, and it worked, it was just a placebo. The game was going to give you the Pokemon anyway, but you know what? To this day, I still do my personal button press despite knowing this, so don't let me stop you. Mine is stupidly complicated. I hold diagonal right and down, A and B all at the same time. I have no idea why. I don't know who told me about that. Somebody did. Somebody told me back in elementary school, and it's just always stuck with me. I've done it since Pokemon Red, and I'm sure I'll still do it when I get around to finally playing Pokemon Violet. Mount Chiliad Mystery. Alright, this is a big one. So, I mentioned previously, the Grand Theft Auto games are full of myths, rumors, and legends, some intentionally put in by the developers, and others started by fans of the series. Some go on to impact the games in such a way that they get added in or mentioned by Rockstar themselves, and some have been relegated to obscure internet forums, mysteries that once were prevalent but aren't really talked about much anymore. With Grand Theft Auto V, Rockstar really went all the way with making this game everything a Grand Theft Auto game should be. I personally felt that San Andreas and Grand Theft Auto 4 both had things I love about Grand Theft Auto, but it was either one or the other. Grand Theft Auto V had everything, and with that, it also had the biggest mystery yet. Rockstar definitely knew the kinds of urban legends that always spawned from their games, so they planned something huge. Something that would take some real effort to solve, and this mystery all centers around the tallest point in all of Los Santos, Mount Chiliad. Players were quick to find a strange mural at the peak of Mount Chiliad on one of the walls of the cable car station. This mural shows the mountain with various symbols. 5 boxes with X's on them, one with an egg, one with a UFO, and one with a stick figure riding a jetpack. Atop of the mountain is what looks to be an eye, and the mountain is surrounded by lightning bolts. The 5 X's on the map more or less direct you to points on Mount Chiliad that feature the eye symbol carved or drawn into the rocks, 3 of which have another symbol. One has a rain cloud, one has a mountain, and one has a moon. Along with these clues is another clue, a message also found at the top of Mount Chiliad that reads, "Come back when your story is complete." Most would think this means 100% completing the game, and many did, and upon doing so, under very specific conditions, you'd be greeted with a UFO flying above Mount Chiliad. Pretty neat, right? Well, yeah, that covers the UFO at least, but what about the egg and the jetpack? Well, 2 eggs would eventually be found in GTA Online, as well as a schematic for a jetpack, but in regards to these 2 things, from what I can tell, they hold no other real importance, as the jetpack schematic looks like the one from GTA San Andreas, and nothing like the thruster jetpack that would eventually be found in GTA Online Doomsday Heist content update. Now, as anticlimactic as this may be, the Mount Chiliad mystery is still a mystery, or at least some believe it is. Others believe it has already been solved, and that the UFO was simply all there was to it. This mystery has been perplexing gamers for over a decade now, and there seems to be no definitive answer as to what the Mount Chiliad mystery even is. There are countless theories spanning hours upon hours of YouTube videos discussing all aspects of this mystery, and I haven't even scratched the surface, so if you want a little more detail, check out SourceBrew's video and the Epic Nate315's videos. They're both really good. Both of them go a lot more in depth as to what this whole Mount Chiliad mystery is really all about, but again, it's still most likely unsolved. Lumiose City Ghost. Throughout Pokemon's existence as a franchise, myths and legends throughout the series have almost entirely been fabricated by fans. From Mew under the truck, to receiving the other starter Pokemon, to the Pokegods, but sometimes Game Freak likes to put little things in the games to mess with fans too, even if they don't ultimately lead to anything. In Pokemon X and Y, in Lumiose City, if you enter an office building in North Boulevard and go upstairs to the second level, the music will stop playing and the lights within the room will flicker, as a mysterious figure appears behind you. The figure then appears to glide past you before saying, "No, you're not the one." The figure then continues gliding off screen and seemingly disappears, this strange figure taking the appearance of a Hex Maniac NPC. You can also find another Hex Maniac in the hotel who, when spoken to, will say, "Don't talk to me. If you do, I won't hear the elevator." Now, this building isn't necessarily connected to the office building. They are technically next to each other, but they're divided by the Route 14 gate. So how this Hex Maniac can be listening for the elevator from another building is a bit strange. Her involvement in the game is unknown, and she remains a mystery to players all these years later. In Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby, there appears to be a similar-looking NPC at Mount Pyre who says the familiar phrase, "No, you're not the one," as well, but whether or not they're connected is unknown. Ghosts are actually a recurring phenomenon in Pokemon games. These start in red, blue, and yellow without any visual indicator, but with the text from an NPC in Lavender Town commenting on a ghostly hand on the player's shoulder. There's ghosts in the old chateau in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, the ghost on Marvelous Bridge in Pokemon Black and White, and again in a house near Reversal Mountain in Black and White 2. Another ghost appearing in Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby is the strange figure that appears behind Phoebe as the battle against her starts. That's just a few examples. There are many more ghost sightings, though it seems Sun and Moon takes the cake for having the most. I feel the Lumiose City Ghost Girl gets the most attention simply because the interaction was programmed as a cutscene and nothing else comes of it. No items, no further development, nothing. Doug Ratman. Portal, developed by Valve, was first released in October of 2007 and quickly became one of Valve's most popular games of all time. With unique puzzle-solving gameplay and satisfying yet challenging puzzles to complete, players would find themselves coming back to Portal time and time again. Throughout your escape from the Aperture Science Enrichment Center, starting from Chamber 4, you'll start coming across certain rooms hidden behind walls, with various words and drawings sprawled across them. The phrase "the cake is a lie" repeated over and over on the walls, dozens of tally marks, handprints, and drawings of the turret robots and companion cubes. The first Portal game doesn't really build much lore, though hints of a much larger story are made out as you find these mysterious dens, and GLaDOS' true nature is slowly revealed as you progress. Much of the mystery behind who is leaving all of these messages throughout the Enrichment Center wouldn't be revealed until April of 2011, when Portal 2 would be released, as well as a companion graphic novel called Portal 2 Lab Rat, which is entirely about Doug Ratman, a scientist at Aperture who becomes the sole survivor after GLaDOS kills all of the other scientists. Responsible for creating the portal gun as well as GLaDOS, Doug Ratman is also the one responsible for making Shell, the protagonist of the Portal games, the test subject who wakes up, out of the thousands of other test subjects in cryosleep, due to her test subject file marking her as stubborn to the point of never giving up. Ratman does this in hopes of her being his key out of the facility that he had been trapped in. Now, considering this is the Myths and Urban Legends Iceberg, I thought maybe there was more to Doug Ratman in that regard. Like, maybe there were reports of sightings of him in the game, especially considering how large some of the test chambers are. Like, imagine seeing someone far off in the distance in one of the larger rooms, but that doesn't seem to be the case. This point really does just seem to be referring to all the mysterious scribbles and dens found throughout the first game. Polybius. Polybius is an infamous video game urban legend about a mysterious arcade game that was said to be created by the United States government in order to test the effects of subliminal messaging and mind control on unsuspecting players. As the story goes, around 1981, an arcade game appeared in multiple arcades across Portland, Oregon, and had gameplay similar to the arcade hit Tempest, which was also released in 1981, though arcade owners noticed a strange, high level of attention given to this game. Lines of people would form just to play the game, and fights would even break out over whose turn it was to play next. Those who played the game often suffered from various side effects, from headaches, nausea, insomnia, amnesia, night terrors, and even seizures. Arcade owners would notice strange men in suits coming by occasionally to check the game, potentially for data or something else, often leaving the coins spent on the game behind. Just as it seemed that Polybius had reached the height of its popularity with hundreds of kids showing up to play it every day, the machines all vanished, never to be seen again. From my research, the earliest reference I can find of Polybius dates to 2004 on a website called arcademuseum.com, which still holds the aesthetic of an early 2000s webpage, and the Wikipedia page on Polybius was created on February 25th, 2005. Polybius has since been discussed by countless YouTubers and has even been referenced in pop culture. Many people actually do believe that Polybius was indeed real and that the government, with their power to do so, simply are covering up the truth, with some even telling their own experiences of seeing the Polybius games in arcades back in the early 1980s. Of course, it's never possible to know the truth entirely, and maybe, out there, in some lone arcade in Portland, a game did exist, created by the United States government to test out some subliminal messaging tricks. It's not like it would have been the first time. Fun is infinite. In the early days of Sonic the Hedgehog, there wasn't really much in the way of creepy or spooky things. The stages were all cool, the music was great, nothing too out of the ordinary, except maybe when Sonic 2 came out and introduced us to that anxiety-inducing drowning music. Even now that I can speed through Sonic 2 with little trouble, that music still freaks me out. Sonic CD, for the infamous Sega CD add-on to the Sega Genesis Mega Drive, was actually developed alongside Sonic 2, though would come out about a year later. The Sega CD, being a commercial and critical failure, sold terribly, and not many people had the chance to really play Sonic CD, despite it, by many, being considered one of the best Sonic games ever made. And with so few people playing it, it was able to hold a pretty creepy secret for a while. While on the title screen, if you input down, 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 left, right, A, you'll be taken to a sound test menu. Upon setting PCM to 12 and DA number to 25, you'll be greeted with this. This screen is beyond anything in any Sonic game. Now, Sonic was the very first video game I ever played. I got a Sega Genesis when I was around 4 years old or so, and if I ever saw this, it would have freaked me out. I owned every Sonic game at the time too, for the Genesis at least, but I never knew the Sega CD existed, so I guess I was lucky. The text in Japanese reads, "Fun is infinite, Sega Enterprises, the devil." Yeah, not even joking. The word used is Majin, so like, if you know Dragon Ball, Majin basically means devil or demon. However, it's written using different characters than what would normally translate to devil or demon. On a fairly obscure website called legendsoflocalization.com, It's said that while yes, the word does say majin, it's not written in a way that typically would be referring to a devil or demon. Japanese writing is often more character specific as opposed to the lettering itself, so just because it also is pronounced majin doesn't necessarily mean devil or demon. As an example, here are the characters used in the Sonic CD message, and here are the characters that would directly mean devil. What's happening here is actually nothing more than an inside joke and nickname for Masato Nishimura, who was the landscape designer for Sonic CD. The article further elaborates that Masato and Majin are written very similarly, and the example given for an English equivalent would be if you called someone who was named Sean, Scene. The pun on the name gets lost in translation and unintentionally made this a whole lot creepier. Also, the sprite of Sonic in the background is reportedly a cartoon drawing of Masato's face over Sonic, but I mean, I honestly don't see it, it just looks really creepy to me. If one thing is different in the Japanese version, it's the music, which is much less creepy than what was put in any of the English releases. The game features 2 different soundtracks for Japan and its Western release, and over here, we got the boss battle music, which is, well, it's what you've been listening to throughout this point. Here's what Japan got. Yeah, big difference. Anyway, on to the next. Every copy of Super Mario 64 is personalized. Did you ever have a memory of something you saw in a video game that you remember fondly? Maybe a specific stage or a certain boss that gave you trouble as a kid? Imagine going back to that game 20 years later and not seeing what you remember. You ask your friends about it, maybe mention it in an online forum, and a few other people chime in that they too remember what it is you're talking about, but then you see others mention aspects of the game that you had never heard of. This is the basis for personalization in Super Mario 64. The story goes that while in development, a personalization AI chip was implemented into every copy of Super Mario 64 that was capable of adapting the game around the way you played. These interactions could be as minor as a single extra step on the stairway in Peach's castle to entire stages and rooms added into the castle. When the idea of Super Mario 64 personalization was making its rounds, it caused many to swear that they had interactions in the game that don't seem to be present anymore. I, for one, remember that in Jolly Roger Bay, to get the star that's on Unagi's tail, you need to grab onto his tail. Unagi would swim erratically for a few seconds as Mario hangs on, and the cutscene would play of the star detaching from Unagi's tail and setting on the ocean floor for Mario to collect. Only, this isn't how you get the star. You simply need to touch it and it detaches from Unagi's tail. It's funny though, because I can visualize it so clearly, Unagi swimming about as Mario holds on, but nope, that's not a thing. The thing is, nowadays we know everything there is to know about Super Mario 64 thanks to data mining, but maybe that's just what the AI wants us to think. Maybe because we're all older now, it has no interest in adapting for us, and the carts have a default mode. Maybe it has a way of knowing that someone is looking for it, and can blend right in with the rest of the code, never to be detected until it wants to be. Reviving Aerith in Final Fantasy VII. Although not the first death of a major main character in a video game, Aerith's death seemed to have a profound impact on many. Even around 2004, when I first played through Final Fantasy VII, I had already known of Aerith's death, so when it happened during my playthrough, it didn't really catch me off guard, but that just goes to show how widespread and talked about this scene was online, even back then. A game as popular as Final Fantasy VII had a wide variety of myths and rumors circulating around it, and of course, reviving Aerith was often at the top of the list. There are many, many different methods out there on how to go about reviving Aerith, so here's one of the most popular methods. After Aerith's death, go to the Golden Saucer and collect 4 tissues, then obtain the Revive Materia. The rumor states that the Revive Materia has a secret 4th level, despite it only showing 3 tiers of growth. Attach the Revive materia to the Apocalypse Sword due to its effect of 3 times materia growth to make the process a bit faster. Rumors state that achieving the 4th level of the Revive materia takes upwards of 1 million experience, so have fun. After you've achieved this, go to Aerith's house and use the 4 tissues on the bed, which will reportedly trigger a cutscene. Now, return to the church, making sure to have Cait Sith in your party. A cutscene will then play where the children will ask to play with Cait Sith, and during so, Aerith's ghost will appear, telling you to go back to the City of the Ancients. Here, you will use the level 4 Revive materia, and Aerith's ghost will appear again and tell Cloud to return to the church. Upon doing so, Aerith will be there lying on a bed of flowers, revived. Now, this, along with every other method, has been tested time and time again, and has been debunked for decades. But it was really a very big deal back in the day, hence the many rumors. There were, of course, illegitimate methods of bringing Aerith back into your party, like with an action replay or Game Shark. There's also a disc swap method that, from my research, was discovered by YouTuber Aqua Blue Jonathan, in which switching between Final Fantasy VII discs and a disc for the game Saga Frontier causes a glitch to occur, in which, despite being killed, Aerith stays in your party and will remain there throughout the game, though certain scenes that have character-specific dialogue will cause the game to crash if she's in your party. Also, just a note, the scene in which the ghost of Aerith appears in the church the first time is actually in the game, but you can't interact with her in any way. I've always thought that was a really cool and unique Easter egg that not many players see their first time through. Sonic and Tails in Melee. Back in the early days of Super Smash Bros., it wasn't always known who all of the secret unlockable characters were, especially because there are only 5 question mark squares for unlockable characters upon starting the game, while there are 11 total. This led many players to speculate whether there was a possibility of more hidden characters within the game, especially because there were 2 squares at the bottom of the roster that could potentially hold 2 more characters. Popular contenders for this spot included Rayman, Goku, Wario, and, of course, Sonic. Well, Electronic Gaming Monthly thought they'd have a big laugh and put a guide on how to unlock Sonic and Tails in their April 2002 issue. The guide claims that by scoring 20 KOs in Cruel Melee, Sonic and Tails would challenge you, and upon beating them, would become playable. Now, Cruel Melee, as its name implies, is incredibly difficult. Even getting 5 KOs is a challenging task, but gamers were eager to attempt this challenge to get Sonic and Tails in the game. Upon the disappointing realization of finding nothing upon completing the strenuous task, some gamers wrote to EGM to express their frustration, and, understanding the difficult task they put some gamers through, if they were able to prove they had confirmed 20 KOs in Cruel Melee, EGM would give them a copy of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for the GameCube for free, which is a pretty nice little prize to be honest. That game's amazing. Luckily, those who really wanted Sonic would see him in the next game, as well as every title since. No Tails yet though. Maybe next time. Reptile in Mortal Kombat 1. I remember playing Mortal Kombat for the first time at my neighbor's house. I was around 5 or 6 years old, and it was pretty awesome. I had never heard of any of the controversies surrounding the game at that age, but I remember the 2 older neighbor kids being really secretive about playing it. And mind you, by older, I mean like 8 or 9 years old. I specifically remember seeing Scorpion's Fire Breath fatality, the infamous uppercuts, and of course the pit stage's special fatality. I didn't play the game for years after this, but would eventually borrow Mortal Kombat Trilogy from a friend on the N64 and got my fill then. Anyway, Reptile of course is a popular character in Mortal Kombat, but there was actually a time when he was nothing more than a rumor. While playing through the game, occasionally a green ninja will appear before a fight, and deliver a cryptic message appearing as text on the screen before the fight starts. This is what started the rumors of a mysterious green ninja character that could be potentially unlocked. It was eventually discovered that by scoring a double flawless victory on the pit stage without blocking and finishing with a fatality, Reptile would challenge you to a fight, and upon defeating him, you'd be given a large point bonus and sent back to the ladder. Reptile would be a combination of Scorpion's moves and Sub-Zero's moves, and unfortunately in the first game, there was no way to actually play as him. Ed Boon, one of the creators of Mortal Kombat, stated that Reptile was included in the game intentionally in hopes that it would spread via word of mouth, and they were definitely successful. I'm unsure if there were any rumors to actually play as Reptile, but I'm sure there had to have been, given a rumor we have coming up pretty soon. Metroid Justin Bailey Code. The Justin Bailey code has perplexed Metroid players for decades, specifically who Justin Bailey even is, if it's even referring to a person at all. I'm really happy I get to talk about this one again, as I made a huge mistake in my Nintendo Iceberg video that has bugged me to this day, as well as didn't mention a few things that people often comment about that I feel should have been mentioned. Now, a popular point that many have mentioned in the comments is that Justin Bailey means just in Bailey, with the word Bailey being either British or Australian slang for a swimsuit, since using the code allows you to play as Samus in her Zero suit. YouTuber Wang dismisses this fairly quickly, which is why I personally didn't mention it, but I really should have. Through all the research I've done, there is no evidence that Bailey is slang for a swimsuit in either England or Australia, at least not that I can find, that doesn't specifically come from an article talking about the Justin Bailey code. I even asked fellow Iceberg YouTuber Sunflower, who is Australian, if they had ever heard a swimsuit referred to as a Bailey, and they had not. So is it a regional thing? Maybe, but again, based off the research I've done, I can't find any evidence for it. According to MetroidDatabase.com, quote, "The Justin Bailey password is a total fluke. If you play around with Metroid's password system, something you can do with the Metroid password generator program found in fan apps, you can come up with other names and words that work as well. The Justin Bailey code is one which was found early on and happens to work pretty well, so it became widely reported." I think the only question that remains now is, how was the code discovered in the first place? Did some kid named Justin Bailey try putting their name into the password screen just to see what would happen? We may never really know the origin of how such a password could have been initially discovered, but one of the earliest public sources for the code was in Volume 31 of Nintendo Power, released in October of 1991, in which the code was listed in an article promoting the upcoming release of Metroid 2. Anyway, I'd like to make a correction here. In my Nintendo Iceberg video, I said that the Justin Bailey code spawns Samus in a unique color palette, but this is not the case. The green hair simply comes as a way to differentiate Zero Suit Samus between her standard suit and the Varia suit. If the Varia suit isn't equipped, she has the brownish red hair, which is the same as she appears in the ending cutscene. So if you want to try a code that's similar to the Justin Bailey code, type in lowercase NEScRETRO, capital L-E-Y, 10 dashes, and 2 lowercase z's. So, it's like the Justin Bailey code, but it's the NEScRETRO code. Yeah, go try it out. Hall of Tortured Souls. The Hall of Tortured Souls was an urban legend of sorts involving the Microsoft Office program Excel. Reportedly, there was a game of sorts hidden within the spreadsheet program that can be accessed through very specific steps. The steps to reach the Hall of Tortured Souls is as follows. First, open a blank Excel spreadsheet in Windows 95. Go down to the 95th row and select the entire row. Tab over to column B, then go to the About drop-down menu. And lastly, hold Ctrl-Alt-Shift and click on the Tech Support button. Upon doing this, a screen will pop up. This Easter egg is a Doom or Wolfenstein-style first-person, game, I guess. It's not really a game, but upon walking into the hallway straight ahead of you, the names of the developers of Excel will scroll along the wall. Also, within the Hall of Names, if you type Excel KFA, a wall will disappear, revealing a room with a picture of the developers. Again, it's kinda hard to call this a game, as there's no real gameplay outside walking around, but this is certainly a really neat Easter egg, and 100% real. I had actually never heard about it before doing research for this video, and considering how often I research video game myths, I found that really surprising, though I suppose it's not too out of the ordinary. Microsoft has hidden all sorts of things within their programs over the years, such as Microsoft Office 97 having both a pinball game and Flight Simulator hidden within. Stop and Swap. When Rare released Banjo-Kazooie in June of 1998, they seemed to already know that a sequel was going to happen eventually. Upon completing the game, players discovered an item that was hidden behind a wall that was unobtainable through normal gameplay means, but through cheats, were able to collect it. This item was called the Ice Key and seemed to have no real use within the game itself. Alongside the Ice Key, during the ending cutscene of the game, various colored eggs are shown hidden throughout the game, but with no way to obtain them given. As mentioned previously, using cheats you can collect the Ice Key, and upon doing so, a new menu would be added to the pause screen called Stop and Swap, where the Ice Key would show up along with 6 silhouetted eggs. What Stop and Swap would be a mystery to Banjo players for quite a while, until eventually Banjo-Tooie would be released in November of 2000, and no reference to Stop and Swap was made in the game, despite what the previous title had said. Eventually, some dedicated members of the community would congregate at a website known as the Rare Witch Project, and would hack the game and discover codes that would allow the eggs to be obtained, but again, no real use for the eggs was ever discovered, and getting them from Banjo-Kazooie into Banjo-Tooie simply didn't seem possible. Rare developers would mention Stop and Swap over the years in various interviews, and eventually a letter from Nintendo of America to Rare employee Chris Stamper would surface, with Nintendo expressing their respect for the creativity behind such an ambitious feature, but would be advised to remove it from any games, as encouraging players to quickly remove and reinsert cartridges can damage their consoles. Interestingly enough, this note is actually in reference to Donkey Kong 64, which came out in November of 1999, though Banjo-Kazooie is referenced. Now, what exactly is Stop and Swap? Well, as the Nintendo letter implies, it was going to be a way for cartridge games to transfer data between them without the need for an external storage device like a memory card. Early versions of the Nintendo 64 allowed for RAM to be stored for up to 10 seconds after power was turned off, which was a reasonable amount of time to switch between 2 game cards. However, later versions would reduce this window to a mere 1 second. While definitely possible, this would be a considerable challenge to expect people to pull off simply to access additional features within a game, and doing so this quickly could indeed lead to damaging the console or games, so it was scrapped. Despite all this, Stop and Swap lives on, as the feature was fully implemented into the Xbox Live Arcade versions for Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, and even has some bonuses unlocked in Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts for all the fans of that game. 1987 Custom Night Screen. Five Nights at Freddy's really cemented itself in the horror gaming community for better or for worse when it came out in August of 2014. With its popularity on streaming platforms, it managed to attract a rather young audience, and its reliance on jump scares, which many view as a cheap tactic in the horror community, myself included, didn't seem to slow it down in any way. With over a dozen games, a handful of books, spin-offs, and even a big-budget movie, it's here to stay, and I don't think its fans are going anywhere. The first game is rather simple in appearance. Watch security cameras, manage your power consumption, and keep an eye on 4 animatronics. Again, simple. Upon completing the game, you're given access to a mode called Custom Night, in which you're able to assign the 4 animatronics a difficulty value between 1 and 20, with 20 being the hardest. The rumor goes that if you set Freddy's difficulty to 1, Bonnie's difficulty to 9, Chica's difficulty to 8, and Foxy's difficulty to 7, you'd unlock a secret ending. This is of course all due to the importance of the year 1987 in Five Nights at Freddy's lore. In the early days of this rumor, setting 1987 didn't actually do anything. However, Scott Cawthon, the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's, eventually caught wind of this rumor and added an update to the game. Now, if you input 1, 9, 8, and 7 to the animatronics difficulty in that order, then click Ready to start the game, a jump scare featuring the character Golden Freddy will occur, and your game will crash. This, of course, just added even more speculation behind the date of 1987, which, again, already holds important relevance to the series, so I think on top of dispelling any secret ending, it just added more fuel to the fire. Gygus is a metaphor for abortion. Earthbound, also known as Mother 2 in Japan, is a very influential game. Despite its low sales on the Super Nintendo, the main character Ness would be featured in Super Smash Bros., introducing many to a series they otherwise would have never known about. myself included. The game is an RPG that isn't set in the far-off future or a magical land, but in a Western-style contemporary setting. The usual potion or weapon shops are replaced with drugstores, cars drive about in the city streets, your weapons are baseball bats and yo-yos, and so on, though mystical elements do exist in the form of psychic attacks and alien encounters. One of these aliens is Gygus, who from the opening title screen is cemented as the primary antagonist. Throughout the game, leading up to the final encounter with Gygus, the player is always told of Gygus' mysterious form and origin and seems to be an intangible, imposing threat. The final encounter in the game takes place in the past, Ness and the group having to travel back in time using a machine called the Phase Distorter, and placing their souls inside robots in order to complete the process. Upon venturing to Gygus' location within a cave, you find yourself walking along a strange, intestinal-looking mass until coming across an opening. This opening, many believe, resembles a uterus, which makes sense given what comes next. Upon entering, the fight with Gygus starts, and here is where you first see his form. Many players claim that the distinct shape of a fetus can be made out, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't look convincing. Given everything up to this point, many believe that what's actually happening here is that Ness and the group have traveled back in time to kill Gygus while he's still a fetus, to prevent him from growing and becoming the powerful threat that he is. So, what is this all about? Well, the now infamous story goes that Shigesato Itoi, the creator of Earthbound, based Gygus on an experience he had as a child. While visiting a local movie theater, Itoi accidentally entered the wrong movie and witnessed a disturbing horror scene. The movie is believed to have been the Japanese horror film The Military Policeman and the Dismembered Beauty. The trauma from witnessing this scene at a young age working its way into the Gygus encounter, specifically in the dialogue, as Gygus says some pretty disturbing things, especially for a Nintendo game. Now, I don't necessarily think this event has much to do with the Gygus fetus theory. It simply just worked its way into the dialogue, which is creepy enough, but we need to talk about the game's lore, because this isn't Gygus' first appearance. Mother, which wasn't released to Western audiences until many years later as Earthbound Beginnings, features Gygus. In this game, Gygus is raised by Maria and George, two humans who take the alien in and raise it as their own. Years would pass, and after Gygus had returned back to his own kind, he'd be tasked with attacking Earth. Though hesitant to attack those who raised him, he agrees, and is ultimately stopped by Maria and George's great-grandson Ninten and his group, who, during the final encounter, sing a song taught to them by Maria. The song reminds Gygus of his adopted mother, and he retreats back into space, thus ending the game. This ending is why I don't personally believe that what's happening at the end of Earthbound is meant to be an abortion. Gygus, even in the state he's in at the end of Mother 2, or Earthbound, despite traveling back in time, is in an intangible state, a form he didn't reach until after the events of Mother. Now, I have to say, this is all really only the case if you believe Mother 2 to be a narrative sequel to Mother, as Shigesato Itoi himself says that it's really up to the player's interpretation. Simply put, whether or not Mother 2 is a sequel to Mother, I personally believe that the abortion theory is intentional for the sake of style and symbolism, but narratively false. Nier Automata's Church. Nier Automata is an action RPG released in 2017 and is the 6th game in the series, and certainly the most popular. I personally had only heard of the series once before Automata, as a review I watched on underrated Xbox 360 games featured Nier, also known as Nier Replicant, also known as Nier Gestalt, but that was about it. This series has a strong following though, and Nier Automata definitely added to its numbers, and with those numbers meant more people playing the game and discovering strange and bizarre things. This has been nothing new to the series, as director Yoko Taro is well known for scattering Easter eggs throughout his games. In June of 2022, a post was made to the subreddit Nier Fanart by user SadFutago, asking, "Hello, how do you open the church?" This post confused many, as no one really knew what they were referring to, leading SadFutago to make another post on the Nier Automata game subreddit, this time with photographic evidence. Many were skeptical, but it created a massive stir in the community, with even Yoko Taro cryptically acknowledging and encouraging the post, calling it the eternal mystery. The Nier community spent countless hours trying to discover what exactly this location was, where it was in the game, and if it was even real. Many called it a hoax right off the bat, albeit a convincing and well-crafted one, but there was still a large majority of players who were determined to find it. Videos were made, constant threads on Reddit, and Discord communities attempting to track down this church, and all for it to finally come to a head when in July of 2022, a Twitter post revealed the church to be a mod, created by a trio going by Devola's Revenge, Woeful Wolf, and Raider B. While this reveal was disappointing to many, it was the first real hint of modding made to the game at that point, and in September of 2022, the group would release the mod to the public. While many naturally were upset about being misled, this really opened the floodgates for modding within the game and gained a lot of media attention from gaming news outlets. So what started as a hoax and may have disappointed many, really led to adding so much more to a game that they clearly loved enough to put all that research and sleuthing into. It's nice when hoaxes can cause a game to grow for the better, which was the case here. Jumping over the flagpole in Super Mario Bros. Super Mario Bros. Has been full of myths since as long as the game has been out, and one of the earliest is no doubt jumping over the flagpole and finding out what could possibly be beyond the castle. There are plenty of opportunities to try jumping over the flagpole, and players would try time and time again to see if they could make it over. As usual, some kids would say they actually managed to do it, but was oftentimes dismissed. Well, there are 24 opportunities to try, and as it turns out, some of these opportunities make it easier than others, because yes, it is possible to jump over the flagpole. The easiest stage to jump over the flagpole is on stage 3-3, however, many of these myths and rumors are about jumping over the flagpole in stage 1-1, which is also possible with the help of a glitch. Basically, this glitch tricks the game into making a Koopa Troopa walk below the stage. Proceed through the stage slowly so the Koopa Troopa doesn't despawn, and once you make it to the flagpole, if you time your jump right, Mario will bounce as if landing on the Koopa, giving him just enough of a bounce to clear the flagpole. Clearing the flagpole on any stage results in an endless path with nothing unique or special to see, and you'll eventually die from the timer reaching 0, but it's still a pretty neat trick to pull off. Hot coffee in San Andreas. Oh wow, okay, this is a big one. Grand Theft Auto has always been a controversial game series. Back when Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City came out, I remember seeing news reports about the games causing violence in children and all that stuff. As I mentioned previously, I don't think my parents knew anything about Mortal Kombat, but they definitely knew about Grand Theft Auto, and that was one of the only games that I remember having to sneak into my house just to play it. A kid from school named Eric let me borrow Vice City, and after San Andreas came out, another kid named Anthony let me borrow that one for a while, and every time, I had to sneak it into the house in my backpack and smuggle it into my room. I remember putting the box to the game under my mattress just so it wouldn't be found, but anyway, hot coffee. Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City may have been on the news for violence, but I recall seeing San Andreas on the news pretty heavily during the time that hot coffee was discovered. Now, what is hot coffee? Well, when San Andreas initially came out on the PS2 in 2004, nothing. However, when the PC version was released the following year, modders, as they usually do, looked through the code of the game and found something interesting. Hot coffee was a minigame of sorts that involved the dating mechanic within the game. There are multiple women that CJ could date within the game, and after a successful date, they'd invite CJ into their home for some, quote, hot coffee. Now, from here, nothing was supposed to happen. The camera stays outside the house until you regain control of CJ. Modders had found that Rockstar had originally programmed a sex minigame where you basically controlled the action. The minigame was largely incomplete and all character models were fully clothed, but the intent for the game to be there was certainly present, and its removal was most likely to avoid an AO rating. The mod was quickly released online, with a nude models mod shortly following, and this led to a crazy media backlash in which they seemed to believe that this was present in every copy of San Andreas and that it was easily accessible. Rockstar would even lie about its inclusion in the game. Instead of being honest and saying that it was initially removed content that modders were able to re-implement into the game, they denied any involvement at all. It would eventually also be found that Hot Coffee was indeed in the PS2 and Xbox versions of the game and were able to be accessed using Action Replay and GameShark. So this caused a massive backlash in which copies of San Andreas were pulled off store shelves to be relabeled as adults only, as opposed to its original mature rating. From what research I've done, Rockstar issued adults-only ESRB stickers to retailers still willing to carry the games that would be placed over the original M rating, and copies with the AO rating can be found online, though they are quite expensive, especially given how uncommon AO-rated games are in the first place. Also, since major retailers like GameStop, Walmart, and stores such as those don't sell AO games, that made finding stores that did receive the stickers quite difficult, adding to their rarity. Despite my memory of seeing talk about this all over the news at the time, I can't find a single news report about it anywhere online on YouTube or other old news sites and archives. Rockstar has since referenced Hot Coffee throughout the years in various ways, and seem to have learned from their mistake to not leave such cut content so easily within reach. Totika's Song. Totika's Song is an Easter egg put into many games composed by Kazumi Totika. The song has been featured in nearly every game that he's worked on, including Super Mario Land 2, Yoshi's Story, Mario Paint, Luigi's Mansion, Link's Awakening, Mario Kart 8, various Animal Crossing games, and more. There was a popular myth going around for quite some time that Totika's song was in Wii Sports. The way to hear the song is as follows. Get into a 19-hit rally in tennis, which is how many notes there are in Totika's song. If you put the sound of the ball hitting the racket in rhythm with Totika's song, the notes will be the ones used in the song. Now, this is inconclusive, as what could quite possibly be happening here is a phenomenon known as psychoacoustics, where you can make yourself hear something because you're trying so hard to hear that specific thing. The sound of the ball hitting the racket is quite hollow, so the notes aren't very defined. For example, if you sync the same sounds up to the rhythm of the Super Mario Bros. Theme or the Zelda theme, you'd most likely hear it as such because of the familiar melody and rhythm. Other than that, there aren't really any myths or rumors about Totika's song, but people are still hunting for hidden instances of it in games to this day, even in older games. For example, in Link's Awakening, there's an instance of the song in the game's files that has yet to be found anywhere within the game itself. There are plenty of games that feature the song as is, so I'm sure there are many instances of it yet to be discovered. Jolene Cranley Evans' Ghost. This is a pretty well-covered event in Grand Theft Auto V. In the game, you can visit various websites, and one of these sites has an article called Blood on the Rocks. Did she fall? Was she pushed? Another Vinewood mystery, that goes into the death and potential murder of Jolene Cranley Evans, the wife of John Jock Cranley. Jock Cranley has appeared in Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories as a famous stuntman and actor, taking place in 1984, and in Grand Theft Auto V, now retired from the entertainment industry and pursuing a career as a politician, in 2013. The reported incident involving the death of Jolene took place in 1978, in which the two were reportedly walking in the hills of Mount Gordo when Jolene fell to her death. Jock had dreams of pursuing a career as a stuntman and wanted to move to Los Santos in order to do so, while his wife Jolene wanted to stay in Blaine County to look after her parents and continue running their guest house. In typical Grand Theft Auto fashion, Jock ridiculously states, "I'm heartbroken. I love my wife. I would never throw her off a cliff despite her desire to destroy my dreams of success and happiness." And of course, no consequences come to him. Now for the ghost itself. Between 11 p.m. and midnight, players can see the spirit of Jolene next to a rock that has the word Jock spelled out on it in blood, possibly a way for Jolene to hint to her murderer. Also, nearby the site, players can also hear ghostly screams and voices said to be of Jolene herself. Not really much more to this one, so on to the next. Toad in Melee. Toad is an incredibly popular Nintendo character that somehow hasn't made their way into Super Smash Bros. Yet. Probably because they're fairly generic, but then again, we have Piranha Plant, so who knows. Toad was such a requested character that even back when Melee came out, people were still speculating on his inclusion, and if you know anything about Super Smash Bros. 64 and Melee's online presence during the early 2000s, you'd know that fan guides on how to unlock anyone from Goku to Darth Vader existed all over, typically with incredibly difficult steps that would ultimately just frustrate you. Now, the method for unlocking Toad was pretty universally accepted, and was also something everyone naturally just tried to do upon completing any of the single-player modes. Shoot all of the targets. Upon the completion of any single-player mode, during the credits you'd be given control of a crosshair that can shoot lasers. Upon hitting certain names or logos, further information would be displayed in a small window. To unlock Toad, you must achieve a perfect score of 190 hits after completing Adventure Mode, then complete Adventure Mode again and you'd be challenged by Toad. Defeating him would, of course, unlock him. Toad's spot on the roster would reportedly be next to Roy, leaving the spot next to Pichu still open for some other character yet to be discovered. From my research, this hoax was created in 2002 on an old GeoCities site that I'm unable to locate and very well may be lost to time. However, its popularity has ensured that it remains in our gaming myth lexicon for decades after. Michael Jackson composed Sonic the Hedgehog 3's soundtrack. Alright, this one's pretty fascinating. Throughout the early days of the Sega Genesis Mega Drive, Michael Jackson and Sega had a pretty good relationship, and Sega even developed the game Michael Jackson's Moonwalker for both the Genesis Mega Drive as well as the arcade. The action game features Michael Jackson as well as 16-bit renditions of many of his famous songs, and honestly, they sound pretty amazing. In 1993, during the lead-up to Sonic the Hedgehog 3's release, Michael Jackson was reportedly involved in the creation of the game's soundtrack, but this rumor was only discussed in unsure whispers around internet forums until years later. More information would eventually come to light years later in the form of original Sega staff interviews as well as research performed by die-hard fans noticing major similarities between some Sonic 3 tracks and songs in Michael Jackson's catalog released after the game. The first of these developments would come in 2005 when a Sonic fan going by the alias HXC would host an interview with Roger Hector, the former director of Sega Technical Institute, in which, when asked about his favorite project, Hector would reply, quote, "Sonic 3 was a lot of fun, but it was also very difficult. Michael Jackson was originally brought in to compose all the music for the game, but at the very end, his work was dropped after his scandals became public. This caused a lot of problems and required a lot of reworking, but the game turned out great in the end." This would be one of the first-hand confirmations of Michael Jackson's involvement, though more would be revealed in the coming years. YouTuber Q Jimbo would point out many similarities between released Michael Jackson songs and tracks within Sonic 3, such as Carnival Night Zone's theme having portions of Jackson's song Jam, and Sonic 3's end credits music having instances of Jackson's song Stranger in Moscow. Furthermore, in Sega's Ultimate Genesis collection released in 2009 for Xbox 360 and PS3, in the Sonic 3 trivia section, it mentions Jackson's initial involvement in composing the game's soundtrack. Also, in 2009, an interview was found in a French Michael Jackson fan magazine called Black and White, in which an interview with Brad Buxer was held. Brad Buxer is a composer who worked with Michael Jackson as well as several 80s bands including the Jetsons, whose song Hard Times is pretty much the exact same melody as Sonic 3's Ice Cap Zone. Anyway, here's a quote from Buxer. "I've never played Sonic 3, and I do not know what the developers have kept from the tracks on which Michael and I have worked, but we did compose the music playing. Michael called me at the time to give him a helping hand on this project, and that's what I did. And if he's not credited for composing the music, it's because he was not happy with the resulting sound coming out of the console. At the time, game consoles did not allow for an optimal sound reproduction, and Michael found it frustrating. He did not want to be associated with a product that devalued his music." Prior to this interview, in 2008, yet another interview was held in an IRC chat room hosted by sagexpo.org with Howard Drawson, yet another composer for Sonic 3. He states that while originally brought on to do music for Sonic 3, Michael Jackson ultimately had no involvement in the end, so what exactly is the truth here? Because there's clearly some instances of Michael Jackson coming through, unless they're entirely coincidence. Lastly, we have Pop Fiction, the old GameTrailers.com series, who conducted an interview in which the subject wished to remain anonymous on the record, but states that they had direct involvement in the production of Sonic 3. This source states that Michael Jackson was supposed to compose all the music for the game, from the intro music to the ending theme. Halfway through the writing process, Jackson would express his displeasure with the quality of the FM sound chip on the Sega Genesis Mega Drive. Frustrated by the limitations, Jackson simply left the project on his own accord. What music Michael Jackson had completed up until that point was indeed still used in the game, with Michael Jackson simply wishing to remain uncredited, which I'm sure didn't bother anyone at Sega if what was said previously about wanting to dismiss Jackson over the controversies at the time were true. This source also claims that Michael Jackson's song Black or White was originally going to be used for Sonic 3, but Jackson's lawyers opposed this, most likely because they saw marketing potential for the song outside the game. Also, any music that was completed by Jackson up until that point was left as Jackson intended it, while the remaining tracks were completed by other composers. Ultimately, this source is anonymous, so it's entirely up to whether or not you want to believe Pop Fiction and game trailers. I personally think based off the similarities in the music itself that it's enough proof to really prove that this is true, but until we get a definitive sourced answer, I suppose it must remain a mystery. The Grinch Leak. The Grinch Leak was an infamous leak said to contain the entire roster for the upcoming Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. This leak was revealed on October 12th, 2018 and was incredibly convincing as the game was still 2 months away from release. Also, if you're curious why it's called the Grinch Leak, it's not because the Grinch was put in the roster or anything like that. It's just because the original image for the leak was taken from a Snapchat screenshot, and for whatever reason, at the bottom right-hand side of the image showing the roster, there was a 3D render of the Grinch from that 2018 Illumination Grinch movie that was also set to come out that same year. So basically, the Grinch was just an irrelevant character off to the side who just so happened to be in the image, so it was dubbed the Grinch Leak. The characters not currently revealed that appeared on the roster were Banjo and Kazooie, the Chorus Kids from Rhythm Heaven, Geno from Super Mario RPG, Ken from Street Fighter, Shadow the Hedgehog, Isaac from Golden Sun, and Mach Rider from the NES game Mach Rider. As much as I wanted Shadow the Hedgehog in the game, and still do to this day, the main thing that eventually revealed this leak to be a hoax was simply time, as eventually all of the characters would be revealed, and DLC characters would slowly be announced, but at least we got a few of them right. Isaac and Shadow would be included in the game, but simply as assist trophies, and the Rhythm Kids and Mach Rider would appear as spirits. To this day, it's considered one of the most convincing hoaxes in the Super Smash Bros. Community, along with a few others that we'll be discussing shortly. Oh, also, to make a quick correction to a previous statement, in my Nintendo Iceberg video, I stated that the Rhythm Heaven series started on the Nintendo DS in 2008, but the first game was actually Rhythm Tengoku, released for the Game Boy Advance in 2006, only in Japan. John Doe. I'm going a bit into uncharted territory with this one, so bear with me. John Doe and Jane Doe were two mysterious accounts created in the very early days of Roblox back in 2006. These two accounts had both gone offline on March 6, 2006, and had stayed that way until 11 years later, in 2017, they both came back online again at the exact same time and would log in and out together repeatedly. These accounts would gain notoriety in the Roblox community, and eventually a rumor was started that anyone who logged into their accounts on March 31st, 2017 would have their accounts hacked. It was a very big deal. All of the big Roblox YouTubers were talking about this mysterious John Doe account and what would happen on the day that was rapidly approaching. When the day finally did arrive, there were constant John Doe avatars everywhere, and no one could tell if this was actually John Doe or just some troll. On top of that, there were reports of the game and site running very poorly, feeding the rumors that Roblox was under attack by this mysterious John Doe entity. Ultimately, no real harm was done that day, and on March 21st, 2017, the Roblox team would make a blog post demystifying the John Doe and Jane Doe accounts and reveal that they were actually two moderator accounts. John Doe being created by CEO of Roblox, David Baszucki, and Jane Doe being created by co-founder, administrator, and former vice president of engineering, the late Eric Castle, who passed away in February of 2013. Ultimately, the accounts have remained infamous in the community and maintain a presence in the minds of players to this day. Ratman in GTA 4. Ratman is without a doubt the biggest urban legend to come out of Grand Theft Auto 4. Given the large underground subway system, players started reporting seeing something lurking deep in the tunnels, and what this entity is has the community divided. Some believe the Ratman to be a half-human, half-rat monstrosity who is likely to attack the player if they get too close, then vanish, never allowing anyone to get a good look at them. The other option is a much more reclusive entity. Potentially just a homeless person NPC who uses the subway system as a hideout, capable of outrunning the player and always just far enough away to make seeing them difficult. This rumor really took off when a picture was uploaded online of a blurry NPC that was reportedly attacking the player. Oddly enough, despite this myth being so popular, it's not really talked about much anymore, and there aren't many YouTube videos discussing it, and as for the original picture, the original uploader is unknown. Originally, the Ratman dominated discussion forums about Grand Theft Auto 4, with players telling of their experiences searching the subways, from mysterious sounds and screaming to seeing an NPC in the distance and trying to catch them. Of course, with all these claims would also come endless hoax videos, but ultimately it seems Ratman is just another myth, but that's not to say strange things don't occur in the subways of Liberty City, and you're still bound to have a strange encounter if you peek around in there for too long. Gyroid face. So this is a quick and easy one, and also a bit creepy. In Animal Crossing Population Growing for the GameCube, a strange event can occur in which your character's face becomes that of a gyroid, the little robotic-esque buddy that stays outside players' homes and helps you save your game. The game is incredibly insistent about saving the game properly, to the point where they really hammer it in with various characters talking about the dangers of not saving, which is valid. You really wouldn't want to lose a whole day worth of progress in a game that's entirely about your day-to-day activities. One of the most prominent ways this is enforced is through the infamous character Rossetti, an angry mole that will yell at the player upon starting a game session after failing to save before ending the last. This character is one of the most famous in Animal Crossing, and will go to all sorts of measures to make sure you save your game, including faking you out by resetting your game, which looks quite convincing, and making you manually type out an apology if you continue to not save your game. One of the main features of Animal Crossing is being able to travel to other villagers' towns if you have their memory card inserted in slot B. By doing so, you can check out their shop, take some of their town's fruit, and pretty much anything else you can do in your own town. If you, however, choose to reset or turn off your game in another villager's town where you can't save your game, something kind of creepy will happen. If you try to load a game with your character, the villager who greets you will say, "Oh no, I thought you were traveling right now," and inform you that any items you took with you on your travels, or may have collected in the other town, will be lost. Upon entering the game, your villager will have the hollow face of a gyroid. In fact, it kind of looks like a Re-Dead face from The Legend of Zelda. This is quite creepy looking, and while researching, I even came across many comments from players when they were younger actually thinking their game was cursed or haunted. If you save the game like normal, your character's face will return to how it was before, but hopefully this strange incident will stay in your mind next time you think about turning off your console without saving. Tipping the Iceberg in Club Penguin. Club Penguin was an incredibly popular MMO that was released in 2005 and seems to hold a place in the hearts of many. Those who remember and played it fondly reminisce about countless experiences they had interacting with other players and simply exploring this charming game. The game featured various rooms that you could explore with others, and while some contained minigames, shops, and activities, there were a few unmarked rooms that you could enter, one of these being the Iceberg. The Iceberg was added to the game quietly in 2006, and slowly, players would start to realize that you could visit it, and, well, that was pretty much it. This plain, empty room with nothing but a floating iceberg to walk upon seemed a bit 2 plane, and that's when the rumors started popping up and it spread like wildfire. There were multiple theories on how you could flip the iceberg, from all the penguins being the same color, from all of the penguins standing on one side of the iceberg, to, most famously, all penguins equipping hard hats and using the jackhammer. Some savvy players even photoshopped various images depicting the iceberg tipped, but actually doing so remained out of reach. The mystery of the iceberg was even mentioned in the game's weekly newspaper, which allowed players to ask the staff questions. The response was vague, speaking about how the iceberg is one of the most mysterious places on the island, and how no one knows what's beneath it and various rare items that have claimed to be found there, so basically, nothing was confirmed. The development team teased the community once again in the form of a stamp, which was basically like an achievement. If 30 penguins gathered on the iceberg and used their jackhammer, like the method previously mentioned, you'd be rewarded the Berg drill stamp. It seemed at this point the team was just messing with players who were really invested in this mystery, but it would eventually pay off, albeit in a bittersweet way. In 2017, Club Penguin would be shutting down. After over 10 years, the game that many grew up with was going offline, and the team felt it was only necessary to really give them what they wanted. As a final farewell, the team made true the legend of drilling the iceberg and flipping it over, revealing a dance floor and a box of free blue hard hats called the Iceberg Tipper. The development team also left a final message to those who had cherished the game for so long. Together, we can build an island, create a community, change the world, and even tip an iceberg. Waddle on. I always love when developers acknowledge urban legends, and this was a perfect send-off to a game that meant so much to so many. Ghostface on World 4-4 Super Mario 3D Land. As we've clearly established on this channel, creepy stuff must exist within Super Mario games. It's kind of just accepted at this point. Super Mario 3D Land has a rather obscure occurrence that, on one hand, I'm surprised was ever discovered, but then again, people turn these games upside down to find secrets, so maybe it's not too surprising. In World 4-4, which is a ghost house stage, a mysterious entity can be seen at the end of the stage. Upon exiting the ghost house, you'll find yourself in a yard with a flagpole to the exit of the stage. Most players would simply go straight for the flagpole to continue through the game. However, if you wait here for 30 seconds, a ghostly figure will slowly materialize behind the wrought iron fence towards the far right-hand side. This strange spirit appears to have no real place within the game or use outside the creepy appearance. What the ghost is, of course, is a mystery, though some believe it to be wearing a Shy Guy mask. This ghostly spirit, though mostly associated with World 4-4, actually appears various times throughout the game in every ghost house. Worlds 4-4, Special 6-5, 6-6, and 8-4. On another interesting note, in stages 8-4 and Special 6-5, the ghost appears twice, once at the beginning of the stage, looking in from the windows, and again at the end behind the fence. There's very little known about this mysterious specter and what, if any, role it may play, and will continue to remain a mystery. Pokemon Black Hack. This refers to a Pokemon ROM hack that also has a creepypasta to go along with it. The creepypasta was written in 2010 and was one of the earliest examples of video game creepypasta, along with Ben Drowned, Tails Doll, NES Godzilla, and more. While this entry is primarily talking about the ROM hack, a summary of the creepypasta would help make sense of what exactly is going on in the hack, because it's pretty story-driven, so I'll summarize. The narrator receives a bootleg Pokemon that's a plain black cartridge that just says Pokemon on it. No version, no Pokemon mascot, nothing. After choosing their starter Pokemon, the narrator soon notices that not only is their starter Pokemon in their party, but something else, just called Ghost, and upon examining it, it appears like the ghosts that you see in Lavender Town. This ghost had only one attack, that being Curse. I know Curse is a well-known Pokemon move nowadays, but it wouldn't be introduced until Generation 2. Anytime you encountered a Pokemon, be it in the wild or when battling another trainer, Ghost couldn't be attacked, much like the ones in Lavender Town. If you used Curse against a Pokemon, the screen would fade to black, then return to the battle screen. The Pokemon you were battling would be gone, and the trainer you were battling would have one less Pokeball in their party, implying that the Pokemon you were battling was killed by this move. After a trainer's last Pokemon is defeated, the battle screen would pop up yet again despite the opponent being out of Pokemon, and you'd be given the option to either use Curse or Run. Using Curse would kill the trainer, and upon returning to the overworld, a gravestone would be in the place where they once stood. Ultimately, the narrator completes the game, and an epilogue of sorts would play out where the player character in the game was now an old man. You'd be shown all the Pokemon and trainers you killed with Curse. Then, a battle would start in which Ghost would face you and eventually kill you. The game would fade to black, and upon restarting the game, the save file would be deleted, with only new game available. This is a very interesting creepypasta in that there's no real-world threat within the story. It's simply about a ROM hack of a Pokemon game that's kind of strange. If this was written like a typical creepypasta, the narrator would start seeing the ghost in the real world or something and it would eventually kill him or something. So it would be like the movie The Ring, but instead of a videotape, it would be this game, and you play it, and then the ghost hunts you down and kills you, and then eventually somebody else would get the game at a thrift store, and then it would find its next victim. But nothing like that happens here, and that's really a breath of fresh air with creepypastas. As with most creepypastas, the author of this story is unknown, and the fact that it's such a simple and straightforward story really cements it as a creepypasta staple. Rayman Leak. Rayman has been a popular wishlist character to make it into Super Smash Bros. For a long time. He's made appearances on numerous Nintendo consoles. There's even an insane amount of Mario Rabbids games, Rabbids of course being creatures from the Rayman universe, and that's a closer connection to Nintendo than most characters on the roster ever had. Rayman has every reason to make it into Super Smash Bros., so when a convincing leak was released on February 14th, 2015, showing Rayman on the character select screen in Super Smash Bros. 4, people instantly believed it. On top of Rayman having a high likelihood of getting into the game, the leak just looked so real that there was no way this was fake. Well, it was fake. But honestly, it was so convincing that even video game news sites and channels were covering it, and most of them seemed to buy into it entirely, and admittedly, I did too. It's not like I was really pushing for Rayman. My two most requested characters have been Shantae and Shadow, but again, I can't understate how convincing this leak, or rather, hoax, looked. The following day, on February 15th, 2015, a video was posted on the YouTube channel Curiomatic that would reveal the creator of the hoax to be Omni Jacala, known online as Artsy Omni. This video goes into detail on how they went about adding Rayman to the character select screen in convincing fashion, taking into account all of the particle effects and movement that occur on the screen. With the roster for Smash Ultimate now complete, I guess we'll just need to wait till the next Smash game to see if he finally makes it in. Catastrophe Crow. Catastrophe Crow is a rather complex ARG, or alternate reality game, created by Adam Butcher and tells the story of a lost game, also often referred to as Crow 64. In October of 2020, Adam would upload a video called What Happened to Crow 64. This video documents the troubled development of a promising Nintendo 64 game that was shown off at Space World 1997 trade show, hosted by Nintendo, and featuring upcoming games, consoles, and more. Developed by Opus Interactive, the game received critical praise at the show, but slowly it faded into obscurity and was never released. Opus Interactive's creator, as well as the lead developer on Crow 64, Manfred Lorenz, considered the game to be his magnum opus and would work tirelessly on the game, oftentimes scrapping months of work and leaving his staff baffled at his actions, as it seemed none of them were doing what he wanted. The game would go vastly over budget, and Manfred would eventually fire the entire staff, choosing to take all aspects of developing the game into his own hands. Late in 2001, after working on the game day in and day out, oftentimes never even returning home, Manfred would vanish, along with all of the equipment from Opus Interactive's office. Manfred was gone, and when looked into, his family life seemed to have taken a complete nosedive, his wife leaving the country 6 months prior to his disappearance. This was all revealed in the initial What Happened to Crow 64 video, and from here on out, Adam would upload gameplay of the game, which he claimed to find a developer copy of on eBay. Never hearing of the game before, Adam does some research, leading him to create the initial video. Throughout his gameplay, many clues, hints, and messages are revealed that hint to something more sinister in the life of Manfred Lorenz, his family, his disappearance, and more. The ARG seems to have ended in August of 2021, so if you want a good recap of the entire Catastrophe Crow saga, YouTuber Nightmind has a really good video covering the entire story in depth, so check that out if you're interested. GLaDOS's design. GLaDOS is the sort of antagonist of the Portal game series. I personally feel that Portal wouldn't have been half as successful without GLaDOS, her personality and taunting of the player really cementing her as a memorable character. GLaDOS's design is iconic and instantly recognizable, however, from a certain angle, GLaDOS has an interesting silhouette. Many believe that GLaDOS's design is meant to resemble a bound and gagged woman hanging upside down. Now, when it's pointed out, it's kind of hard to unsee, but was this actually intentional? First, we really need to look into GLaDOS's backstory. Aperture, as a company, was created by scientist Cave Johnson. The company dabbled in many different ventures, from shower curtains to much more sinister experiments on humans. Toward the end of Johnson's life, he started dabbling in AI and brain mapping in hopes that his brain could be downloaded into a computer, with the goal of it, in a way, granting him immortality. Cave Johnson would die before this was completed, but through his journals found throughout Portal 2, it's discovered that Cave had a backup plan in case he were to die before its completion. Fellow scientist and personal assistant to Cave Johnson, currently only known through lore as Caroline, was personally selected to take Johnson's place in the brain mapping experiment if he were to die before completion. Johnson held Caroline in high regard, referring to her as the backbone of the facility, and also appointing her as CEO after his passing, as well as appointing Caroline as the backup candidate for the brain mapping. It's never really explicitly stated that GLaDOS is Caroline through any lore, outside GLaDOS herself stating it, but really, it's kinda hard to trust GLaDOS. The implications do point to her being Caroline, however, so I suppose it does seem most likely. At the end of the second game, GLaDOS claims to have deleted Caroline from within the system itself, but even GLaDOS's voice actor, Ellen McLean, believes that this was just a lie. Now, let's get back to the original point of this topic. From a creator's point of view, GLaDOS's design makes a lot more sense. Caroline's brain, potentially by force, was uploaded into this machine to live forever and oversee the facility. With that, her design resembling that of a bound woman could be seen as tragically fitting. I came across an article that claims that Valve art director Jeremy Bennett had gone on record saying that this design was intentional, though I can't find a source for this statement. That would also imply that the more complex aspects of the story behind Aperture Science, as we know it in Portal 2, was already in mind during the first Portal's creation, at least to the extent of Caroline. Or it's all just a massive coincidence and it's just pareidolia. Purple prizes in Super Mario 64 DS. Super Mario 64 DS features an ensemble cast well known among Mario fans, breathing new life into Super Mario 64 and adding a whole new layer of gameplay possibilities. Alongside Mario, Yoshi, Luigi, and Wario join in, all completely playable with unique abilities. Considering both the Mario Bros. And Wario was in the game, many players wondered if potentially a fifth hidden character may be in the game, most fittingly, Waluigi. At this point, Waluigi had already become a fairly popular character, so his inclusion wouldn't be out of the ordinary. Much like the game it originated from, Super Mario 64 DS would have players searching all over the castle and its many new stages for any possible secrets, and in 2005, the possibility of Waluigi being in the game was on everyone's radar. An article entitled Purple Prizes was slowly making its rounds after originally being posted on initially DeviantArt, but gaining traction on various gaming forums. The article, that looked to be in the style of a Game Informer or Electronic Gaming Monthly sub-article, goes on to state that Waluigi has the highest jumping ability of any of the playable characters, and would gain super speed upon picking up a power flower. The method to unlocking Waluigi isn't given, only a vague hint that reads as follows. Find all the stars and be the fastest foot racer in the land. Afterwards, a secret switch will reveal my door. All that remains is a challenge from the Rabbit King for its key. Eventually, the creator of the hoax, Andrew Brown, edited the original DeviantArt upload of the image saying that it was a hoax, but the image had spread so much that it really didn't do much to slow down all the traction it was picking up. After players exhausted everything they can think of, it was eventually accepted that this was all indeed just a hoax. If you're interested, a website called Nintendo World Report has an article written by Andrew himself about how he created the article and screenshots, the spread of the hoax, his reaction to it all of that. It's a pretty interesting read and a unique perspective from the person behind the entire hoax. Yummer. Alright, this one's really weird. So, there's a 2019 Flash game called SpongeBob SquarePants SpongeBob Saves the Day, not to be confused with the Leapster game of the same name, released in the early 2000s. The game is basically just a simple puzzle game in which you play as SpongeBob going about his day and helping his friends by finding items that they're looking for. It kind of just reminds me of a fetch quest in most other video games in which, by getting an item for certain characters, you'll obtain other items to assist others, and so on. Being a Flash game, this game has a lot of assets that can be manipulated and examined, and here's where our mystery comes in. YouTuber Oddheader created a video discussing this mystery and mentions that a user in his Discord server brought the mystery to their attention. The Discord user claims that their friend was digging through the game's files by inspecting elements through their browser and found, well, this. In the stored objects for the Krusty Krab area of the game, this creepy-looking creature could be found among more familiar characters. As is the case with most of these things, why this disturbing-looking thing was in a SpongeBob game was a mystery, and when there's a mystery, the internet does its best to look into it. Reportedly, many emails were sent to the development team behind this Flash game, and they'd actually reply. The character was known as Yum, but is also known as the Yummer, or just Yummer, hence the name for this point. The developers who made the Flash game, 7-2 Interactive, created Yum around 2010, and it became somewhat of a meme or mascot of sorts around the office. Simply put, Yum was used as a placeholder model when developing the game and was simply left in by accident. A reference to Yum was even placed in Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl, referenced only in a code as text, reading Yummer Summon. Hanging Luigi. Luigi's Mansion was quite a bold launch title for Nintendo's 6th generation console. For the first time, or I guess technically second time, Mario was taking a back seat to be rescued as his brother Luigi took center stage, exploring an abandoned mansion and hunting ghosts with a vacuum cleaner. Naturally, you'd expect a game centered around ghosts to have creepy stuff, and on top of this being a Nintendo game who just can't stop putting disturbing things within their games, something beyond the already spooky exterior was bound to be discovered. Around the halfway point of the game, the entire mansion goes dark after a lightning strike, with your only means of illumination being your flashlight. During this part of the game, you need to make your way to a room known as the telephone room to progress. Inside this room, lightning will occasionally strike outside, illuminating the room with a bright flash. Next time this happens, specifically during the cutscene in which you're using the telephone, watch for Luigi's shadow. It will appear as if the shadow is hanging from the rafters. Many players have taken this as a hint to the popular theory that Luigi is dead in Luigi's Mansion, in that the game is him joining the spirits within, or that upon entering the mansion, he hanged himself after going crazy. Now, I'm certainly no programmer, nor do I understand how lighting in games work, but my theory is that when the camera zooms in during the cutscene, it's at a lower angle to Luigi, and the lightning outside flashes relative to the position of the camera, without accounting for the floor. So the light shines from a downward position, projecting Luigi's shadow at a higher angle, looking as if he's hanging from the rafters above. This interesting visual anomaly has since been removed from Luigi's Mansion 3DS due to a reworked lighting engine. This means that it was most likely just an oversight, but I assume the possibility will always exist that Luigi really did pass on. Purple Guy Animatronic. Each new Five Nights at Freddy's game always introduces new animatronics, and various Easter eggs are often thrown in for players to find. With that, various animatronics have been made up over the years as existing within the games, which leads us to the Purple Guy animatronic. Now, I can't get into Five Nights at Freddy's lore, not without this single point taking up a lot of time in this already multi-hour long video, so I'm going to summarize Five Nights at Freddy's lore as quickly as I can. William Afton and Henry Emily, two robotics engineers, make a restaurant featuring animatronics they created. William is a murderer and hides bodies of children he kills in animatronics. Animatronics become possessed by these children and attack people. Throughout the series, 8-bit Atari 2600 looking minigames can be played in certain titles, which occasionally feature a purple guy. This purple guy represents William Afton. These minigames often feature William Afton, or the purple guy, killing these various children, basically putting together all the backstory. And that's pretty much all you need to know. Also, that was kind of like a summary of a summary of a summary, so like, some details aren't going to be included, but if you want the whole thing, you can find like a million other videos talking about like all the lore. It's a lot. Okay, with all that said, this leads us to the rumor of the Purple Guy animatronic, which was fabricated after the release of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Releasing a mere 3 months after the first game, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 was incredibly popular with streamers and brought a bunch of new lore into the game for fans to speculate over. Now, these games often feature various secrets, as we talked about in the 1987 point a while back, giving this Purple Guy animatronic rumor a bit of traction. From my research, a video was originally uploaded by YouTube user Roxo1987 4 days after the release of Five Nights at Freddy's 2 in November of 2014. This video claims to have spotted a strange animatronic that appears for a split second that appears to just be a purple-looking character. This animatronic doesn't resemble an animal like any of the other animatronics. This video was taken quite seriously, as the game had only just been out for a couple days, and many analyzed it and tried figuring out how to trigger it, but it was very quickly revealed to be a Photoshop hoax. Super Mario Galaxy DS. In 2007, a trailer surfaced for a DS port for the Wii game Super Mario Galaxy. This trailer featured the familiar gameplay of Super Mario Galaxy, but with the unique twist of implementing the DS's stylus and touchscreen. Simply put, it was a textbook example of how Nintendo would create a trailer for an older game on new hardware, showing off improvements made that would benefit from aspects unique to the system. On top of this, the video looked like it was recorded in secret, like during a private Nintendo meeting or something. This trailer was eventually revealed to be a hoax created by Pablo Belmonte in 2007 as a school assignment for a design studies course. The assignment was to create a viral video, which is an incredibly difficult task. With the sheer randomness behind algorithms and video performance, making this an assignment is like asking someone to write a hit song. It's so much easier said than done. Surprisingly, despite his video becoming a legend in Nintendo hoax history, he only got a B+ on the project. Pablo Belmonte has been responsible for quite a few major Nintendo hoaxes, which we'll be discussing more later. Pigsy in San Andreas. Another San Andreas rumor, this one centers around Pigsy, and if you don't know who or what Pigsy is, you're probably not alone. Rockstar released Manhunt in 2003, which was incredibly controversial given its portrayal of violence, even when compared to the Grand Theft Auto series. Despite not reaching the level of popularity as Grand Theft Auto, the Manhunt series maintains a cult following, and some even believe Rockstar may have hidden some Easter eggs hinting to the game in other titles. One such incident is the previously mentioned character Pigsy, a large man covered in blood wearing the head of a pig and wielding a chainsaw. The character, originating from Manhunt, has reportedly been seen in San Andreas and will attack the player if approached. The first instance of this rumor seems to have stemmed from a series called GTA San Andreas Myth Hunters, created by YouTuber Darth Dementis. In the 10th episode, entitled Shady Creek Creature, they conduct an investigation regarding a sighting in the Shady Creeks of a mysterious entity, and something is indeed spotted, slightly obscured by fog. Those who saw this video believe the figure to resemble Pigsy, and so further investigations were underway, but with little success. This actually isn't the only sighting of Pigsy in the game, as there's another cameo in the Zero RC store. On the shelves, you can see a line of Manhunt action figures featuring Pigsy. So maybe he's not in the game in a form that could chase you down and kill you, at least without mods, but he's still technically in the game. Chris Houlihan Room. The infamous Chris Houlihan room was once thought to be nothing more than a rumor, and the name Chris Houlihan stands right up there next to Justin Bailey as mysterious names to appear in Nintendo games, with very little known about them. First, a little background. In issue 16 of Nintendo Power, released in September of 1990, a contest was featured with a challenge. That being, provide photographic proof of an encounter with Warmech in the first Final Fantasy game on NES. Triggering an encounter with Warmech is extremely rare, as it only has a 3 in 64 chance of appearing in a random encounter, and can only be encountered in a single location, on the bridge of the Flying Fortress, right outside the boss room. This is what led to the enigmatic reputation of the Warmech, as most players would proceed straight to the boss room and maybe trigger 1 or 2 random encounters on the bridge leading to it, which have a very low chance of being Warmech. Those who were able to successfully capture a photo of the rare encounter would send their photos to Nintendo Power and would be entered into a raffle to have their name put in an upcoming unnamed Nintendo game. The game would end up being A Link to the Past, and the winner of the contest was, of course, Chris Houlihan. Now, in regards to the room itself, it remained shrouded in mystery for many years, and no one knew how to access its location. You'd think a room that was named after a contest winner would be fairly easy to track down, but it remained something of an urban legend, often found by complete accident and talked about among peers with skepticism. It wouldn't be until many years later that emulators would allow for deep analysis of these older games, and the Chris Houlihan room, as well as how to reach it, would be deemed fact. By performing very specific actions, the game would lose track of Link's Y-coordinate position in relation to the map. When this happens, if you fall down any hole, you'll find yourself in the Chris Houlihan room, which contains 45 blue rupees as well as a message from Chris Houlihan. As this contest was only in North America, the Japanese version is simply referred to as a secret room, though accessing it and its contents, save for the message, are the exact same. The true final mystery to this point is who exactly Chris Houlihan is. While a few people have come forward claiming to be Chris Houlihan, none have provided any form of identification or proof, and his identity remains a mystery to this day. Under Master Chief's helmet. Master Chief has been in 6 games so far, and ever since his first adventure back in November of 2001, the question has always remained: what does Master Chief, or John 117, look like under his helmet? I remember the ending of the first game teasing players with the camera moving just in time as he takes off his helmet, obscuring the view and keeping the mystery going. And now, over 2 decades later, well, we've seen John 117 as a child in the 2015 animated series Halo Fall of Reach, and we've seen his eyes in the secret ending of Halo 4. And really, that's about it. The mystery of what Master Chief looks like under the helmet is unknown, and a mystery that, to be honest, I'm not sure I ever want solved. Master Chief has always been the Spartan soldier that we know him as, and any reveal that could possibly be given would only be a disappointment, at least in my opinion. Oh, and I know what you're thinking. We're not talking about that. It doesn't count. No one counts it. That's all I have to say. Princess Daisy's Third Eye. This is going to be a short one, maybe even the shortest point I have on this entire iceberg, because it's really nothing more than an accidental development error. In Super Smash Bros. Melee, you can collect numerous trophies of characters and objects significant to Nintendo properties, some completely unrelated to any characters in the game, like the trophies for the characters from Famicom Detective Club. Oh, just thought I'd say, by the way, Famicom Detective Club games are finally coming out in English on the Switch, so check that out. But anyway, this point is all about the trophy for Princess Daisy, who wasn't yet included in the game as a fighter.
If you zoom into the trophy to a point where you clip into the model, on the back of her head, covered by her hair, an eye can be seen. This would normally be it for this mystery, but in 2022, Twitter user Super Mario Broth would post a model of Daisy taken from this trophy with the hair texture removed, revealing that there are actually multiple eyes that were made invisible by the developers. Why the infamous third eye remains visible isn't known, but what's very strange is that Nintendo felt the need to remove the third eye in the North American Player's Choice release of the game, which means someone at Nintendo knew about it, or maybe they just heard about it and felt the need to spend a little time at work fixing it. Who knows? The Twitter post doesn't mention this updated version of the game, and I wonder if the other newly discovered eyes remain present in the Player's Choice version. Going to the moon in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. As we all know, Pokemon is loaded with hoaxes and rumors, and the developers adding in rare things such as Mirage Island, which only appears if very specific conditions are met, spreading rumors of other just as rare events was quite common. The crazy thing about this hoax is that it doesn't even show up on the Video Game Hoaxes wiki, so I suppose it's not as well known as I thought, but anyway, here's the gist. In Generation 3's region of Hoenn, located in Moss Deep City, is the Moss Deep City Space Center. Here, an NPC will inform the player of how many successful launches the facility has had. Early on, gamers weren't sure what made this number go up, and of course, this spawned all sorts of rumors. By reaching any number of launches, since the rumors of course varied, you'd be offered a ride to the moon where you'd then be able to catch Deoxys or Jirachi. The number of successful launches is actually the number of weeks that have passed since the save file was initially created. A few ROM hack videos exist on YouTube showing what many believed would happen if you went to the moon, but unfortunately, this is just yet another playground hoax. This isn't the only time the moon has been said to host rare Pokemon, and we'll be getting to that soon, so
more on that later.
Ghost of Misery Mire. This refers to a fairly obscure myth and a link to the past. Despite the game still being popular, this once often discussed mystery has fallen into obscurity over the years. The location of this myth takes place in the Swamp of Evil. While this point on the iceberg shares its name with the 6th dungeon of the game, Misery Mire, it'd be accurate to call this the Ghost of the Swamp of Evil, but I guess that doesn't roll off the tongue as easily. Anyway, reportedly in the Swamp of Evil, just next to the 6th teleport location's Dark World portal, if you head east down the hill and use the Bombos medallion, you'll kill an invisible enemy. This enemy has some very strange properties. For example, if you use the Cane of Samaria and hit the invisible enemy with it continuously, your magic meter will start to freak out. Over the years, more of these invisible enemies throughout the swamp have been found, but it wasn't until years later, with the help of emulation and computers, were players able to analyze aspects of the game and figure out exactly what was happening here. What ended up being the case was that these enemies were Fireball Zoras, but why are they appearing invisible? Well, the game expects these Zoras to be placed in tiles representing deep water, but these were placed in tiles of shallow water, which then caused this glitch to occur. There are 2 Fireball Zoras in this location placed correctly, so it appears as though there were a few that were placed and either left as an oversight, or maybe even a developer knew what would happen placing Zoras on a tile like this, and did it as a sort of joke. But really, it's just another mystery of A Link to the Past. Ermac in Mortal Kombat 1. Along with the previously mentioned reptile, one of the most prevalent rumors in the early days of Mortal Kombat centered around a character known as Ermac. By inputting a very specific combination between the Player 1 and Player 2 buttons in the arcade, a screen meant for arcade owners and developers can be accessed, called the EJB menu. It took a bit of digging to find what EJB stands for, and from what I can tell, it stands for Ed J. Boon, the creator of the Mortal Kombat series. Anyway, this menu features various interesting tools and data keeping info. Under the option for Game Audits, you can find trackers for many different factors, including how many times Reptile has been encountered. Below this section, which oddly enough I've seen both referred to as Reptile Battles and Green Ninja Counter, is a point referred to as Ermacs. Players in the early 90s who were lucky enough to see this rare screen figured that, considering it's listed next to Reptile, that it's another hidden character, and that a fighter known as Ermac was potentially hidden within the game. Furthermore, we once again get another myth out of Electronic Gaming Monthly, this time in the October 1993 issue, in which a reader-submitted letter from someone going by Tony Casey claims that they encountered Ermac on an arcade cabinet. Tony claims that he first encountered the ninja, who appeared wearing all red, in a similar way that Reptile would appear before fights, with a cryptic message. Ermac's message being, "I will fight you near the statues." From here, Tony claims to have scored a double flawless victory against his friend while both played as Johnny Cage, and Ermac challenged him and reportedly completely wiped the floor with Tony. Tony then goes on to say that his friend had a Polaroid camera with him and snapped the accompanying picture showing a blurry screen, but the words "Ermac wins" are clearly visible. Tony ends his message with a thought that it may have something to do with the Warrior Shrine stage, and Electronic Gaming Monthly's reply is just as confused, even claiming to reward readers with any info leading to solving this mystery. 2 months later, in the December issue, more readers wrote in claiming to have encountered this red ninja, but without much more than that. There are a handful of methods that would eventually come forth in order to face Ermac, and they would all center around Tony Casey's original EGM message mentioning the Warrior Shrine stage. Some claim you have to earn a double flawless victory with only punches, some include no blocking in this, and others mention that you have to finish the fight in front of the statue of the character you're playing as, and on top of all of this, some mention you have to finish with a fatality. Despite no progress being made, EGM would regularly feature letters from readers claiming to have seen or fought Ermac, and their methods for how they did so, leading the legend of Ermac to grow to the point where even the developers of Mortal Kombat knew of the rumors, and included hints to Ermac in the sequel Mortal Kombat 2, including one scrambled message that reads, "Ermac does not exist." But this message has aged poorly, as starting with Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3's release in 1995, Ermac has been a mainstay of the series. Programmer and creator of Mortal Kombat, Ed Boon, has spoken multiple times about Ermac, and has stated that Ermac simply stood for Error Macro, and was a way to log any errors that weren't supposed to happen during gameplay. Ed Boon has always been really into the rumors and myths behind Mortal Kombat, and gladly let fans continue searching for years, until finally making it a reality. Nude Samus. This is a pretty ridiculous myth, and one that would follow another character that we'll be talking about shortly. Metroid has an interesting way of handling multiple endings. All of the unique endings in the game are based off how long it took you to reach the end. If it takes you more than 10 hours, Samus will be looking away from the screen. If you beat the game in between 5 and 10 hours, Samus will stand facing forward and waving. If you beat the game in between 3 and 5 hours, Samus will appear with her helmet off. If you beat the game in between 1 and 3 hours, Samus will appear wearing a pink one-piece leotard. And lastly, if you beat the game in under 1 hour, Samus will appear in a 2-piece pink bikini. This naturally led to countless rumors that if you beat the game in under 30 minutes, Samus would appear wearing nothing at all. Yeah. There was also rumors that while in development, Samus appeared nude in her death screen in Super Metroid, but this was removed before the release, but reportedly did actually exist at one point. I mentioned this briefly in my Nintendo Iceberg video, but I really felt the need to research again because it simply sounded a bit much for Nintendo to put something like that in a game. Even Did You Know Gaming states this as a fact in one of their Metroid videos, but I really wanted to look into it deeper to see if I can find any definitive evidence. Well, from what research I've done, this actually does seem to be the case. Director Yoshio Sakamoto and graphics artist Toru Osawa seem to both have confirmed this in an interview originating from the original Japanese strategy guide for the game, so yeah. I guess at least that part of the nude Samus rumor has some truth to it. Reportedly, Yoshio Sakamoto still has the original ROM with this on it, or so he claims. Also, before we move on, I'd like to just make a correction real quick. For some reason in my Super Smash Bros. Iceberg video, I said that Ridley is female. I have no idea why. I think I might have just been reading the script and I just said it and I didn't catch it in editing, so yeah. No, Ridley is male, so yeah. On to the next. Diablo 2 Chat Gem. In Diablo 2, upon opening the chat window in BattleNet, the interface features a small, seemingly decorative gem. As most players do when they're bored, someone at some point clicked on it and found that, upon doing so, the phrase "gem activated" appeared in the chat box. Upon clicking the gem again, "gem deactivated" would appear. On more rare occasions, other messages have also been known to appear, such as "perfect gem activated" and "moo," which is no doubt a reference to the infamous cow level we previously discussed. Countless rumors popped up discussing what each of these messages mean, from gaining access to the cow level if moo was the most recent message, to specific treasures or drop rates increasing if perfect gem activated appeared. Upon asking about this mysterious message, Blizzard simply replied stating the chat gem is working as intended, with no further explanations. It was later revealed in 2011 by Blizzard developer Jay Wilson that the chat gem truly had no effect on the game and was simply an Easter egg, and stated, quote, "I will definitely say the chat gem did nothing." The chat gem has since reappeared in several other locations relating to Blizzard, such as on Diablo 3's website, Warcraft 3's world map editor, and of course in Diablo 2 Resurrected. However, here is where another mystery emerges. If you do the same on-off clicking on the gem, on rare occasions a string of 9 numbers will appear. Many have attempted to decode these numbers, and one of the most common theories states that these numbers correlate in some way with the original Diablo 2's manual. Digits 4 and 5 are the page of the manual you must go to, digits 6 and 7 are the line, and digits 8 and 9 are the word, with the first 3 numbers being what number the word is in the order of the decoded message. And there are dozens upon dozens of these words. There are 2 great videos discussing this hidden message, one by YouTuber Ginger Gaming Mentor, and another by Mount Ariat, so check those out for more information. Noki Bay Book. I feel like Super Mario Sunshine is one of the few Mario games with no real creepy instances, but that doesn't mean it isn't without its few mysteries. Once you've reached Noki Bay, select Stage 3, which is red coins in a bottle, and swim down to the ruins. Among the various structures, you'll come across a door with seemingly no way to interact with it. It can't be opened, and it seems to serve no real purpose. While the door itself is strange enough, if you rotate the camera in a way that clips through the wall in such a way that you can see behind the door, you'll see a lone book laying on the floor. This has been one of the most mysterious objects to ever be found in a Super Mario game. The fact that there's a door at all automatically would draw players to this location, at least for a moment to see if it can be opened. Many would probably move on upon realizing it can't be interacted with, but it's that key initial curiosity that makes me wonder why it's there in the first place. Doors in nearly every video game are meant to be interacted with, and the fact that this book is hidden just beyond it and still visible through normal gameplay means leads me to believe that this originally had a much larger purpose within the game. An object like this inevitably spawned schoolyard rumors about being able to open the door to access the book. Methods to do so included collecting all the shines in the game within a set amount of time, or collecting all the coins in the stage in a certain order, really anything you can think of. Ultimately, not only does this book have no means of being collected, it also has no collision, with it simply being part of the geometry of the ruins. The book remains a mystery to this day, despite data mining's best efforts, nor has Nintendo addressed it in any way. Xbox 720. This is a pretty quick one. The Xbox 720 was the rumored successor to the Xbox 360 during the lead-up to the announcement of the 7th generation of video game consoles before the Xbox One was announced. Many YouTube videos and fake images were created showing off what the console and controller would look like, with many claiming to be directly from Microsoft. You can even find old news article archives from gaming news websites and even CNN discussing the Xbox 720. That's really about it, but to at least leave this point with one interesting fact. Did you know that in the 2011 sci-fi boxing movie Real Steel, there's an advertisement for the Xbox 720? The movie takes place in 2020, so despite the Xbox Series X coming out near the end of 2020, if the Xbox One did end up going by the 720 name, this advertisement would have been relevant. Mew 3. Arguably, one of the earliest playground rumors in regards to Pokemon had to have been Mew 3, mostly because of the simplicity of it. There's Mew, and then there's Mewtwo. It isn't too hard for anyone to think, well, what about Mew 3, or even Mew 4? With Mewtwo being the most powerful Pokemon in G1 overall, naturally the question would come up if there's anything stronger, and I assume this was all it took for the Mew 3 myth to be born. In the early days of the internet, websites like Game Winners and CheatCC had countless guides on how to unlock Mew 3, among many other potential Pokemon. The funny thing about Mew 3 is that rumors about it kind of went quiet after Gen 1, until the release of Gen 6 started approaching and images of Mega Mewtwo Y started surfacing around the internet. People began thinking it may be Mew 3, causing the rumor train to pick back up again for a few months, until it was finally revealed to just be Mega Mewtwo Y. Mew 3, during the days of Red and Blue, fell under a category of Pokemon known as the Pokegods, supremely powerful Pokemon of unknown origin that spread across the internet and playgrounds in the late 1990s. We'll, of course, be talking about the Pokegods more later, so we'll pick this back up in a bit, so...
More on that later.
Ghost cars in GTA San Andreas. Among the most popular myths throughout the Grand Theft Auto series are the ghost cars. While ghost cars have been reported in just about every game in the series starting with Grand Theft Auto 3, San Andreas is where this mysterious occurrence really started to get noticed and has the most reported sightings. These sightings most often occur in the Back O Beyond area of Flint County, but have also been reported in other areas around the map as well. Two of these car models, the Sadler and the Glendale in particular, have very distinctive properties compared to other cars in the game, even other reported ghost cars. If you take these cars to pay and spray, the bodies of the cars will still appear damaged, yet will be considered 100% repaired by the game. Now, for the most part, there isn't really anything too creepy about these ghost cars. They're just junk, beat-up cars that exist around the world, much like you'd see in real life. However, some reportedly drive around on their own, and in the most extreme of cases, will appear to be driving even without anyone inside them, and even chase the player. The most common explanation for these ghost cars moving about has to do with the way the game spawns the vehicles into the map as the player explores, and these cars occasionally spawn on hills, causing the cars to roll down them, appearing to drive on their own. Whether or not cars spawning on hills in such a way that they appear to be driving on their own was intentional from the developers or not is unknown, but an interesting connection is that the ghost car that was most often spawned in Back O Beyond is a red Glendale, which many believe closely resembles the possessed 1958 Plymouth Fury from Stephen King's novel and later film, Christine. Really, I think this just may be a coincidence, since the biggest connection is that they're both old cars and they're both red. Either way, the ghost cars in San Andreas have continued to be one of the most well-known mysteries in the Grand Theft Auto series, and even have appeared in Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5, though here, these cars actually will drive about with no pedestrian in them, and if you enter the car, you do so as if there's no one in the driver's seat. Not much is known in regards to how or why this happens, especially in regards to GTA 4 and 5, but I think it's safe to say that we'll always get some sort of instance of ghost cars in every Grand Theft Auto game from now on. Kakomalo Leak. The Kakomalo leak was one of the many rumors created for the Super Smash Bros. Series and refers to a post that was made to 4chan on November 4th, 2019. The image shows two Mii fighters, one wearing a Cacodemon hat, being based off the Cacodemon from the Doom series, and a Mallow hat being based off Mallow from Super Mario RPG, hence the name of the rumor being Kakomalo. At the time, these two series didn't have much representation within Super Smash Bros., and both series had a lot of support in regards to having a character added to the game's roster, with Doomguy being a popular contender for Doom fans and Geno being a popular contender for Super Mario RPG fans. Side note, Geno did have a hat that was usable on Mii Fighters in Smash 4, but that was about it in regards to Super Mario RPG at the time. Anyway, the Kakomalo thing was one of those interesting rumors that was believed by many for a long time. From the research I've done, no one has come forward to take credit for creating this rumor, and despite people thinking these hats would come out since Geno and Doomguy were both announced as Mii costumes, their release dates came and went, and now DLC for Smash Ultimate has concluded, with these two hats now being considered nothing more than a community hoax.
Deus Ex predicted 9/11. The first Deus Ex game would come out on PC and PS2 in 2000 and spawn a franchise that has, for the most part, received critical and commercial acclaim, fitting nicely into the niche of the cyberpunk aesthetic in gaming. As these games take place in the future, events need to have occurred in the past leading up to the point in the story where the game takes place, and that's where something quite strange happens. Due to technical limitations at the time, the developers had trouble getting all of New York City to fit into the game's map, specifically when looking at it from a distance, with the iconic skyline of New York City and its many instantly identifiable and iconic structures. So, they decided to remove two of the most prominent buildings, most notably visible during the first mission of the game that takes place on Liberty Island. Now, in regards to real life and scale, the New York City Financial District skyline from the statue isn't really correct anyway, not to mention you can't even see Brooklyn past the Brooklyn Bridge, but I mean, this game takes place in the future, and of course the game has to take liberties with limitation. Also, the statue's not facing the right direction, but anyway, these two iconic buildings were removed because of this limitation with hardware, those of course being the World Trade Center towers. Now, removing such prominent buildings from the city's skyline couldn't just be done without a word, so an in-game reason for the absence was given: a terrorist attack. Now, this game, as previously stated, came out in 2000, so many believe it predicted 9/11. However, the World Trade Center had been the target of terrorist attacks in the past, most notably in 1993, when the towers were targeted in a bombing that took the lives of 6 people and injured thousands more. The towers had also been destroyed numerous times in other media, such as in a 1985 issue of The Uncanny X-Men, a 1994 episode of the animated Fantastic Four show, and way more times to count. I think that just goes to show how iconic the buildings really were. Considering it's been over 20 years since the attack, it's hard to remember just how prominent they were in media and how much was changed in media after their destruction. Specifically from them being edited out from movies and TV shows that were airing at the time, one of the most notable being the scene from the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie. Anyway, this is about Deus Ex, and of course it didn't predict anything, at least no more than any of the other media portrayals of the tower's destruction did, but it's still an interesting note in the history of gaming. Also, as a side note, in my research into the New York City skyline used in Deus Ex, I found a post from Steam user Ultimate Ruffles that states that the skyline used is actually a mirrored image of the skyline of Hell's Kitchen, located north of the financial district, out of sight if you are looking from Liberty Island. The image appears to be taken from across the Hudson River from New Jersey. My best guess at attempting to line up the skyline would be from City View Drive, which is right next to a 9/11 memorial, coincidentally enough. Reportedly, you couldn't actually see the World Trade Center from this location, meaning if this was the spot used for the game's skyline, that would make sense why the World Trade Center isn't visible. But anyway, I'm not from New York and I've only been there once, so if anyone can identify any features or make any comment on the matter, please do so, because it'd be cool to do one of those things where you're able to line up the exact spot that a photo was taken from. Nude Lara Croft. I think it's safe to say that anytime there's a female lead in a video game, some players get maybe just a bit too into them, if you know what I mean. It happened with Samus in Metroid, even in her 8-bit appearance, and it happened with Lara Croft. No matter how pixelated and low poly the character model is, the rumor of nude codes has existed for quite some time in gaming, but the Tomb Raider games turned these rumors up to 11. Be it codes on removing Lara Croft's clothing, challenges in-game, kinda like in Metroid, where if you finished the game in some absurd amount of time you'd be able to play as her wearing nothing, and so on. As usual, we've got magazines getting in on spreading the rumors, though this time it's not from Electronic Gaming Monthly. It's from a magazine in the UK called Computer and Video Games Magazine. In their April 1997 issue, they state that by using 2 controllers, if you press a button in the correct rhythm on the Player 2 controller, and use the Player 1 controller to move Lara to the rhythm by sidestepping about for 2 whole minutes, disco lights will appear and Lara will start dancing on her own. The screen will go black and boom, nude Lara Croft. That's absolutely insane. They also state that the best rhythm to input this code is by using the beat to the Spice Girls song Wannabe, which is just the icing on the cake. This, of course, was an April Fool's joke, but since the game was released on PC alongside the PlayStation and Sega Saturn, modders got to work making this nude code a reality, hosting the mod on a website called nuderaider.com, which would be shut down only months after its creation due to Tomb Raider developer Core Design taking legal action against the mod. Unfortunately, it seems any Wayback Machine snapshots of this site no longer work, so exploring it today seems to be impossible. In Tomb Raider 2, there's a cheat that causes Lara's model to explode, and many have speculated that this was so that developers can release a cheat claiming to be the nude code, only to fool players, but I've yet to find any real information behind this being the case. Either way, these nude models in gaming have certainly not gone anywhere, and if anything have only become much more prevalent, but you could probably just ask the Italian Senate all about that. Figures in single-player Garry's mod. This point is very similar to the Herobrine Minecraft point we talked about a while back. Garry's mod is a large, creative-based game using Valve's source engine to create some pretty amazing things. If you were on the internet at any time in the late 2000s, you probably saw some of those comedy videos that were created using Garry's mod. Anyway, these maps, especially in single player, are vast and typically empty. Some create a very liminal feeling space more than others, and sometimes, when you're in these spaces long enough exploring about, your eye can play tricks on you. Or maybe it wasn't your eye. Far off in the distance, around a corner, you could have sworn you saw someone or maybe something standing there, but just as quickly as you spotted it, it was gone. Many claim this started as a creepypasta back in the early 2010s, and many Steam forum posts discussing the phenomenon date to the late 2010s and early 2020s. Mods do exist in which you can explore maps that will have entities appear replicating these reports, but many claim that these exist in regular maps, most commonly on RP Downtown V2. While there is no proof within the files of the game that would imply any such figures actually exist, many reports, images, and videos do. Considering the creative aspect of Garry's mod, trusting any of these sources is totally up to you, but if you wish, maybe load up Garry's mod yourself and explore. Even if you don't see anything, the game will certainly make you feel as if you're being watched, and maybe, just maybe, something in the distance will catch your eye, but it was probably just playing tricks on you. There's nothing like that in Garry's mod. Opening all 3 llamas in a Fortnite match gives you a reward. Supply llamas, also known as loot llamas, are an item cache that appears in each match of Battle Royale. They were first introduced to the game in Season 3, where 3 of these llamas would spawn in random locations around the map, and upon opening them would drop stacks of all ammo types, except for rockets, stacks of building materials, and healing items. Due to the rarity of these llamas and complete random nature of how they spawn across the map, many rumors and hoaxes were created about unlocking a special skin or some insane amount of V-Bucks if a single player located all 3. Beyond this, in some more difficult variations of the rumor, you also had to win the game after finding all 3 llamas in order for the reward to be given. Considering how popular Fortnite has been and the amount of people streaming and recording their gameplay, it didn't take long for 3 llamas to be found, and, as expected, no reward upon finding 3 llamas. At the beginning of Season 9, the number of llamas that would spawn on the map would increase from 3 to 5, causing the rumors and hoaxes to start back up again, however, this time requiring the players to find all 5. This too has since been proven to be nothing more than a baseless rumor. That evil farming game. Okay, I really love this point. So, basically back in April of 2013, a post was made to the subreddit Tip of My Joystick, which is a spin-off of Tip of My Tongue, in which people use Reddit to try to find a song they don't know the name of, or a movie, or an actor, or really anything. A Reddit user going by the name Sparta213 tells of a game they found. The game is described as a Stardew Valley-esque farming game, however, there's a subplot in which you kill your wife and have to keep the town from discovering the murder. As the game progresses, you can play minigames and continue maintaining your farm, and occasionally the police will come by to search your property, and you need to hide the corpse. Years later, another post was made to Tip of My Joystick in December of 2018, and was made by a user going by David Spade AMA.
This post was very similar to the one previously discussed, stating that they were simply looking for an old game that they had played in which you take on the role of a farmer who then kills their wife, and your objective, alongside farming, was to keep anyone in the town from knowing about it. Long discussions followed both of these posts, both full of questions and suggestions as to what the game could actually be. One user even claimed to potentially have the game on an old laptop hard drive, which, I mean, we've all heard that a million times and led to no further developments, as you'd expect. These posts attracted moderate attention until it was featured in various YouTube videos about strange Reddit posts, including one by Nexpo who does really amazing creepy video analysis. YouTuber Wang would also make various videos discussing the mystery, and that's where I personally first heard about it. After many long hours and days and weeks and months of searching, it would eventually be found that at some point during a stream by YouTuber Vinesauce Joel, well before the initial 2013 Reddit post, Joel would go on to jokingly make up a game in which, as a farmer, you kill your wife and have to keep the murder hidden while you continue maintaining your farm. After this clip was found and it was spread about the now created That Evil Farming Game subreddit, as well as Tip of My Joystick, messages would eventually get back to Sparta213, the one who made the first post regarding the game, and they too would eventually come to the realization that this video was possibly the source of this entire mystery. They claimed that they would habitually watch YouTube videos as they slept, much like many of us do, and that possibly between some strange between-sleep state, were listening to this Vinesauce video discussing this idea of an evil farming game, and in some strange way, it stayed in their memory. I guess that kind of thing is normal. I have some strange memories from childhood that now looking back I'm certain were just dreams, but I can remember them so clearly that they feel real. But anyway, that's the story of the evil farming game, at least for the moment. Nexpo did a great video on this early on, and Wang, as I mentioned, has a few videos with updates as the investigation went on, with the conclusion I just spoke about at the end. So check that out if you want the whole story about this internet mystery. The Children of Goldshire. There was a time when World of Warcraft was one of the biggest video games in the world. I, at the time, was much too invested in RuneScape and was a kid whose parents probably wouldn't want to pay the $15 a month for a single video game. It was hard enough to convince them to buy me RuneScape membership at $5 a month. But I think that really just came down to the fact that back then, paying for things online always seemed like scams, but anyway. World of Warcraft was huge, and in its massive, sprawling world and millions of players, strange and bizarre events were bound to be discovered, and one of these strange oddities were the Children of Goldshire. While playing on the side of the Alliance in a small cabin near Mirror Lake, every day at 7 AM server time, a group of 6 children would appear. These children are Aaron, Dana, Cameron, John, Lisa, and Jose. From this house, these 6 children will walk around Elwyn Forest, seemingly on a set path. This path takes the children from the cabin all the way to Stormwind City and back. This entire cycle takes about 40 minutes, in which the 6 children return to the room they initially spawned in. The strange thing about the NPCs is that they always stand around each other in a shape that's often referred to by those investigating this mystery as a pentagram, with one of the children, usually Cameron, being in the middle. Upon returning to the room, the 5 children will circle around the center child, while some strange and eerie music and sounds can be heard. And, upon the clock reaching 8 AM, exactly an hour after the children appeared, they vanish. This mystery stood for some years, but finally, Blizzard spoke on the matter, stating that the children's formations wasn't actually meant to be a pentagram or any sort of satanic implications at all, and that the 6 children were a reference to Blizzard employees Aaron Keller, Dana Jan, John Statz, Jose Alo, Lisa Schooner, and Cameron Lamprecht. Fallout 3 Numbers Stations. Fallout 3 was groundbreaking upon its release, and its massive open world that changes based off decisions you make was bound to stir up rumors and myths. One of these rumors centers around Galaxy News Radio, which is easily the most popular radio station in the game, both in-universe and in the player base. Part of that comes from the charismatic DJ 3Dog, who you can actually meet as you progress through the game, and since you can meet him, that also means, if you so wish, you can choose to kill him. I'd be willing to bet a very large majority of the players don't do this, but if you do, Three Dog will be replaced by a technician named Margaret, who takes over the DJ position. Now, in regards to this point on the Iceberg regarding the number stations, first you do have to kill Three Dog, but along with this, you also need to make sure you don't complete the mission Galaxy News Radio, in which you boost the signal power to the radio station. After doing these steps, occasionally the signal for Galaxy News Radio will cut out and be replaced with another station, a station that will play either Morse code or occasionally someone reading off a string of numbers in a monotone voice, who sounds like Three Dog, despite him being dead. While the numbers being read off by the number stations have perplexed those invested in the mystery, the messages in Morse code have been decoded, and many believe are predictions of future events. While some of these predictions have come and gone proving to be false, some of the predictions have been true. The biggest false prediction has to be, quote, "The Queen has died today. The world mourns, as on days like this, we are all Brits." The date given to this quote was March 19th, 2014, however, Queen Elizabeth would die on September 8th, 2022. One of the correct predictions would be, quote, "Accident in the Gulf. Oil spill apparently averted," which predicted the date of April 20th, 2010, when the BP oil spill happened and was initially claimed to be a non-issue, hence the oil spill apparently averted line. While this whole thing sounds quite amazing, it actually all ended up just being a creepypasta. From what I can tell, it was written in 2012, or at least that's the earliest reference I can find to it online, but it may even be earlier, but I don't believe it's earlier than 2010, given the correct predictions in the story versus the incorrect ones. Or maybe because of these predictions, the timeline we're on has shifted, so these predicted events will no longer occur, because it predicted one of them right. Or it's, just a creepypasta. Squall is dead. While most myths and rumors about games focus on secret items, locations, characters, or something else meant to be found and unlocked, this rumor has much more to do with the story itself. Throughout the first quarter or so of Final Fantasy VIII, the game progresses as normal, with Squall working with a military mercenary force known as Seed for the country of Balam. Early in the game, after the sorceress Adia is appointed the ruler of the militaristic country of Galbadia, Squall and his team confront her, only for him to be pierced through his upper chest with an ice shard by the powerful sorceress. Squall then awakens in a cell, completely healed of his wounds and with zero pain, and from here, the game takes a change in many ways. The first is immediate. The beginning of the game has Squall in a similar situation, waking up in the infirmary of Balam Garden after a duel with his rival Cypher, in which he received a gash across his face, resulting in Squall's notable scar. Upon waking up, Squall is in evident pain, and the player can even choose to say so when they're asked how they're feeling. Upon waking up from his wound from Sorceress Adia, however, there is no wound, despite it piercing through his body, and no pain either. Some believe that Sorceress Adia could have used her immense power to heal Squall in order to interrogate him, but considering his low position with Seed, and Edia's capture of Kistis, a much more seasoned member of Seed with much more knowledge and information, it seems that the need to keep Squall around wouldn't really be necessary. Next is his role in the story and relationship with other characters, as he's suddenly the center of everything that happens from here on out. Now, of course you can say it's because he's the main character, but contrasting how he was earlier in the story, there's certainly a major shift. Another notable point is Rinoa. Before the confrontation with Adia, she's very much interested in Cypher, though after Squall awakens from his wound, she doesn't mention him and instead focuses her attention entirely on Squall. There's a lot more, but to not make this point go on for too much longer, I'll get to the point that really made people believe this theory. Squall's fight with Adia, resulting in him getting impaled, closes Disc 1, and the rest of the game has a much more fantastical sci-fi tone compared to the grounded aspects of the first disc, at least in regard to Final Fantasy games. After the final confrontation with Ultimecia, who was attempting to absorb the entirety of space-time, Squall views moments of his life throughout the game flashing before his eyes, as the images get more and more blurred and distorted, followed by the one image that this entire theory is based around: Squall, with a hole where his face should be. Many believe this moment is Squall accepting his death after seeing all of the memories of his life. Everything that happened after the impalement was his mind trying to piece together what would happen after. seeing him become the leader of Seed, defeat Ultimecia, saving the entire universe, and then accepting death. Now, there's a lot more to this theory, and I've actually rewritten this point multiple times to try to shorten it up. Trust me, it was much longer before, so hopefully I've summarized it well, and if you wish to go a bit more in depth, there are multiple videos covering it, with the shortest one being 9 minutes long. Check out YouTuber Final Fantasy Union's great video on the theory for an excellent in-depth explanation. To close this point out, in 2017, Kotaku interviewed series developer Yoshinori Kitase and mentioned the Squall is dead theory. In response, he stated that Squall was stabbed in the shoulder, and that he wasn't dead, but that, quote, is a very interesting idea, so if we ever do a remake of Final Fantasy VIII, I might go along with that story in mind. Zoo Level in Accounting Plus. Accounting is a VR game created by developers Crows and Squanch Games, released in 2016 with an updated version of the game, Accounting Plus, releasing in 2017. The game is an absolutely bizarre adventure through strange worlds and has humor similar to Rick and Morty, which makes sense considering Justin Roiland was one of the directors behind the game, alongside William Pugh, who was one of the creators of the Stanley Parable. At the 2017 Game Awards, the two presented Accounting Plus, and a secret zoo level within the game was mentioned, in which they state that it would be incredibly difficult for players to find, and, well, they weren't wrong. Leading up to the release of Accounting Plus, numerous hints at the zoo level could be found in both the release trailer as well as an email sent to those on the Crows email list that had coded messages hidden within referring to the hidden zoo level. As these mysteries typically go, a Discord server and subreddit were both created so those interested in the mystery could post and discuss findings, but this is where things get really weird. Basically, to summarize, a member named Swampy Cornelius makes accusations against William Pugh, and the whole zoo level thing starts to become an ARG, or alternate reality game. Swampy Cornelius snuck outside Crows headquarters and took a picture of a whiteboard that claimed that they were harvesting tadpoles. Later, an update came out called the Water Park Update, which brought a new level to the game. This, of course, wasn't the zoo level, but it was very much about the zoo level, as there's a massive link chart with many of the references and coded messages relating to the zoo level that have been released up until that point. Even Swampy Cornelius makes an appearance, and the Discord server is even mentioned, so at this point it's pretty obvious that this whole zoo level thing is part of the story. But it's honestly quite unique and interactive, so I do have to give it props for that. If you've seen my YouTube Iceberg video, you'd know that ARGs are massive and very popular, and to my knowledge, I've yet to see a game incorporate one such as this, or at least to this extent. Now, there is a lot more to this whole thing. I really just summarized a small portion of it. In the December 2018 H3 podcast, episode 99, Justin Roiland reconfirms that the zoo level does indeed exist, and that it's simply so well hidden that it hadn't been found yet, but could this really be the case? At this point, it's easy to think that this was all just a massive trolling attempt, and everything found, even in data mining that referenced the zoo level, were red herrings. From what I can find, the last real discovery happened back in April of 2020, and is a link to Crows website that simply reads, "Please water." And really, that's about it. Even the secret zoo level subreddit has been quiet for nearly a year, with a small poll hosted asking the subreddit if they think the zoo level exists at all, with over 2/3 of the vote being no. There's honestly a lot to this mystery that would have made this point alone over 10 minutes long that I had to leave out, so if you want a more in-depth look, check out YouTuber Redlefactor's video covering the mystery in much more detail. Delfino Plaza in Mario Odyssey. Super Mario Sunshine holds a special place in the hearts of many gamers, and its legacy can still be felt today. When it was announced that the Nintendo Switch would be getting a fully 3D Super Mario adventure in the same style as Super Mario 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy, fans were ecstatic, as it had been nearly 7 years since the last true 3D Mario game. Considering the location takes place all across the world, incorporating a location such as Isle Delfino would make sense. However, it wasn't in the base game, and DLC for Nintendo games are never quite as grand as they are from other developers, but players still held out hope that maybe something would come soon.
In 2017, a Japanese advertisement for the game featured a world map that many assumed would be the game world, and on this map, an interesting island stood out in the shape of a dolphin, getting everyone hyped for the potential of Isle Delfino making a return in Super Mario Odyssey. Well, eventually, a free DLC came out in the form of a shirt that Mario could wear featuring shine sprites all over it. And the shirt, fittingly enough, was called the Sunshine Shirt, and the glasses were called the Sunshine Glasses. Considering this outfit screamed Super Mario Sunshine, was this a tease of something more potentially on the horizon? Well, some sharp-eyed players eventually caught something within the game itself. When observing the globe of the world within the game, when looking at just the right angle just above the Mushroom Kingdom appears to be a landmass that is now blue, but vaguely has the famous dolphin shape of Isle Delfino. Could this be the island shaded blue to keep it hidden until DLC came out? Was it originally in the game but scrapped and this was just a poor attempt at removing it from the world map? As we previously saw in that Japanese advertisement, this strange blue landmark was in the exact same spot that Isle Delfino seemingly appeared on in that advertisement. The pot was stirred once again in May of 2018 when a video uploaded by YouTuber Uncle Who Works at Nintendo uploaded a video that seemingly showed 8 seconds of Mario from Mario Odyssey standing in Delfino Plaza. However, this was eventually deemed to be a hoax. Well, as expected, nothing came about on the matter until August of 2019, when Nintendo made a Twitter post with a picture of Mario in summer clothing eating a watermelon that read, "Even Mario needs a little summer vacation. No matter where your summer odyssey took you, we hope it was filled with sunshine." Using words such as this, you would think Nintendo was really just trolling at this point. As of this video, Mario has yet to return to Isle Delfino in Odyssey, and players are still waiting for that DLC. But now, with Super Mario Wonder, it seems that ship has sailed. Marty the Thwomp. Despite its popularity, Mario Kart as well as the other Mario spin-off games never seem to have as many rumors or hoaxes as the mainline games. There is one rumor, however, from Mario Kart 64 that has cemented itself in video game legend. On the track Bowser's Castle, among the various lava pits, fire-breathing statues, and thwomps trying to get in your way, one thwomp is locked away behind bars. Though the history of this rumor is unknown, around the mid-2000s, rumors started circulating that you could free this thwomp, affectionately referred to as Marty by fans, and gain a new playable character. Mario Kart 64, lacking any sort of real unlockable rewards that were visible to players, pushed them to hunt high and low throughout the game for any sort of secrets, and Marty became a prime suspect. On April 1st, 2007, a video was uploaded to YouTube by user Clay McElveen demonstrating exactly how to unlock Marty, and the video was quite convincing, especially for 2007. Here are the steps that the video demonstrates on how to unlock Marty. While playing as Bowser on Bowser's Castle track, race as normal until you reach the giant Bowser statue. Drive around the statue counterclockwise 3 times. From here, drive through the course in the opposite direction going against the oncoming carts until you reach the statue again. This time, drive around the statue clockwise 3 times, then, once again, drive through the course in the opposite direction of the oncoming carts until you reach Marty's cell. Upon reaching the cell, the bars should rise and Marty will be free, unlocking the thwomp as a playable character. In my opinion, this is a great looking video, at least for 2007, and considering it's being recorded off a camcorder pointed at a TV. While I can't speak for how difficult it is to replicate something like this in 2007, a fair amount of people fell for the hoax, at least until they realized that the video was uploaded on April Fool's Day. Golden Warthog. From the Scarab Gun to soccer balls hidden on maps, the Halo series is full of many legends and myths, and with a game that has dozens of Easter eggs and hidden secrets, for as many that are true, there are twice as many hoaxes. The Warthog is, of course, the famous vehicle from the Halo series and is the very first vehicle you take control of in the entire series. Modified versions of the vehicle have been the subject of rumor since the very first game, but in Halo 2, an interesting advertisement convinced many that it was hinting to a special golden warthog that can be obtained within the game, but how to do so was left for players to discover. This led to numerous false leads, including, of course, making elaborate guides on how to unlock the Golden Warthog, only to be led to nothing. There's actually a great video dating back to April of 2006 in which some players convinced some kids on unlocking the Golden Warthog, only to string them along multiple convoluted steps. It's a great time capsule to a long-gone era of gaming, and certainly fits into the time of which it was uploaded, which I consider to be the golden age of YouTube. Fortunately, the Golden Warthog rumor doesn't end here, as in Halo 2 Anniversary, the Golden Warthog, also referred to as the Civilian Warthog, can be placed on maps using the Forge map editor tool, so that's pretty awesome and a great way for this rumor to come full circle. All Bonds cheat. As we discussed with Sonic and Tails and Melee, and on numerous other points, Electronic Gaming Monthly are the kings of creating convincing rumors that really catch on. Electronic Gaming Monthly issue 105 of April 1998 would put out a convincing rumor for the N64's award-winning 007 GoldenEye. This rumor states that there's a way to unlock playable versions of other actors who played James Bond before GoldenEye's Pierce Brosnan. Through an incredibly difficult challenge, this cheat would unlock Sean Connery, Timothy Dalton, Roger Moore, and George Lazenby as they each appeared when playing James Bond. EGM provided the following steps in order to unlock the All Bonds cheat. First, you must have the Aztec stage unlocked, which is done by beating every other level of the game on Secret Agent difficulty. Next, you need to access the 007 difficulty, which is unlocked by beating every stage in the game on 00 Agent, the hardest difficulty. The 007 difficulty is unique in that it allows you to adjust many parameters within the game, from enemy accuracy, health, damage, and more. Now, with the Aztec stage and 007 difficulty unlocked, set enemy health to 200%, enemy damage to 100%, enemy accuracy to 100%, and enemy reaction speed to 100%. With all these settings in place, you must now complete the Aztec stage in under 9 minutes. Much like EGM's punishingly difficult method for unlocking Sonic and Tails and Melee, anyone who succeeds in this incredibly difficult task would only find disappointment after putting themselves through such a difficult ordeal. No Bonds to be found, no Sean Connery, not even George Lazenby as a consolation prize. With this, many would consider All Bonds to be nothing but a hoax, but there's actually more to this rumor. Quite a bit more. You see, the possibility of other Bonds being in the game didn't start with Electronic Gaming Monthly. It started with the game's manual. That's right, since the game's release, a hint to other Bonds being available in the game was right under the nose of anyone who purchased the game, as within this manual, in a picture portraying multiplayer gameplay, you can clearly see Sean Connery in his famous white suit with the red rose from the movie Goldfinger. Something was going on here. There's Sean Connery right there in the manual, so the All Bonds cheat has to have some truth to it, but despite countless attempts at various challenges, nothing would turn up. The truth behind the All Bonds cheat would perplex gamers for over 2 decades, until finally, in 2020, Martin Hollis, the game's director, would shine some light on this 23-year-old mystery. During development of GoldenEye, Martin Hollis recalled that they were given full reign to use any and all aspects of the James Bond license, from weapons, characters, gadgets, really anything from the franchise. The first thought on the team's mind was implementing all iterations of James Bond, considering the famous spy had been depicted by a handful of actors over the years. It was decided that Sean Connery, Timothy Dalton, and Roger Moore would be put in the game right beside the newest actor to portray James Bond, Pierce Brosnan. It was also decided that they'd leave out George Lazenby, as is tradition. As the game's release date approached and more complete versions of the game were demonstrated to be finalized, the lawyers for the game's developer Rare stepped in and voiced concerns over the addition of the other actors portraying James Bond. While, yes, the team did indeed have access to the entirety of the James Bond franchise, that didn't necessarily include the likeness of actors who portrayed those characters. Not wanting to deal with the potential legal trouble that could possibly arise from including their likeness, access to the characters was removed.
Considering the game was late in development, removal simply meant removing access within the game itself, but the files for the characters remained hidden on the cartridge until the day came when data mining became something anyone with a computer and some know-how can pull off. Thanks to some data miners at the Rare Witch Project forums, the models were able to be located and re-implemented back into the game and are completely playable, so now, even you can download this ROM of GoldenEye and this rumor can become fact. Play as Nitrous Oxide in Crash Team Racing. Crash Team Racing is a kart racing spin-off to the Crash Bandicoot series, much like Mario Kart, Diddy Kong Racing, and other mascot racing games. In Crash Team Racing, Nitrous Oxide is the final boss who you must beat in a one-on-one race and is much like Master Hand in that he's an unplayable, larger character who has unique abilities outside the primary roster of playable characters. As we all should know by now, situations like this always spawn playground rumors involving unlocking the character. The most common method to unlock Nitrous Oxide is as follows. First, collect all of the platinum relics within the game by beating all of the relic races. Next, compete in the final race against Nitrous Oxide, defeat all of the entropy ghosts in a specific order that most guides never seem to say exactly which order, defeat all of the Nitrous Oxide ghosts in an order that once again is vague, and lastly enter the code right circle triangle, left down circle, triangle, left, while holding L1 and R1 on the main menu. Doing all of these steps is said to unlock Nitrous Oxide as a playable character, however, this is all a hoax, but luckily with the power of GameShark, you can indeed play as Nitrous Oxide, though it's a bit buggy and crashes the game fairly often, kinda like playing as Master Hand in Super Smash. A remastered version of the game called Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled came out on the PS5, Switch, and Xbox One in June of 2019, and in this version, Nitrous Oxide is an unlockable character, bringing this whole myth full circle. Pikachu hates Sony. Hey You Pikachu is quite a strange and unique game. The first game I often think of just using a microphone to interact with a character in a game is that strange Sega Dreamcast game Seaman, but Hey You Pikachu actually came out a year before. The game is basically a more advanced version of a virtual pet like Tamagotchi or Gigapet, in which you can talk to Pikachu, play minigames, and basically just form a bond with your digital companion. The fact that a microphone peripheral was included just to play this game seems a bit excessive, but I suppose a game like this is all about the immersion. This is the only game in the West that was released that even used this microphone, but one other game in Japan made use of it, and it's honestly a pretty interesting one. Densha Dego 64, or translated to English, Let's Go by Train 64, is a train simulator game that, alongside the microphone, also used a special train conductor controller made by Taito, but anyway, back to Hey You Pikachu. The game has a 256-word database that's capable of detecting spoken words by the player that Pikachu then responds or reacts to. Players, of course, couldn't help themselves from saying rather inappropriate things to Pikachu, I'm sure, and eventually it was found that certain things would actually make Pikachu upset. One of the most circulated and believed rumors at the time was that saying Sony or PlayStation into the microphone would cause Pikachu to get angry. While I have found sources that claim that Sony and PlayStation aren't words that the game recognizes within its word bank, I can't find a complete list of those 256 words or phrases that are indeed compatible, though I did find a Japanese word list which has a reported 594 compatible words and phrases on it, though Sony and PlayStation are not on that list. Some have simply deducted that when you say Sony or PlayStation, Pikachu is simply hearing something else and reacting to what it thinks you're saying instead. Or Pikachu probably does just really hate Sony. Mortal Kombat SNES Blood Code. The console war between the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis Mega Drive was unlike any other. Sega was constantly taking jabs at Nintendo through commercial advertising, and Nintendo, at first, wasn't really too worried. They had been the company to revive the North American console market after the crash of 1983, so who was this Sega company to come along thinking they could just push them around? Though off to a bit of a slow start in 1989, the Sega Genesis Mega Drive was slowly catching up to Nintendo's large market share, and in 1991, when Sonic the Hedgehog was first released, Sega was really picking up steam and Nintendo was starting to notice. During the early 90s, video games were starting to get a bit too real for some people's liking. When video games went from looking like this to this over the course of just 10 years, the question of the impact that violence in video games had on children was starting to grow. And the game that many contribute with the start of this debate was Mortal Kombat, released to arcades in 1992. The game featured blood and gore not quite seen yet at that time, and parents and politicians noticed. But where it matters in this discussion is in the home market. In 1993, Mortal Kombat would be ported to the Super Nintendo and the Genesis Mega Drive, and upon release, Nintendo censored all of the blood and gore. Now, this wasn't the first real controversy between Nintendo and Sega in regards to mature content in video games, and contrary to popular belief, Mortal Kombat wasn't the only game responsible for the creation of video game ratings across the world, such as ESRB, PEGI, and Sero, as Sega CD's Night Trap with its realism and Lethal Enforcers with its bright blue light gun both contributed to the controversy, among many other games. Anyway, back to the whole blood code thing. The Genesis Mega Drive version of Mortal Kombat was indeed censored, but with the little help of a famous code, ABACABB, or ABACAB, all of the blood and fatalities were yours. Despite any discussions about this in courtrooms or Senate hearings, this was the ultimate ammunition to kids in schoolyards all over who were arguing in favor of Sega having the better console over Nintendo. Now, they had the superior version of a game, and there was nothing any of the Nintendo kids could say to argue. Sega had blood, Nintendo didn't. Simple as that. Rumors of a Super Nintendo blood code existing dominated lunch table rumors ever since, or, as we all expect, completing some insane challenge in order to unlock the blood. Unfortunately, there is no blood in the first Mortal Kombat game on Super Nintendo. However, in Mortal Kombat 2 and 3 and every game since, they did bring the blood back, so at least there's that. YouTuber Gaming Historian has an excellent video discussing the creation of the ESRB and discussing Mortal Kombat, Lethal Enforcers, Night Trap, and the reactions to these games at the time, and all of the Senate hearings that happened. It's quite a watch, and I certainly recommend it, so check that out. Chunky Kong Assist Trophy. Leading up to the release of Super Smash Bros. 4, E3 2014 held an event hosted by IGN and Nintendo featuring a 25-minute demo of the game, showing off new characters, game modes, items, stages, and much more. During this event, it was also announced that select Best Buy stores would have a playable demo for guests to play. Here's where our Chunky Kong Assist Trophy comes in. On a forum site called smashboards.com, user Wildvine47 reportedly visited their local Best Buy in Schaumburg, Illinois, and played the demo. Wildvine claimed to have seen a Chunky Kong Assist Trophy in a round that they had played, stating that Chunky Kong would ground pound the floor, causing bananas to fall from the sky, which would damage opponents they'd hit. The rumor really had no way of being verified, as of course, the game had yet to come out. Also, in order to verify this on your own by going to Best Buy, you'd have to rely on the randomness of items, as, at least to my knowledge, Item Switch wasn't available in the demo. This means that on top of waiting for an assist trophy to drop, you'd have to be lucky enough for Chunky Kong to be who spawns from it out of all the other possible options. Simply put, the rumor would turn out to be false when the game was released in September of 2014, and in December, Wildvine would admit on the forum that they had fabricated the rumor. Wildvine stated that they did so to see which fake leaks would include it, and for personal amusement. Not much really more to it than that, though. Dream Daddy Cult Ending. Dream Daddy, a dad dating simulator, is a 2017 visual novel created by the people behind the Game Grumps YouTube channel. Basically, you date various single fathers and progress through the game making various choices that impact your relationship with them for better or worse, resulting in many different endings for each of the characters you can choose to pursue. This point refers to an ending centering around the character Joseph. Joseph is a youth minister at a church who you can choose to romance throughout the game.
The dating scenes, and the entirety of the game in general for that matter, is very much rooted in reality, and Joseph's route is no exception. Or at least, that's what was believed by fans at first. Shortly after the game's release, a Tumblr user by the name Not Your Dream Dad discovered code for the game that showed the existence of a removed ending that was hidden deep within the files of the game. After learning of this secret ending, many players would try tirelessly to unlock it in-game, constantly going through Joseph's route and trying every possible combination of choices to make it happen, only to hit a brick wall. Eventually, fans would put together numerous assets from the game, many unused, and compile what the cult ending would have been had it still existed in the original game. Due to the popularity of this mysterious secret ending, the developers put it back in the game officially as an Easter egg with a message stating that it's entirely non-canonical and was made simply for fun. Now, onto the ending itself. Dubbed Escape from Margarita Zone as well as the cult ending, this ending starts with your character waking up in a dungeon after passing out on Joseph's yacht. Chained up and unable to free yourself, Joseph appears, telling you that he's responsible for all the single dads in the town of Maple Bay, and that everything he is doing is for something that lies deep beneath the sea, just as his ancestors had done before him. This is the only ending in the game that delves into this kind of horror, verging on a bad ending on par with other visual novels. Though the developers say it's not canon, the symbol that's revealed to be of the cult does appear in the game multiple times, as well as a few other hints to this ending. So really what it comes down to is whether or not the cult itself is canon and just the ending isn't canon, and whether or not Joseph is really a member of the cult or not, because Joseph could still be a cult member and maybe just the ending itself isn't canon but everything else is. Or, I don't know, the developers are honestly really vague about it, and they very much go out of their way to say it's not canon, so I guess for now it's still up in the air. Play as Master Hand. Master Hand has been a recurring villain in the Super Smash Bros. Series since the very beginning, and like most big bosses in fighting games, they're often unable to be played as. Starting on the Nintendo 64, I think we all know by now that rumors ran rampant in this game, from Goku to Darth Vader to nearly any action character you can think of. There was some absurd guide on how to unlock them. Master Hand was no different. Luckily, there was a way to play as Master Hand, as well as other non-playable characters like Metal Mario, Giant DK, and any Polygon fighter with the use of a Game Shark. With a simple code, basically any fighter can be used, though with the possibility of various side effects. Next, for Super Smash Bros. Melee, on top of using Action Replay, there is a glitch method in which you can play as Master Hand. With the controller connected into port 3, you can trick the game into proceeding to the stage selection screen from the character select screen, without actually selecting a character, through the name entry selection. By doing this, the game automatically loads the first character ID in the game's code, and that just so happens to be Master Hand. If it was any other character, this glitch would simply load them, but because it's Master Hand, it works, but again, side effects within the game, including crashing, may occur. Outside mods, he doesn't appear to be playable in Brawl or Smash 4, but in Smash Ultimate, he's playable in the World of Light story mode in the stage before the final battle. Scrupulous Fingor. In April of 2021, Twitter user Cut and Obscure Video Game Content shared an interesting tweet. The tweet reads, quote, "In the files for New Super Mario Bros. DS, there's a fully coded, unused ghost enemy referred to as Scrupulous Fingor. When asked about the enemy in an interview, Miyamoto disregarded the question, seeming unusually upset. This tweet managed to get quite a bit of attention, and many videos and even fan art were made of this character based off the image that Cut and Obscure Video Game Content posted alongside the initial tweet. This all happened during a time when video game assets, specifically from Nintendo, were being leaked on a monthly basis, because of the Giggle leak and all that, so it's easy to see where people got really excited over this one. However, it was found to be a hoax. The Twitter account that posted this actually has a bunch of other tweets that are quite hilarious, and upon scrolling for a short while, it becomes quite evident that this account is something of a parody of other short gaming fact posters, kind of like Did You Know Gaming and other similar content creators like that. Like, there's a post on this Twitter account from May 3rd, 2021 that reads, quote, "As part of Nintendo's push for online services on the Wii, one of the many applications they made was the now offline Wii Woo, which would contact emergency services immediately upon startup. Nintendo stated to only use it in a real Wii emergency." This is actually hilarious, and there are many more on this Twitter account that are just as funny. I think the reason Scrupulous Fingor got so much attention was, unlike the Wii Woo thing, Scrupulous Fingor seems much more plausible and more in line with other discoveries that were coming from various Nintendo leaks at the time, so it's easy to see why people really latched onto it. Tetrabit Gaming does a really great video discussing the whole thing, so check that out for more. Purple Yoshi in Yoshi's Story. Any game that features various characters or variations of characters are always prime targets for rumors and hoaxes to be created, just because of how easy it is to do. In Yoshi's Story for the Nintendo 64, you can play as a rainbow of different colored Yoshis. Upon reaching 100% completion in the game, you'd find that green, yellow, pink, red, dark blue, light blue, black, and white Yoshi were all available for you to play. But those with a keen eye would notice something from the very beginning that was strangely missing. A purple Yoshi. Considering that black and white Yoshi both required special conditions to be unlocked, many thought that would also be the case for purple Yoshi. Other colors were speculated to exist within the game as well, but purple seemed to be the most popular, probably because of its inclusion within the game's cutscenes. One of the most popular methods to unlock Purple Yoshi was to collect every heart coin in every level. You can find multiple videos online of people accomplishing this task, however, no sign of a Purple Yoshi. It seems that people were at least on the right track, however, as early pre-release gameplay of Yoshi's Story does indeed show a Purple Yoshi as being playable, as well as a brown Yoshi, so maybe someday this beta version will be found, and we can enjoy all these long-lost Yoshi. Shadow BB. Much like the Purple Guy animatronic that we discussed earlier, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, being the first sequel to the incredibly popular series, would have other hoaxes made around it, and considering the eeriness of the animatronics, the potential for more to be hidden throughout the game was certainly possible. This is where Shadow BB comes in. BB stands for Balloon Boy, who's an animatronic that was first introduced in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Released on Steam on November 11th, 2014, an Android and iOS port would be released only a few days later, and immediately players would start dissecting the game looking for any possible hints at new potential lore and secrets hidden within. While the Purple Guy animatronic was hoaxed pretty quickly after the release of the game, Shadow Balloon Boy would first show up in January of 2015 in the form of either a video or a screenshot showing a creepy shadow version of Balloon Boy. I say video or screenshot because, from my research, the original video, if there is one, is lost, and the earliest source I can find is a video uploaded by YouTuber Pretty Grumpy Bear from January 17th, 2015, which is the month that the Shadow Balloon Boy reports were said to have started. Pretty Grumpy Bear claims that they were tweeted a screenshot of Shadow Balloon Boy by Twitter user MilokVey, asking if they thought it was real, though this account appears to have been deleted. Pretty Grumpy Bear also shows some video links to some videos discussing Shadow Balloon Boy, both of these videos dating to December of 2014 and one dating to January 4th of 2015, though all three of these videos have been deleted. All of these sources reported that Shadow Balloon Boy was exclusive to the Android version of the game, and honestly, this wasn't out of the question early on, as many secrets are hidden within these games, such as Shadow Bonnie, which is legitimate. So, other Shadow characters weren't out of the question, but considering how long the game has been out now, Shadow BB, as well as other hoax animatronics, have long been debunked. Or, maybe, the very specific circumstances to make them appear just haven't been found. Islamic chanting in Ocarina of Time's Fire Temple. Over the years, this has become one of the most famous points of discussion in regards to Ocarina of Time.
The earliest versions of the game feature music in the Fire Temple that has chanting that reportedly have lines from an Islamic prayer from the Quran. Later versions of the game would change the chanting to a more generic-sounding vocal orchestral sample. The reason for this has often been reported to be due to backlash from the Islamic community, though no real reports from the time of Ocarina of Time's release seem to support this claim. Anyway, here's the breakdown on this whole chanting thing. Ocarina of Time, as it was released for the Nintendo 64, has 3 versions, versions 1.0, 1.1, and 1.2. By performing a glitch known as the crooked cartridge trick, you can check which version you have, as well as the date of which the version was finalized. An interesting thing to note here is that all 3 of these versions have completion dates prior to the release date of Ocarina of Time in any territory. This means that changes made to later versions were done before Nintendo released the game, meaning these changes were made before the public even had access to them. There isn't really much known as to why this was done, but it appears that Nintendo eventually realized the potential issue and updated the games as they were being manufactured, though why they didn't withhold the earlier versions with the Islamic chanting is anyone's guess. But it may have just been that so many copies were already finished, and financially it would have been a big ordeal to go back and replace them. Ultimately, Nintendo didn't seem to face any repercussions from this, but players certainly did notice over time. It was later discovered that the voice sample used in the original Fire Temple theme came from an audio sampling CD simply called Voice Spectral, which has samples featured in various other Ocarina of Time tracks as well as other games. The infamous chanting used in the Fire Temple is simply referred to as Track 76 on the CD. This chanting track was also used in the Nintendo 64 port of Cruisin' World on the Cairo Cruisin' stage. The track was used again in an Xbox game called Kakuto Chojin Back Alley Brutal. The ironic thing is that while Ocarina of Time and Cruisin' World didn't seem to have any issue from using these samples, Kakuto Chojin was pulled from shelves specifically because of the voice samples and was never re-released again, making it one of the more obscure and slightly rare games on the original Xbox. Shenlong. Once again, we've got another rumor from Electronic Gaming Monthly magazine. In Street Fighter II, every character has various lines of dialogue that they'll say after a fight. In many of the earlier versions of Street Fighter II on Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, and Arcade, Ryu will occasionally say, "You must defeat Shenlong to stand a chance." Many believed that this quote was hinting to a secret character of some kind named Shenlong that had to be found, sort of like Reptile, though this happened quite a few months before the release of Mortal Kombat. With this rumor spreading about as they often do, Electronic Gaming Monthly decided to have a little fun with it and make a post in their mail letter section of the magazine, posing as a reader submitting proof that they had found Shenlong. The post claims that first you must play through the entire game as Ryu and not take a single hit of damage. Next, once you reach M. Bison, you must not take any damage or deal any damage to M. Bison, having the round end in a draw 10 times. After this, Shenlong would appear and throw M. Bison out of the stage and challenge you to a 1-round fight. Shenlong would have the special attacks of every character in the game and have increased speed and attack damage. To attempt to make the challenge a bit more obvious as a joke, they added a special thanks to someone named W.A. Stokens, which reads a bit like waste tokens, from Fold Again Ha, or Fold Again Ha. I think that the Ha is supposed to be like a state, but there is no state, that's HA, so yeah. Well, anyway, despite this, the magazine reportedly received tons of letters from arcade owners and players who were upset and claimed that the challenge was way too difficult. Which is kind of funny because if it was real, it's not like it's EGM's fault, and if they're complaining it's too difficult, then they didn't actually complete the challenge, but maybe they're just mad they wasted quarters. Reportedly, this Shenlong rumor became so widespread that Capcom's North American branch changed their phone's introductory message to address the hoax, in that if anyone was calling about it, to call Electronic Gaming Monthly instead. Shenlong has been referenced numerous times now in various Street Fighter games and media. The character of Akuma being introduced in Street Fighter II Turbo is also considered by many to be a reference to Shenlong. Most recently, Shenlong has made an appearance in Street Fighter VI as a non-playable opponent that can be fought at the end of the game. So, that's all great, but what did Ryu mean when he said you must defeat Shenlong to stand a chance? The line still exists in the game, and that's what this point's all about, so what does it all mean? Well, it was actually just a mistranslation, and was updated in later versions to say, you must defeat my Dragon Punch to stand a chance. There's actually quite a lot to this Shenlong rumor, I really just summarized it, but YouTuber Framework has a pretty great video that goes much more in depth, so check that out. Hidden Citadel in GoldenEye 007. As we've covered so far, GoldenEye has various rumors behind it, but the most famous is probably the level known as Citadel. One of the earliest mysteries that was found on the cartridge was the remnants of a level that didn't appear in either single-player or multiplayer mode, and at the time, only the name of it was known. I remember overhearing friends and schoolmates talking about the level, and no one really knew exactly what it was. I also recall one time I was at my neighbor's house, and they were trying to unlock the level by doing some crazy challenge, sort of like the ones that we discussed during the All Bonds cheat. Whether it was a new multiplayer map or a new single-player stage, no one really knew, and it was entirely just speculation and GeoCities rumors, but eventually a GameShark code would be found that gave access to the level, and it was pretty underwhelming. The map basically didn't work, as the stage collision file wasn't updated to the final version of the game, meaning you just walk through all of the walls and ramps. After inputting the GameShark code, you'd access the stage by loading the Cradle level of the single-player mode. Doing this would load in all the enemies and turrets present in Cradle, and you'd end up with a jumbled mess of enemies on a broken stage. Though I'm unsure of the validity of this statement, Rare developer Steve Ellis claimed that Citadel was a, quote, very rough test level designed during the early stages of multiplayer mode. So this makes sense as to why it's in such a rough shape when loaded into, as it was really nothing more than a testing area. Christian Burgess would be the first one who found and released the GameShark code to access the stage, and later, programmer Noah Granith would fix all of the issues with Citadel and turn it into a playable stage, which is now accessible through custom ROMs. Dark Souls Pendant. The Dark Souls series, as well as Souls-like games in general, all feature countless secrets and hidden oddities, from Elden Ring's secret wall in Volcano Manor that takes 50 hits to reveal itself, or reaching Archdragon Peak in Dark Souls 3. These games will even hide entire areas in incredibly vague ways, so every time there's an item found with seemingly little to no use, the search is always on to find what it could possibly be used for. At the beginning of most Souls-like games, you're given a choice of a starting item to begin with. In some cases, the items are completely useless, and others can allow you to access unique areas or grant you a bonus that you otherwise wouldn't have access to throughout the game. One of the starting items in the first Dark Souls game is a pendant. The only use found within the game for the pendant is to trade it to Snuggly the Crow in exchange for a souvenir of reprisal, which is then used to increase your level within the Blade of the Dark Moon Covenant. The reason for many rumors and myths centering around the pendant being of more importance is that the game's director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, stated in various interviews that it would be wise for players to choose the pendant as the starting gift over any other item, without elaborating any further. Players searched endlessly for any sort of unique purpose the pendant may have outside its one known use as a trading item, to no avail. One of the most prevalent theories was that it would be used after defeating Dark Sun Gwendolyn. Following this encounter, you'll find yourself in a hallway with 3 chests. 2 grant you items, while the third one is empty. Considering reaching this boss requires the player to have the Dark Moon Seance Ring, which connects it to the pendant that can be traded in order to level up your standing in the Dark Moon Covenant, it's easy to see why players would think that there would be a possible connection. However, the chest remains empty. Many fan theories exist as to why this chest is empty, with most of them being in-game reasons centering around lore, with no definitive answer. In a 2012 IGN interview, Miyazaki finally spoke on his previous statement about taking the pendant, stating that it was entirely a prank. Riding Yoshi in Super Mario 64. Among the many mysteries of Super Mario 64, obtaining all 120 stars and finding Yoshi on top of the castle was one of the most memorable, and the fact that it's real makes it even more amazing. I still remember the first time I got my 120th star, which was 100 coins on TikTok Clock, which I swear is the most difficult star in the game, and finding Yoshi on top of the castle. I was in 2nd grade and my mind was completely blown. Also, having access to the cannon and a wing cap outside the castle was a nice little touch, but it was unfortunate that Yoshi didn't stick around, jumping off the castle after giving you 100 lives and a special triple jump that was, well, kind of hard to use to any meaningful effect. Given that Yoshi was most known for being the dinosaur that you could ride on in Super Mario World, rumors would spread of ways to ride Yoshi within the game and take him with you throughout the castle and all of the various worlds. As data mining became more prominent and leaks such as the Giga Leak would reveal hidden information behind some of our favorite games, a fully textured Yoshi egg would be found within the files of Super Mario 64, which many believe hinted at Yoshi possibly having a much larger role in the game and potentially being rideable, but this is still speculation as of making this video. Luckily, with the help of ROM hacks, you can now play modified versions of Super Mario 64 that allow you to ride Yoshi, which also feature his signature Flutterfly double jump, ability to eat certain enemies, and even throw eggs. The Berserk Curse: Evil Otto has killed real people. Berserk is a 1980 arcade game created by Stern Electronics and would eventually be released on various second-generation consoles like the Atari 2600 and the Vectrex. The gameplay consists of the player controlling a human character attempting to escape a maze full of killer robots and, occasionally, Evil Otto. I've always considered Evil Otto to be an incredibly strange character, even for the limited graphics of the era. He's simply a bouncing smiley face that kills you immediately upon contact, and in a game that's very much sci-fi themed, he feels very out of place, and part of that is why this point on the iceberg could be considered unsettling. In April of 1982, 18-year-old Peter Bukowski would go to Friar Tuck's Game Room, a local arcade in Calumet City, Illinois, and play Berserk. After playing for around 20 minutes or so and earning 2 high scores, after submitting his last high score, Peter would collapse and paramedics would be called. Unfortunately, Peter Bukowski would be pronounced dead, and this would be the start of the Berserk Curse, also known as the Evil Otto Curse. However, another death reportedly happened before this, also involving Berserk. This death involved a 19-year-old named Jeff Daly, who reportedly suffered a heart attack after reaching a score of 16,660 and posting it on the high score screen in January of 1981. The retellings of this death often mention the 666 in the score, giving more of a creepy connection to an already bizarre death. However, this death seems to be a bit of a mystery in more ways than the cause itself. Reportedly, a short-lived video game magazine called Video Ace was the earliest mention of this death involving Jeff Daly, which claimed that he played Berserk for hours before reaching his high score and ultimately dying.
Some versions of this story also claim that he too died at Friar Tuck's game room, the same location Peter Bukowski would die the following year. Those interested in the case years later would look into this death, which was said to have happened in the state of Virginia with no city listed, and find only one death of a 19-year-old named Jeff Daly, though the date of this death was May of 1981, not January, and the cause was a car crash, with no relation to the game Berserk being mentioned. There would, however, be one more death associated with Berserk, and this one would also take place at Friar Tuck's game room. In March of 1988, Edward Clark Jr. would approach the very same Berserk arcade cabinet that Peter Bukowski had died at years prior. Noticing some quarters left on the machine, Edward would take one, insert it into the game, and begin playing. In the middle of the game, a 16-year-old named Pedro Roberts would approach Edward and confront him about taking his quarters that he had allegedly left on the machine. After Edward refused to move, Pedro would pull a knife and threaten Edward, though this would quickly de-escalate with Pedro being kicked out of the arcade. Edward would leave the arcade shortly after with some friends, and while walking home, encounter Pedro, who was waiting in an alley. Pedro would then stab Edward in the chest and then flee, as Edward's friends attempted to help him. Edward would claim he was okay only to collapse moments later due to his wound. Edward would be taken to a nearby hospital, but tragically would be pronounced dead upon arrival. 2 years later, in 1990, Pedro Roberts would be charged with the murder of Edward Clark Jr. Pleading that it was in self-defense, Pedro Roberts would be sentenced to 11 years with the possibility of parole after 3 years. Despite 2 of these 3 cases being confirmed, it's hard to really say whether or not Berserk is truly cursed. YouTuber NEXpo does a really great job going a bit more in depth with this case, so if you want a deeper explanation, check out his video on the curse of Evil Otto. To most, this could be nothing more than a coincidence, and that's certainly the way most look at it today. Or, maybe, there really is something behind Evil Otto, in that unsettling, simple smile. Beating the Running Man. There are a handful of Ocarina of Time rumors that will always lead a conversation about the game, obtaining the Triforce, unfreezing Zora's domain, and beating the Running Man. Maybe not in that order, or maybe you can replace any one of these, but any combination of these 2 are bound to top the list. Beating the Running Man, among all other things, was the one that I recall being discussed the most when I was a kid, and I think it was because I was more invested in that than any of the other rumors. I remember one time my friend Dean slept over for New Year's Y2K, and fueled by endless soda and end-of-the-world shenanigans waiting until midnight, he showed me that the Running Man would show up in the tent in Gerudo Valley, and that you can race him. We tried for much longer than I'd like to admit before we realized maybe there was something else we had to do in order to beat him. We let the game be after trying for hours and played some GoldenEye instead, but for a short while after that, our discussions at school would almost always be about beating the Running Man, or if we had found out anything new to reach our goal. The internet at the time was littered with guides on how to beat the Running Man, among the other rumors of course, and Dean was the one who really ran with these rumors, testing every possible guide he came across, and me, well, I just played the game. He had a lot more access to the internet at the time than I did. Eventually, we just gave up. No matter what we did, no matter what path we took, or if we used Epona or warp songs, nothing worked. One more Running Man story. So, one time, there were these 2 kids who lived on the next street over from me, and were a couple years older, and they told me that you could get an upgrade to the hover boots called the Pegasus boots for beating the Running Man. Basically, you'd still be able to hover, but you'd also be able to run much faster, and you wouldn't lose traction the same way you did with the hover boots. No guides exist for this online, and of course the Pegasus boots exist in A Link to the Past, so I'm sure those kids just came up with it on their own and made it up. Despite the race against the Running Man having an in-game timer active, and having a start point and finish point, there's no way to beat him. No matter how fast or slow you are, he'll always say he beat you by 1 second. Why Nintendo decided to do this is anyone's guess, but not even the hero of time can beat the Running Man. Mr. Mix.
Mr. Mix is a creepypasta about an old PC game called, well, Mr. Mix. In the game, you type words that appear on the screen to complete each level. As the levels progress, the words per minute go up and eventually become humanly impossible to progress at level 5, which requires a ridiculous 500 words per minute. The game is also said to have a soundtrack that, as the game goes on, becomes distorted to the point of potentially causing damage to your computer's speakers. This creepypasta features all of the staples of a traditional creepypasta, from the previously mentioned distorted music to traumatizing children, all that stuff. Children who played the game would suffer from nightmares in which Mr. Mix would appear and tell them disturbing things, but when asked by psychiatrists, none of these children would speak about what occurred in the dream or what Mr. Mix said, often crying and screaming for their parents to save them from Mr. Mix. Years later, when data mining became easier to do, it was finally possible to see what was beyond the impossible 5th level, and what they found wasn't a level 6. The game would automatically crash and somehow load up the computer's System32 file with countless images of people with disfigured faces, screaming, often with their skin removed. If the user attempts to delete any of these files, the computer will immediately crash to the blue screen. Further analysis of the game's files finally led the group working on the game to access the 6th level. However, the team refused to discuss what was found. Everyone who was involved in data mining the game had eventually gone missing, until one event in which one of these data miners was arrested attempting to abduct a child from a grocery store. When interrogated, he would only respond with,
I am Mr. Mix.
Kirby Red Diamond. Typically when writing about an entry that I've talked about in a previous video, I like to type it as if it's my first time talking about it for multiple reasons. One, because I can add new information, make my video less redundant, include personal bits that I hadn't mentioned, and so on. This point is going to be the only one that I copy and paste over, but I'll still be rereading it as all the information is still relevant, as the video game hoaxes wiki still lists some conflicting information with my other source, Kirby's Rainbow Resort. I really have nothing to add or change. Another reason why I'm not altering it from my original script is because, despite my Nintendo Iceberg video having over 7 million views, no one has really commented on Kirby Red Diamond, so I'm hoping it can generate more discussion. Now, on with the point. Kirby isn't a franchise with very many hoaxes circulating around it, but what it does have is quite interesting, and something that doesn't come up too often, save for a couple cases. In 2001, an eBay listing popped up for a Kirby game. A Kirby game on the Game Boy Advance. Considering that there hadn't been a Kirby game on the Game Boy Advance yet, and the market for bootleg Game Boy Advance games wasn't quite as crazy as it had reached on the original Game Boy and Game Boy Color, fans were beyond curious. The listing was even complete in box, and the box looked great. I've seen box art for retro games made in the current decade that look worse than this box made 24 years earlier. Little else outside the single picture of the box was posted on the eBay listing, and before anyone can purchase it, it was removed, only for another listing to show up on Yahoo Auctions that reportedly someone purchased. Now, hang on, I'm getting conflicting stories in my research here. The Video Game Hoaxes wiki gave this information that I just explained. However, on the fan site kirbysrainbowresort.net, I get this story. Kirby's Rainbow Resort claims that the game was posted on eBay in June of 2004. Same story though, it had legitimate looking box art and was so convincing many assumed it was a prototype or something of that sort. The starting bid was $12.99 GBP, and even more strange, the seller had a feedback score of over 700, leading to even more validity to the post, and leading fans to believe the seller simply didn't know what they had, which makes perfect sense. Keep in mind, by the way, that this version of the story is happening after the release of Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, and while Kirby and the Amazing Mirror came out in Japan in April of 2004, it wouldn't show up in Europe until July and North America until October. The Kirby's Rainbow Resort story also has this listing ending early, without sale, specifically on June 14th, 2004, so far, just the years are different. The day before this, on June 13th, the game was listed on Yahoo Auction with a starting bid of $29.99 AUD and had an additional picture showing the back of the box. Now, this is where the Kirby's Rainbow Resort fansite story differs from the Video Game Hoaxes wiki, apart from the years this all took place. While the story on the wiki states that the Yahoo Auction listing had sold, the story on Kirby's Rainbow Resort says that it too was cancelled, after who I assume is the owner of the site and writer of this article says that they personally asked questions in regards to the game's validity and sent them to the seller on Yahoo Auctions. Yahoo Auctions has a feature in which if anybody asks a question about an item, that question is then posted to the item so that if anybody else has the same question, they can see the answer there. Now, strangely, after the user asked the question, the listing was removed and deleted from Yahoo Auctions. Because of the claim of personal involvement and some of the information like the copyright years listed on the box lining up with the years listed in the Kirby's Rainbow Resort story, I'm more inclined to believe that side of this whole thing. Not to mention, images from Nightmare in Dreamland are on the back of the box, which didn't come out until 2004, so if the 2001 story is to be believed, then that would mean that the game was basically complete by that point. Also, the back of the box clearly states that multiplayer is available if all 4 players have a Nightmare in Dreamland game pack, as opposed to Kirby Red Diamond, which is hilarious. Anyway, sorry this entry was so long. I originally was going to delete the initial findings I had found on the Video Game Hoaxes wiki, but I think it's important to include to show how easily this information can get messed up, which ultimately can create whole new rumors. It could also lead to information being falsely spread around. While I said I'm more inclined to believe the Kirby Rainbow Resort story, that doesn't mean I'm 100% right, so if anyone has further info in either direction, please let me know because I'd love to get closer to the full story. Oh, and one more thing. What is Kirby Red Diamond? It's just a poorly emulated version of Kirby's Adventure for the NES, with a couple opening scenes that look quite poorly made, so yeah, nothing really groundbreaking. Gary Smith in Bully is a werewolf. Bully is one of the lesser-known Rockstar games that was initially released in 2006 for the PlayStation 2 and is one of the few Rockstar-developed games to not have a sequel. The game follows Jimmy Hopkins, who, while attending a new boarding school, climbs up through the ranks on a mission to end bullying throughout the school. Ironically, when the game came out, I recall many articles saying that the game encouraged bullying, thinking that the game's premise was actually reversed and that you were encouraged to bully students in order to progress. Like all Rockstar games, we get a large cast of memorable characters, and the game's main antagonist, Gary Smith, is, in my opinion, very underrated in Rockstar's long line of characters. He's one of those characters that's very easy to hate. Anyway, on to the point. If you go to certain areas around the school at nighttime, you can hear the sound of a wolf howling in the distance that many believe is the werewolf, along with some strange x-rays that can be found at Happy Volt's asylum that many believe resemble a werewolf. The only real way Gary seems to connect to this werewolf rumor is the fact that he has a scar on his eye, and the werewolf mask seen during the Halloween mission also has a scar. Even then, it's just a mask. It's not like we see a real werewolf that shares a similar scar, so I'm not exactly sure what makes this myth so big, as it's, at least from my research, Bully's most popular urban legend. Really, this point on the iceberg should just be about the werewolf in general, as there's a lot more to discuss, including Gary possibly being a suspect for the werewolf, if there even is one. Much like the Bigfoot videos in San Andreas, similar clips were uploaded to YouTube back in the late 2000s, showing players supposedly finding the werewolf, or at the very least, hunting for it with very little proof ever found. Outside the noises of the wolf howling. With rumors of Bully 2 floating around lately, there is a possibility that, like with Rockstar sequels of the past, they'll pay homage to the rumors in some way and turn them into reality. Lost Nero Family. The trilogy of mainline Final Fantasy games on the PS1 are held in high regard amongst fans of the series, and given their popularity, are often explored down to the smallest detail. However, sometimes that's simply not enough.
These games are massive, and with so many characters and items throughout their world, the odds of something going under the radar is certainly possible. This may be why this mysterious side quest went undiscovered for over a decade. In May of 2013, GameFAQs user the Kusabi made a post discussing an obscure side quest that, according to them, was only ever mentioned in Final Fantasy IX Ultimania, a Japanese exclusive guidebook covering quite literally everything the game has to offer. This side quest centers around the Nero family that can be found in the town of Lindblum, and is the type of quest that requires returning to the Tantalus hideout after finishing key points within the story to speak with a new member of the Nero family each time. In order to earn the item from this side quest, you must do this 9 times, and if you complete multiple trigger points without returning to the hideout, it is possible to complete too many steps without speaking to a family member, rendering the quest impossible to finish. There are a total of 17 events throughout the game that, upon completing, trigger an event with a family member. Upon completing the 9 steps and getting the item, assuming you've done every single one, the quest will actually turn over, allowing you to return after subsequent steps. However, considering there are only 17 events that trigger an event, it's only possible to earn 1 reward for the quest. And what is that reward exactly? Well, it's just a protect ring, so nothing unique that can't be found throughout the game by normal means, but still, I find it amazing that a mainline Final Fantasy game was able to hide a secret like this for as long as it did. Before coming public with their finding, the Kusabi also reached out to another GameFAQs user named Admios199. This user was known for playing through runs of games performing what is known as perfect games, which is basically collecting every possible item, achievement, cutscene, basically just doing absolutely everything possible without missing anything, and even they claimed that they had never heard of this quest or missable item. It really makes you wonder what more could be hidden in the games that we love. You'd think that a game as popular as Final Fantasy IX would have been completely turned inside out by 2013, but that apparently wasn't the case, and only keeps the question open for what more is possibly out there in our favorite games. Luna Game. Luna Game was a mysterious My Little Pony fan game that was created during the early rise of the My Little Pony Brony fandom. The game was posted to the My Little Pony fan site Equestria Daily on April 3rd, 2011, where it would be seen and downloaded by countless fans of the series, only for them to all be caught off guard by what the game truly was. Upon launching the game, the player would find themselves controlling an 8-bit looking character from My Little Pony named Luna in a Super Mario-esque 2D platformer. Abruptly, a creepy image will appear, accompanied by eerie music for a short while, before the game closes out to the desktop. Now, in the file that holds the Luna Game exe file will be several text documents titled The End is Nay, as well as just as many image files titled the same. Because, the end is nigh, but it's the end is nay, because horse puns. It's great. Many who downloaded the game immediately thought the exe file was malicious in some way, either being some sort of virus or spyware, on top of the game being a screamer, especially considering that it added a bunch of files onto the computer on its own without any input from the player. The game was quickly taken down from Equestria Daily after many panicked in the comments about it potentially being harmful to users' computers, with the website's owner even banning any similar executable games from being hosted on the website. The game quickly became infamous throughout the Brony community and was one of the earliest examples of the creepypasta games being playable, kinda like Sonic EXE. On May 30th, 2011, on the newly established Equestria Gaming website, made most likely in response to Equestria Daily banning a majority of games from being hosted on their site, Luna Game 2 would be released. This game would be much of the same, however, after the creepy picture showed up in the middle of gameplay, the player would reach the end of the level, where there's no place to go but down a large hole, and upon doing so, a screen with Luna's body and the words, "You died," would be shown. Luna Game 2 wouldn't create text or image files the same way the first one did, but certainly did follow in the similar screamer style as the first game.
On June 11th, 2011, Luna Game 3 would be launched alongside a new website specifically for the Luna Game series, simply called lunagame.net, which no longer exists today, but can be visited on the Wayback Machine. Luna Game 4 would be released on July 9th, 2011, and feature a bit more gameplay than the others, where you'd actually need to outrun a shadow, and has both a good ending and bad ending that are possible to achieve. Another side note is that early on, the game only allowed you to play it one time. Upon reaching either a good or bad ending, the game would no longer launch. However, a workaround for this was quickly found for those who wished to play the game further. Next, Luna Game 0 would come out on August 15th, 2011, and follow in the fourth game's footsteps of featuring a bit more actual gameplay as well as dialogue between characters, making it feel much more like a traditional game. As is tradition, however, at the end, Luna would become possessed by Nightmare Moon, which in the My Little Pony series is her evil alter ego, and kill Pinkie Pie, before one of the series' famous screamers would play out and the game would end. Lastly, the final game in the series, Luna Game End, would be released on August 22nd, 2012, and is the most grounded of the series, featuring a little more story than the others and a twist ending where Luna, surrounded by the main six, says that it must have all been a dream, and as the game fades to black, for a fraction of a second, Pinkie Pie's sprite morphs into Pinkamena, who has, up until this point, been the main image used in most of the screamers. Now, many fan games would be created in Luna Game's wake, but even so, the creator of the original series had remained anonymous, despite creating such a popular creation, and considering the Brony fandom was growing at an incredible rate at this time, people were curious just who was behind the series. This question would go unanswered for nearly a decade, when on August 21st, 2021, a post was made to the My Little Pony subreddit by a user named Luna Anons entitled "The History of Luna Game from the Original Creator." This person claimed to have created the series and made a website as well called lunaga.me. This website reveals a bunch of Easter eggs within the games, personal write-ups about the process behind their development, and much more, that basically confirmed that this was indeed the person behind the series. Their reason for staying anonymous was pretty much the same reason most people do, to be able to live their lives without having to always be the person who made Luna Game or anything like that, which is completely understandable. As I'm finishing this point on the iceberg, I realize that this is incredibly long, so hopefully that wasn't too much for a single point. I try to summarize these single points that have entire 20+ minute videos dedicated to them, so I'm gonna leave it at this, but if you want more information, YouTuber Izzy's has a fantastic video breaking down the entirety of the Luna Game history, impact, and legacy, so check that out for a more thorough explanation. God Slayer Bowser. In February of 2021, Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury would be released for the Nintendo Switch. The game was basically an updated port of Super Mario 3D World for the Wii U with new features, as well as an extra campaign called Bowser's Fury, which was the real selling point of the game and got the most attention. Leading up to the release of the game, in early January, Nintendo teased new, menacing art of a massive Bowser towering over Mario in promotion for the upcoming game. This amazing new Bowser form, upon its reveal, had fans all over very hyped for what would most likely be an epic showdown between Mario and this kaiju-sized Bowser. On January 12th, 2021, a Twitter post was made by user GamesCageHypeGuy with a simple message alongside the teaser image, stating, his official name in Japan is Godslayer Bowser. I guess this name was just too hype for some people because it spread like wildfire. However, within a few short days, it was discovered that the name of Bowser's new form was simply Fury Bowser, which, makes sense, considering the title of the game is Bowser's Fury. Another incorrect name given to this form at the time was Mega Fury Bowser, which is at least a bit closer to what the real name ended up being. Not much really more to this point, so on to the next. Time limit in Luigi's Mansion. This is really more of a misunderstanding of Luigi's Mansion's gameplay that I don't believe was ever taken seriously.
Even being in elementary school when this game came out, I never once heard anyone mention any sort of time limit, but basically, this point refers to the fact that many believed that this game had a timer in it, and that you had 24 hours to beat the game and rescue Mario, or the mansion would disappear and you would get a game over screen. This stems from two sources. One was simply that the game was on a timer when demoed at E3 2001, and those who saw screenshots or gameplay of the game with the timer thought it was part of the gameplay itself, when in reality, it was just to limit gameplay in regards to how long each E3 attendant had to play before the next person in line was allowed their turn. The other source was a North American commercial in which the announcer states that you have only one night to save Mario, which... wouldn't that mean more like 12 hours? Well, either way, this isn't true, and the in-game time doesn't impact the ending you receive or anything like that. Sorry, no Metroid bikini treatment for Luigi if you beat the game in under an hour. Test Zero fight in Final Fantasy VII. Once again, we've got another Final Fantasy mystery, this one focusing around a very peculiar encounter that can only occur once you've reached Coral Prison halfway through Disc 1. This encounter, dubbed the Test Zero fight, was first documented in the rare Final Fantasy VII Ultimate Guide released by Versus Books, which is considered to be the best guide released for the game, at least in comparison to the Brady Games Guide. In the guidebook, specifically in the section about Coral Prison, a side note is mentioned entitled Fight with Test Zero. While in Coral Prison, go down into the well and run around in the very small space available until you trigger an encounter with 4 guard hounds in a forest environment. Considering you're in a desert environment, and every encounter triggered in this area typically has the desert as the setting of any encounters, the forest setting will signify you've encountered Test Zero. Each of these guardhounds will have 30,000 HP and will take quite a while to take down, however, they'll never attack you, and you're rewarded 4,000 XP, 400 AP, and 40,000 gil, making this a pretty decent farming spot this early in the game. It was eventually found that this encounter only exists in the earliest Japanese release of the game and has since been patched out of any NTSC and PAL releases, and this is noted at the bottom of the page in the guide, so hopefully not too many people wasted their time. The writer of the guide, Casey Lowe, also notes that they're unsure if this was an Easter egg or some leftover programming oversight. Now, just for fun, I'm going to include a little bonus mystery that isn't on the iceberg, but it relates to the room within the well where the Test Zero enemy is encountered. Within this well is an opened chest. What the point of this empty chest has remained a mystery to players for decades, but what was found when searching the game's files for what the intentions of this chest may have been, something even more bizarre was found. A strange-looking red doll. Final Fantasy VII's pre-rendered backgrounds exist within the game as layers, typically with the furthest point being the background, followed by objects layered in front, and so on as you'd expect. This weird doll thing is one of the layers, however, it's layered behind the chest and skeleton laying against the wall, making it impossible to view during normal gameplay. Some believe the doll and the Test Zero encounter are connected, in that the doll was possibly meant to be part of a minigame of sorts in which the test encounter was also part of. This would also potentially lead to a reward that awaited within the chest that now sits empty at the bottom of the well. To this day, all we can really do is speculate, as Square Enix has never commented on the mysterious figure. Team Fortress 2 10th Class. Team Fortress 2 is the renowned successor to the original Team Fortress that was an extremely popular mod for the 1996 PC game Quake. Team Fortress Classic would be made in 1999, with Valve enlisting the original developers of the Quake mod to work with the game in the engine for the original Half-Life. Fittingly, Team Fortress 2, released in 2007, would be made using the engine Half-Life 2 used, the groundbreaking Source engine. Team Fortress 2 features 9 classes, those being the Scout, the Sniper, the Spy, the Medic, the Heavy, the Demoman, the Pyro, the Soldier, and the Engineer. For a game as popular as Team Fortress, and with a set cast of characters, rumors, myths, and hoaxes of a 10th class potentially coming to Team Fortress 2 had existed shortly after the release of the game. Team Fortress and Team Fortress Classic feature a special class that many consider to be a 10th class, dubbed the Civilian, though they're only used in the VIP game mode and can only wield an umbrella and must stay alive as they're escorted through the map by bodyguards as assassins attempt to take them out. Now, the Civilian class isn't necessarily what's talked about when it comes to a 10th class in Team Fortress 2, as players wanted a real new class to be added to the roster, and that's where the Guard Dog comes in. In 2009, someone created a fake update featuring the Guard Dog as the 10th class, and honestly, the work put into it is quite impressive, as an entire skill set was made for the character, 37 achievements, special hats and cosmetics, and much more. However, this was all just a hoax and created for fun. It was eventually found that this hoax was created by a graphic designer from Brazil named Diogo Lima. In a 2009 interview with Escapist magazine, Team Fortress 2 co-creator Robin Walker mentions having several new class designs floating around. However, the 9 classes currently within the game provide a wide range of gameplay, and implementing new ideas to these theoretically create subclasses of sorts that provide a boost to different playstyles, basically dismissing any need for a 10th class to be added. Far Cry 5 Static Torture Station. Okay, this one really intrigued me, and wouldn't you know, it's the point that I barely can find any information about. Basically, here's the gist. In Far Cry 5, you find yourself in Hope County, Montana, in a mountainous wilderness environment. The county is controlled by a cult who abducts and brainwashes people into joining them, and it's up to you to stop them. The brainwashing part of that is where this point of the iceberg comes in. It's said that if you drive around in the northernmost part of the map, the radio in your vehicle will typically play static. However, occasionally, the sounds of moans and screams can be heard coming through. Players believe this to be a broadcast of people captured by the cult being tortured and brainwashed, but it's currently unknown and no statement on the matter has been made by the game's developer. Currently, the only real video on the matter comes from the YouTube channel Stone Edge Gaming. However, the information presented here is quite interesting. The first mention of this static radio station broadcast comes from a Reddit post by user Colby Klaus, claiming that in a very specific portion of the northern part of the map, you'll hear a screaming cry for help when tuned into the cult's radio station. Stone Edge Gaming seems to find this same static and, well, that's really it. Nothing new has really come of this development, and honestly, it was probably just put in the game to be a creepy little detail, as the cult is of course known for torturing those they capture, as we see multiple times throughout the game. There's another creepy occurrence in this game where you find a phone and a woman is screaming on the other line, and I'm honestly surprised that wasn't on this point, because that too is also quite unnerving. Reviving General Leo in Final Fantasy VI. Before Aerith's death in Final Fantasy VII was having players jump through all sort of hoops to attempt to revive her, Final Fantasy VI had players doing something very similar. Leo Christoph is an honorable general under Emperor Gestahl, a ruthless and tyrannical conqueror who wishes to rule over everything, forcing the world to its knees after the Gestahlian Empire rediscovers the lost power of magic. Alongside the Honorable General Leo is Kefka, the power-hungry court mage who wants nothing more than to be the one to rule the world and will kill anyone who gets in his way. Seeing Leo and Emperor Gestahl as nothing more than obstacles in his path, Kefka kills General Leo, who up until this point had been assisting Terra and the rest of the party, seeking a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Much like Aerith's death in Final Fantasy VII, General Leo's death is entirely plot-related, but that didn't stop rumors of his revival from spreading about. Eventually, one method that successfully brings Emperor Leo back without the use of a Game Shark or similar cheat device was found. First, you must reach the point where your party is split into 3 groups, which happens fairly early in the game. Select Sabin's scenario and complete it. Next, select Locke's scenario. Once you reach the point where you escape with Celeste, save your game on the world map upon reaching the entrance to Figaro Cave. From here, you must not die or save the game again, as doing either will make the glitch not work. Continue through the game until you reach the point where you're on the floating continent. Board the airship, then fly around a bit without landing anywhere. Return back to the ship's deck and go back to the floating continent, which you can access through the airship's menu. Leave the airship and trigger a random encounter. During this encounter, have your entire party die. If all steps were done correctly, the game will spawn you at your last save, which would have been outside the entrance to Figaro Cave, only you'll be in the airship. Do not leave the airship or land, but instead fly over to the town of Zozo and continue playing the game as if you had just got in the airship. Upon reaching the point where Kefka kills Leo, fly the airship back to the entrance to Figaro Cave. Leo's death is only supposed to happen after finishing Locke's scenario, which the game doesn't believe you've completed yet despite having glitched access to the airship. Now, enter Figaro Cave and continue the game as normal until you're given the scenario selection screen once again. Select the last remaining scenario of Bannon, Edgar, and Tara, and if everything was done correctly, Bannon will be replaced with Leo in your party. Not only that, he's fully modeled on the overworld and in the party screen, with Bannon nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, this revival of Leo is short-lived and ends once you reach the point where you form groups to fight Kefka. Of course, this is just a glitch, and there is no legitimate way to revive General Leo. If you want more information on this point, Pop Fiction has a fantastic episode covering the entire point in much more depth, including more ways you can use General Leo, so check that out. Kekrok. Kekrok is a mysterious game that was said to have been released for the Sega Genesis Mega Drive in 1993 as an unlicensed game with notoriously low quality. The game was said to only ever be found in discount stores and faded into obscurity rather quickly before resurfacing online in the mid-2010s with a picture of the game's box art that many claim was indeed what they saw all those years ago on the shelves of those discount stores. No record of this game seems to exist anywhere online, save for the box art, with only the memories of those who claim to have played it at a cousin's house or at that weird neighbor's house your parents rarely let you hang out with. That was kind of like my experience with that Xbox game Blinks. There was this kid who lived on the corner of our street whose house, I think I only ever went to once, and it was to play Blinks, and that was it, and I never went back inside their house ever again, but that happened. Anyway, recreations of the game exist today based entirely off the accounts of those who claim to have played it, but no original ROM has yet to surface. Reportedly, you play as the titular Kekrok, a cool crocodile who goes around using a toilet plunger as a weapon, which, I mean, that kind of fits the early 90s style of absurd and ridiculous concepts. Many believe Kekrok never actually existed, and that it was entirely made up by 4chan and other online communities, attempting to make a myth about a low-quality mascot platformer for the Genesis. And while that very well may be the case, I suppose we can never know for sure if some strange game about Kekrok was released in incredibly low quantities, all lost, never to be seen again. Kanye Quest 3030 Ascension. Okay, so this one is really weird. In July of 2013, an RPG Maker game was released for PC called Kanye Quest 3030 by a creator known only as Phoenix. The game begins with Kanye West taking out his garbage one morning before falling through a portal that transports him to the year 3030. In this far-off future, the United States has fallen into a dystopian society under the control of a clone of rapper Lil B. Lil B considers himself a god, however it was prophesized that Kanye West would overthrow him. From here, the game plays sort of like a Pokemon clone, where you team up with and fight other rappers such as LL Cool J and Eminem. Yeah, this game's kind of insane. Upon defeating Lil B, Kanye is sent back to the year 2010 to find that everything that had happened was just a dream. Or was it? Well, that would basically be it for this point. However, the key word of this point on the iceberg is ascension, so let's get into that. 2 years after the game's release, something strange would be found within it. Like many RPGs, there are NPCs scattered about the world that you can talk to. Within the game, there's a lone NPC that, upon speaking to them, simply asks, "What do you want to do?" After this, a text box pops up in which you're able to answer however you'd like. This simple part of the game was overlooked until finally, in May of 2015, a Pastebin article was made by, from what I can tell, an anonymous account, claiming to have found something bizarre. If you were to type the word ascend into this text box, you'd be warped to a strange room, and your character of Kanye would become a butterfly with the following message displayed for the player. Congratulations, you have proven yourself to be an open-minded and curious thinker.
We must apologize for deceiving you, but we can reveal the game you were playing until this point was a front, constructed to protect what you are currently accessing. We must ask that you do not reveal this area to the public. By selecting the yes option, you agree to participate and not reveal the information. You are then given a prompt to select yes or no. This continues on for quite a bit, but basically it was believed by many that this was a sort of recruitment tool for a cult who follow what is known as Ascensionism. Upon solving further ciphers, you can continue down the path that's set until you reach a point that the game asks if you agree to allow it, I suppose, or maybe those part of the Ascensionism cult, to interact with your possessions, whatever that may mean. Further continuing this, it goes on to say, quote, "Over the following 2-week time period, we will interact with you and your possessions in several ways. Keep an eye out, as some of these ways may be subtle. Others may not be. We may attempt to contact you directly. If we do this, we will attempt to notify you of our presence using a keyword. If you still consent to participation, please select the yes option above." So, yeah, this sounds pretty serious, and upon selecting yes, you're asked to submit your name, country, city, street name, house number, and zip code. After inputting all the information, the game thanks you and tells you to enjoy the following 2 weeks and await instruction. From what information I've found online, there haven't been any reports of anything actually happening to anyone who had done this, but really, that doesn't make it any less bizarre. Well, thanks to game theory, in 2021, the mystery of who created Ascensionism was discovered, that being an artist by the name of Valerie Scheffner Harris, but the developer of Kanye Quest was still shrouded in mystery. The following year, in 2022, a web series entitled Finding Yeezus would be created by Australian comedians Cameron James and Alexei Toliopoulos, spanning 6 episodes. This series revealed the creator of the game to be Clara Hope, an industrial electronic music composer and digital artist. Clara actually created the game as a high school project, and, well, that's basically the summary of this whole thing. There was never really a cult behind it, but the means of it to seem as if the game was a cult recruitment tool was entirely intentional. Check out both the Finding Yeezus series and Game Theory's 2 episodes discussing Kanye Quest for a more complete rundown on the whole story behind this mysterious game. G-Man's identity. The Half-Life series has vanished from many gamers' radar over the past decade, as not very much has come about from the series, as hype for an eventual Half-Life 3 would slowly fade away, and the series would become a bit of a relic from the 2000s. While Half-Life Alyx was an impressive VR showcase, the small amount of joy it brought would pale in comparison to if Half-Life 3 would just finally be announced. The series has had many mysteries throughout, such as the strange distorted trumpet song that I discussed in my YouTube Iceberg video, but one mystery is within the universe itself, and centers around the enigmatic character known only as G-Man. This mysterious figure has existed since the first game, where he initially only appears at a distance from the player, watching, but typically in a location out of reach. At the end of the first game, the G-Man confronts the player character Gordon Freeman, thanking you for inadvertently assisting him and his, quote, employers in gaining control over the planet of Zen, and that they would like to offer you a job. You are basically given the choice between dying or going through a portal, and accepting his offer, bringing the first Half-Life game to a close. In Half-Life Opposing Force, you play as Adrian Shepard, and much like in the first game, you'll see G-Man periodically as you progress through the game. And at the end, G-Man takes Shepard to be detained, where he's unable to tell anyone of what he had seen at Black Mesa, in a manner very similar to the end of the first Half-Life. In Half-Life Blue Shift, you play the role of Barney Calhoun, and G-Man's only real appearance here is in the tram at the beginning, much like in the first Half-Life. In Half-Life 2, the game opens with G-Man seemingly awakening Gordon Freeman and telling him that his time has come, which I feel means that after the first game, Gordon was taken by G-Man and his employers, and is now being teleported to City 17 in order to further their agenda, whether Gordon realizes it or not, by helping out the Resistance. Whether any significant time has passed for Gordon or not, I don't think anyone really knows for sure.
Considering the G-Man's seeming ability to control time and space, it very well could have been instantly at the end of the first game, but anyway, that's just my own personal theory. Similarly to the first game, Half-Life 2 has G-Man appearing all throughout the game in random locations, until the very end when, during a massive explosion during the climax, he freezes time and takes Gordon away once again, until his services are once again required, ending the game. In Half-Life 2 Episode 1, G-Man has a short appearance, seemingly being detained by several of the aliens known as Vortigaunts, but that's all. The fact that the Vortigaunts seem to be capable of detaining G-Man, even if just momentarily, seem to prove that he's at least a tangible being, possibly above humans, but nothing the alien species haven't encountered before, but again, that's just a personal theory. In Half-Life 2 Episode 2, at the beginning of the game, we see G-Man giving information to Alex, and seemingly inserting Gordon Freeman once again into position, and in this game we find that Alex's dad, Eli, who worked for and was present at Black Mesa during the events of the first game, is also aware of G-Man and his abilities. Of course, G-Man still makes his periodic appearances throughout the game, watching from a distance. Lastly, in Half-Life Alyx, G-Man appears to Alex for the first time, unless you count when she was unconscious during Episode 2. Here, G-Man offers her a very similar role that Gordon was offered all the way back in Half-Life 1, and seemingly also showing the abilities to alter events that occur within time. So, that was a lot, I know, but I feel it was necessary in order to illustrate just how prominent the G-Man becomes throughout the story, and yet how enigmatic and unknown his motivations and place within it all is. Game theory suggests that he's of the same species as the Neohynth, stating that they have multiple traits in common, those being the abilities to teleport, manipulate time, predict and alter future events, and is also an enemy to the Combine, so that very well may be the case. This may have been a long point, but honestly there are many videos dissecting who and what G-Man actually is, and they're all theories, there's really no definitive answer yet, so this was just my best attempt at summarizing what G-Man is theorized to be within the series. Bella Goth Mystery. I never really thought the Sims franchise would have lore across multiple titles, and yet here we are. Starting with the first game in 2000, the series takes the original premise of managing a city and makes things a bit more personal, instead managing a sim with a home, being able to assist them throughout their day-to-day, making decisions for them, designing their home, impacting their relationships, and much more. Outside your player-made custom characters, there are several characters that the developers put in the game to fill out neighborhoods to be friends, love interests, co-workers, and anything else along those lines. If you wish, you can even control these characters as well, inserting yourself into their family dynamic as you suddenly take control. The Bella Goth mystery centers around the Goth family, consisting of Bella, her husband Mortimer, and their two kids, Alexander and Cassandra. From the first game alone, there isn't much mystery to be had quite yet, but the second game, which takes place 25 years after the first Sims title, is where the mystery truly begins. The prelude notes that Bella had disappeared sometime before the start of The Sims 2, and that her husband, Mortimer, had become wealthy and successful, while her daughter Cassandra is looking to start a family of her own. Super quick note, Mortimer Goth is now dating a woman named Dina Caliente, who is the widow of Bella Goth's brother, Michael Batchelor. This will be important later. Looking into the character's family memories, you can see that it's noted that Bella, while last seen on the deck of Don Lothario's condo, was abducted by aliens. Don Lothario is who Bella's daughter Cassandra is engaged to in The Sims 2, despite there being a very interesting failed romantic interaction between Don and Bella, presumably immediately before this alien abduction took place. Now, how would this alien abduction come about? Well, Don Lothario is a bit of a player, as previously mentioned, having an attempted romantic interaction with his fiance's mom. Don is also romantically involved with both Dina Caliente and her sister Nina Caliente, who, as seen on their family tree, both have alien genes. Yeah, this is all kind of a lot, and I'm very much abridging it, so hopefully you can stay with me. Dina started dating Mortimer very shortly after Bella's disappearance, and upon playing the game as Dina, you find that her motivations are very much financial, and given Mortimer's wealth, things start to line up a bit. Now, ultimately, Bella Goth isn't dead. While a large portion of the game takes place in the main town of Pleasant View, there are other towns you can also visit, one of these being Strange Town, and here, in this small desert town, you can find Bella Goth. Bella has seemingly lost many memories. However, in an obscure mock interview hosted on the original Sims website, Bella states that it was quite obvious that Dina and Nina were both overtly interested in Mortimer, even when she was present. Now, this is where the theory gets a bit wild, even more so than what I've already explained. Moving on to The Sims 3, this game takes place 25 years before the first Sims game, making it a prequel, and in this prequel are two interesting things. The young child versions of Mortimer Goth and Bella Bachelor, however, in another town called Lunar Lakes, on a grave within a cemetery, you'll find the name of none other than Bella Goth. Also, in this prequel, we can find an adult Don Lothario who was sent here through a time machine, as well as both Dina and Nina Caliente, with a mention of Pleasant View, which, given its absence in this game, means it most likely doesn't exist yet. So basically, Dina and Nina Caliente got rid of Bella Goth, took Mortimer's money, went back in time, and are now living it up in the past. Now, would you believe that this is abridged? I really condensed a lot of information to summarize all of this, and there is way more to it. It's honestly quite impressive. For a complete breakdown of this complex and wild mystery, check out none other than Game Theory's excellent video going through every little bit of this mystery. Laser Suit in Super Mario World. In 2006, a video was uploaded to YouTube showing gameplay of Super Mario World in which the player discovered a new secret area located just north of the more well-known top secret area that's just beyond the first ghost house. Upon entering the well-known top secret area, if you attempt to hit the pair of blocks on the right-hand side as if they're a warp pipe, holding up as you jump, Mario will enter a secret exit, unlocking access to another secret zone, simply labeled on the map as 3 question marks. The stage uses music from the castle stages and is very dark in appearance. Upon entering, you'll see a message box that, upon hitting, will display the message, "Congratulations, you have discovered the hidden laser suit in Super Mario World, Nintendo." To the right, the laser suit sits on a stack of blocks, giving Mario a power-up that is almost like a mix of the Fire Flower and the Feather Cape, only of course the lasers fly in a straight path instead of bouncing along the floor. The laser suit is quite detailed in both its item sprite as well as how Mario looks while wearing it. However, it was eventually revealed to be a hoax created by a member of a website called Kafuka, going by the name K-Phoenix. These posts were from November 3rd, 2006, and here they even claimed that they put the Nintendo message in the stage just to troll people on YouTube, which was quite successful. K-Phoenix also states that they plan to add a jetpack to the laser suit in place of the cape. However, from my research, it appears that this was never completed. The original YouTube video also appears to be lost. However, there are a few videos from other users using the suit from 2007 still available for viewing, and the ROM is fairly easy to find if you want to try the suit out yourself. This is not what I intended for you, Reyes. So, this is a bit of a wild one, and a point on the iceberg that in a lot of ways resembles a Mandela effect. Overwatch, Blizzard's 2016 hero shooter, features many characters and a backstory that connects nearly all of them. Just about every combination of characters have some sort of voice interaction that can happen throughout gameplay. These voice lines can be simply characters complimenting one another to bits of lore that reference history between the characters. One of these interactions goes as follows. If Mercy and Reaper are on the same team together, Mercy will say, "This is not what I intended for you, Reyes," with Reaper replying, "You knew exactly what you were doing." Maybe you've heard this voice line before, especially if you played Overwatch during the beta or very early in its release. Quite a few other players also have reported hearing this now missing voice line. However, it appears that this voice line never existed, even confirmed by Blizzard themselves. The strange thing is that even I remember hearing this voice line, so I'm not exactly sure what happened here. Many consider it to be a Mandela effect, where some people recall something and are so sure of it only for it to somehow never existed or have been true. The most famous examples being the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia or the Berenstain Bears mix-up. Reaper and Mercy do have a voice line that's similar to the voice line in question that goes as follows. Mercy simply asks, "What happened to you?" with Reaper replying, "You tell me, Doc." Again, I actually do remember hearing this line and can even hear it in my head right down to the cadence of the two characters, but it never existed, and that's where this strange mystery remains. Donkey Kong 64 Creepy Castle Unused Pillar. Donkey Kong 64 has been one of those few Nintendo 64 games that have remained unplayed by me over the years. Somehow, despite all of my friends owning Nintendo 64s and us all trading games amongst ourselves, no one ever owned this game, and thus, I never heard any rumors about it. One mystery, however, that has seemingly been spread around on the internet has to do with the existence of a strange pillar within the game. In the stage Creepy Castle, when playing as Tiny Kong, if you use the banana port pad in the ballroom, then use the other banana port pad that's behind the small building, you'll be teleported to a strange room with a stone pillar with mysterious markings on it. The pillar is a unique piece of geometry to this single area that doesn't appear anywhere else within the game, which, of course, when things like this happen, typically make players think there must be something special about it. A lone banana balloon floats around the pillar, but besides this, there's seemingly no use for the pillar, and upon beating the game, not once do you ever return here or put the location to any sort of use. It truly did seem to just be an oddity within the game, and sparked many discussions online, and probably with all the kids who did own Donkey Kong 64 at the time. A bright light shines down onto the pillar, which gives off a feeling as if an item was possibly meant to be on top of it to collect, or at the very least further signifying the importance of the pillar, but for many years, no answers were given and the mystery remained. Interestingly, once the technology allowed for enthusiasts to dive into the files of Donkey Kong 64, they found remnants of the infamous Ice Key from Banjo-Kazooie, the legendary item that Rare's Stop and Swap feature was heavily centered around. Did this pillar possibly have something to do with Stop and Swap? Was this lost feature meant to be included in more Rare games outside the Banjo series? Eventually, those who worked with Rare during the development of Donkey Kong 64 would state that there was indeed an intended purpose for this pillar throughout the game's development, but this was scrapped for unknown reasons, and those who spoke on the matter didn't elaborate any further. I've read numerous reports that a golden Donkey Kong statue or trophy was meant to be on top of the pillar, but I've yet to find the original source that states this, assuming it came from a source who worked at Rare at the time. The mystery behind this pillar remains to this day, but many recent posts online exist discussing it, so maybe it can be solved in the future. Sparky the Dog. Sparky the Dog is, from my research anyway, the very first mention of a mysterious, rare animatronic to come from the Five Nights at Freddy's series. First mentioned sometime in 2014 by Tumblr users New Ghoul and Codia Bear, this encounter takes the form of a screenshot showing an animatronic that appears in the backstage doorway. However, it was reported early on that encountering Sparky was incredibly rare, and most players would most likely never see him. Although the image of Sparky is rather hard to make out, he's described as a dog with one arm missing and one leg being bare, much like how Foxy's legs look. Eventually, the two Tumblr users who made the initial post would come forward that the whole thing was just a hoax, even showing how exactly they made the screenshot, and admitting that they even forgot to add in the map screen that should be visible in the image, had it been taken from the actual game. Sparky lives on as a memorable beginning to the many animatronic hoaxes that exist within Five Nights at Freddy's, from the ones we've talked about on this Iceberg to the dozens we haven't. Some fans believe that Sparky potentially inspired the animatronic dog Fetch, who appears in the Five Nights at Freddy's Fazbear Frights book series, but of course this isn't confirmed. Sparky is potentially referenced twice in the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, one being the name of the restaurant MatPat is working at, called Sparky's, and the other in the form of a dog animatronic that's disassembled in one of the storage rooms, though this could also just be a reference to Fetch. Nintendo On. Before the release of the Wii, Nintendo's next big console was tightly under wraps and was going by the name Nintendo Revolution. I remember a lot of magazines advertising it as such and speculating what exactly this new console would offer. In 2005, shortly before Nintendo's unveiling of the Nintendo Wii at E3, a post was made on, as far as I know, a now unknown forum page by a user going by Psycho Threeler, claiming to be the unveiling video for Nintendo's next console, going by the name Nintendo On. This video shows a short history of Nintendo's video game development up to the mysterious new console, shown to be a VR headset that also has a dock that is responsible for the console's hardware, including the disk drive, while the headset is used simply as a screen and controller interface. While I can't find an exact date that this video was posted, nor the original website that was used to post it on, E3 would eventually arrive and the real console, the Nintendo Wii, would be shown off. It was eventually revealed that this hoax video was created by Pablo Belmonte, the same person responsible for the Super Mario Galaxy DS hoax that we talked about a while back. You really need to keep in mind, this hoax video was created in 2005. This looks amazing, even for today's standards. Maybe not in regards to the resolution of the video, as it's very low, but back in 2005, 1080p was barely a thing, and again, this is supposed to be a leaked video, so the low quality can be considered intentional. Mushroom Kingdom Hearts. This is another quick and easy one, and comes to us once again from Electronic Gaming Monthly. Keeping up with their April Fool's tradition, in issue 214 of April 2007, an article can be found within about an upcoming Wii game entitled Mushroom Kingdom Hearts. This Kingdom Hearts game would take place within the Mushroom Kingdom, hence the name, and feature, quote, over 41 Nintendo characters alongside various characters from the first two Kingdom Hearts games. I really love how specific they are with over 41 characters, and by first two Kingdom Hearts games, I assume they're not counting Chain of Memories, but that's just me being picky about specifics. Honestly, the idea of adding more to a crossover between Square Enix and Disney doesn't sound too ridiculous. I mean, Sora fighting alongside Mario, Link, Donkey Kong? That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Well, anyway. I find this hoax pretty interesting, because despite being a big Kingdom Hearts fan and spending a lot of the mid to late 2000s on strange fan sites and forums discussing the series with others, I had never heard of this before doing research for this Iceberg. Either way, it's a pretty amusing hoax and fits in quite well with the usual EGM April Fool's offerings. Peekaboo. After the success of Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, the anticipation for new Pokemon games and new Pokemon was overwhelming. Despite being announced in Japan at the Space World 1997 trade show and being released in Japan in November of 1999, information about Pokemon Gold and Silver didn't really hit Western shores all that quickly. Back then, information about games didn't travel anywhere near as fast as they did now. Nowadays, people can import games the day they're released, but considering how much more globalized gaming has become, that's not even really necessary anymore, as games usually come out in all countries pretty much at the same time, but anyway, back to the late 90s. The only hints we ever got to new Pokemon were typically in the anime, with Ho-Oh showing up in the very first episode, and Togepi. Despite these factors, one of the Pokemon designs shown at the Space World 1997 trade show was Meryl, and somehow this Pokemon was the one that had images spread about of it, and in the West was given the iconic name of Peekaboo. The rumors about Peekaboo spread like wildfire, and people even insisted that Peekaboo can be found in Red, Blue, and Yellow versions as being part of the Pikachu evolution line. The biggest hint to this possibly being true was from an NPC on Cinnabar Island who claimed that their Raichu had evolved. This small and outdated text line left the rumor wide open to potentially being true. Years later, thanks to the GigaLeak, we'd learned that this line was actually potentially referencing the removed third evolution to the Pikachu line, Gorochu,
who was removed reportedly due to balancing reasons. Doctored images of Peekaboo showing up in the games would appear on shady GeoCities websites, and as the release of the first Pokemon movie grew closer, one final event would occur that would be the biggest red herring for the existence of Peekaboo. Trading card company Topps would be tasked with making trading cards for the movie. These cards simply showed a screenshot of the film, and the back would give information regarding the scene or the Pokemon shown. Along with the film itself, the first movie also included a short called Pikachu's Vacation, and cards were made for this as well. Pikachu's Vacation would be the West's first introduction to a couple new Pokemon, and a few cards featuring these new Pokemon were created. Well, someone at Topps was tasked with writing out a little summary for these cards. While doing so, they referred to Snubbull as Buru, which that's Snubble's Japanese name, and the name I assume they got from Pokemon Company or Creatures Inc. or whatever. So we can assume they got the Japanese name for Meryl and plan to use that, right? Meryl's Japanese name is Meryl, so that would be perfect. They call Meryl Meryl, and it ends up being the correct name. Awesome, right? No. Whoever this person is at Topps, I want to meet them. I want to know what went through their head, because whoever this person is, they put the name Peekaboo. Yes, an official, released product endorsed by Nintendo, Pokemon Company, and Creatures Inc. officially referred to Meryl as Peekaboo, and this card exists, and there's not even just one, there are several cards in the set that refer to Meryl as Peekaboo. This, of course, kept the rumors alive for just a few more weeks until finally the movie released and the name Meryl was revealed. Peekaboo was also, of course, part of a series of rumors about numerous Pokemon of mysterious origin referred to as the Pokegods, but we'll get to that soon. 17th Colossus. Shadow of the Colossus is such a beautiful game, it's hard to believe it launched on the PS2. We've luckily been given the HD remaster treatment of this game twice now, once on the PS3 and again on the PS4, and each time it still holds up just as well as it ever did. The game is unique in the sense that there are no normal enemies to fight, with the game focusing on exploration and the 16 titular Colossus, all taking the form of grand boss battles. Given the focus on exploration, this of course leads to mysteries and secrets, and with that, inevitable myths and rumors. The primary mystery behind this game comes down to one final 17th Colossus hidden somewhere in the game's vast world. The game features a grip or stamina meter quite similar to the one used in Breath of the Wild, so if you've never played Shadow of the Colossus, that would be the best comparison I have, and it's important to know how this meter works when it comes to the reported method used to reach the legendary 17th Colossus. After beating the game on both normal and hard difficulty, as well as the time trials against each of the Colossi, you must then go to the Shrine of Worship and scale the structure, which would then lead to the secret location of the 17th Colossus. While there is indeed a large area at the top of the shrine, there's no 17th Colossus to be found. Reaching this location is only possible by using a glitch called diagonal jumping, which results in your stamina meter not draining, allowing you to climb for much longer than you'd normally be able to. In the Japanese exclusive Shadow of the Colossus art book, director and lead designer Fumito Ueda noted that there was originally going to be 48 Colossus, but scaled that number down to 24 due to hardware limitations, and finally, 16. The game has since been data mined in its entirety, and ultimately, there's no 17th Colossus to be found. Yoshi and Luigi in Pokemon. These two myths always seem to be paired together for whatever reason. I think it's because of their similarities, but they are two separate rumors. Much like how our friends over at Electronic Gaming Monthly like to throw crazy hoaxes out into the public, another magazine called Expert Gaming Magazine like to do the same. Kinda funny how this magazine also has the abbreviation of EGM, huh? We'll get back to that. Anyway, let's start with Yoshi. In the April 1999 issue of Expert Gaming Magazine, there's an article that explains how you could go about receiving Yoshi as a Pokemon. To do so, you'll need both red and blue versions, 2 Game Boys, and of course a link cable. Both games will need to have their Pokedexes 100% complete except for Mew, which is very generous of them. The challenge might have been too difficult that way. Start a trade between the two games and have red version trade a Dratini to blue version. In blue version, train the Stratini until it becomes a Dragonite, then trade it back to red version. Back on red version, take the Dragonite to the unknown dungeon to the exact spot where you fought Mewtwo. Lastly, use a Firestone on Dragonite and it'll evolve into Yoshi, who will be designated 999 in the Pokédex. This wonderful tip was submitted by a reader of the magazine going by the name J. Esther, or, Jester. So, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that this magazine shares an abbreviation of EGM isn't actually a coincidence. Electronic Gaming Monthly had launched a spin-off magazine called EGM Squared, or EGM2 I guess, that had more of a focus on import games. This magazine would last from 1994 to 1998, when EGM2 would become Expert Gamer Magazine. This magazine would be pretty similar to EGM2 with its focus on import games, but would also discuss anime as well. Anyway, on to Luigi. Now, the Luigi hoax was provided to us by none other than Nintendo themselves. That's right, in April of 1999, on the official Nintendo website, Nintendo would provide a guide on how to unlock Luigi as a usable Pokémon in red and blue versions, and here's how to do it. First, catch a Lickitung using an Ultra Ball. It must be an Ultra Ball, otherwise this trick won't work. Next, take your Lickitung to Vermilion City and go east to the spot where Snorlax is blocking the road. Lastly, flip and hold your Game Boy upside down and feed Lickitung a rare candy. Upon doing so, it'll evolve into Luigi. Luigi will have a unique Plumber typing and various special attacks, such as Wrench, Mustache Slap, Gas, Cower, and Family Reunion, which will summon Mario and Yoshi for a group attack. The fact that Nintendo put this hoax out there themselves is hilarious. I'm sure they got many calls back in the day about Peekaboo and other hoaxes, so I'm sure they just wanted to have fun with it themselves. The funny part about this hoax is that you can't actually catch a Lickitung with an Ultra Ball in red and blue versions. It can only be obtained by trading an NPC, so I'm sure many attempting the hoax didn't get very far with it. Awesomeness Detection. Rock Band is a series that I've spent a lot of time with. I would play this game with friends for hours, and had probably spent way more money than I'd like to admit buying songs and track packs, amassing a huge library that I still play quite often, along with Guitar Hero, of course. In Rock Band 2, there's a mysterious setting within the game modifiers menu. This is basically the cheats menu for Rock Band 2, and holds everything from enable all songs to no fail mode. Among these cheats is one simply called Awesomeness Detection, with a description that reads, "Lets Harmonix know that you are really awesome." Harmonix being the game's developer. What this cheat did in regards to gameplay was something that fans speculated for a long time. One of the many rumors was that it widened the window to hit notes, making the game a bit easier to play. Another rumor was that it makes the fail meter move more towards green than normal for hitting notes when getting close to failing, saving you from failing a song. One of the more common rumors was simply that it would, for whatever reason, include the fact that Awesomeness Detection was on when playing the game, and upon submitting a song high score, Harmonix would see that this was turned on, which would be a pretty useless feature. The Gaming Urban Legends wiki states that one hypothesis was that it affected the singer's singing voice when playing online, though I'm not exactly sure what they mean by that because, if I recall correctly, when playing online with someone on vocals, players on the other system couldn't hear their singing voice in Rock Band 2. Harmonix did at one point tease that, quote, high-level players should always play with Awesomeness Detection on, without any further explanation, leaving players scratching their heads just trying to figure out what this was doing during gameplay. Well, Rock Band 2 senior designer Dan Teasdale went on to say, quote, "What if we just had a modifier that did nothing? I think I spent 2 minutes putting it in. Worst case, no one cares. Best case, we'll see what the placebo effect that people have by turning on the modifier." So, ultimately, it was one big troll from Harmonix, and the setting still lives on in the most recent game, Rock Band 4. This interview with Dan Teasdale came from the official Harmonix podcast, episode 11, so check that out to hear a bit more about the history of it in depth. Reviving the Deku Butler's son. At the beginning of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, after stealing Link's horse Epona as well as the ocarina, the Skull Kid, using the power of Majora's Mask, turns Link into a Deku Scrub. Left to find his way through a mysterious forest cave, Link comes across a sad-looking wooden husk that strangely resembles the Deku Scrub you've become. Link's reluctant fairy companion Tattle even states that it looks a lot like how he looks in his current form. After reclaiming the ocarina from the Skull Kid, the Happy Mask salesman teaches Link the Song of Healing, resulting in Link returning to his original form, with the Deku form being placed in a mask falling to his feet. If Link ever wishes to return to the Deku form, he can now do so at will simply by wearing the mask. While on his journey to save the land of Termina, Link will eventually find himself at the Deku Palace in Woodfall Swamp, where a curse has turned the water into poison and the Deku Princess taken captive. Upon bringing peace to the swamp and reuniting the Deku King with the princess, the butler to the royal Deku family will grant Link a mask after following him through a maze. Upon completion, the Deku Butler claims that Link reminds him very much of his son who left home long ago, and that they too used to race each other through this very maze. During the end credits of the game, we see the Deku Butler standing before the Deku Husk that was previously mentioned, lending further evidence that it was once his son. As the story of the game goes on, Link would gain 2 more masks, both gained by healing an individual through death. The Goron mask would be obtained by healing the spirit of the Goron hero Darmani, who died attempting to save his tribe, allowing Link to become a Goron himself with the powers of Darmani. The Zora mask would be obtained by healing the spirit of Mikau as he dies attempting to rescue the eggs of fellow Zora and love interest Lulu that were stolen by the Gerudo pirates. Now, I know that was a lot to go through, but I mention all of this because it shows the process that Link has used to soothe these 2 souls, assisting them into crossing over into the afterlife as they accept death. We, however, don't see this with the Deku Scrub. Considering Link is forcefully turned into the Deku Scrub, I think we can also assume that there's a possibility that the Skull Kid forcefully removed the soul from the Deku Scrub, effectively killing him, leaving behind his body as his soul is forced into Link. When the Song of Healing is taught to Link, removing the Deku spirit from within him, this is the moment that the spirit is put to rest. Again, sorry, I know this is a lot, but I have a point. This point of the iceberg is about reviving the Deku Butler's son, but that goes against everything that these transforming masks are. These masks can only exist because those who died left their power within them. Reviving wouldn't make any sense, and doesn't fit the theme of Majora's Mask in any way, which is consistently about death and acceptance. Mikau dies as you heal his soul, and Darmani, though a spirit, is put to rest through the Song of Healing. The Deku Scrub, being forced into Link, was effectively killed through this process, with his soul healed when Link learns the Song of Healing. Now, with all that said, I know what this point ultimately comes down to because I remember it being discussed even when I was a kid. Can you get back to the Husk and play the Song of Healing for it, and if you do, what will happen? This was the original myth, stating that you can somehow return to the Husk, play the Song of Healing, and something will happen. The only method I personally remember is that if you were to play the Song of Time, restarting the cycle, and rush to the door that leads you into Termina, you can make it before it closes again. Some say you can do this by putting on the bunny hood immediately and racing for the door, or by using the Goron roll, but no, once you cross into that doorway, it's closed for the rest of the game. Even by using Game Shark cheats and putting yourself right in front of the Husk with your Ocarina and the Song of Healing, nothing works. I know this was a very roundabout way of getting to that, and this entire point could have been much shorter, but when I can, I really do love giving just a little bit more to each point, especially when it's about a game I've spent a lot of time with. As a matter of fact, I'd actually just finished playing through Majora's Mask again as I typed this part of the script, but anyway, on to the next. Akuma in Resident Evil 2. Would you believe that we have yet another Electronic Gaming Monthly hoax? Because we do. I had actually never heard of this one before doing research for this Iceberg, but here's the rundown. This rumor appeared in, of course, the April 1998 issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly's spin-off magazine EGM2, which we discussed earlier during the Yoshi and Luigi and Pokemon point. This rumor takes the form of an article that claims, much like Hunk and Tofu, you could unlock Akuma from Street Fighter in Resident Evil 2, who is capable of blasting zombies with a Hadouken. The method to unlock Akuma is as follows. First, you must beat all 4 campaigns with an A ranking, Leon A, Claire B, Claire A, Leon B, 6 times each. On top of that, you can only use the starting handgun and knife, no other weapons are allowed. Upon completing each campaign 6 times, start up a 7th playthrough and play until you reach the computer terminal in the room with the giant moth. Instead of entering guest like you're supposed to, instead type in Akuma. This, believe it or not, is said to transform whoever you're playing as into Akuma, and you could play through the rest of the game as him. There's no further information, so whether or not you even get to keep Akuma after this is anyone's guess. The fact that you need to play the game to the point where you get to the computer terminal to play as him is a bit ridiculous, since it's basically the very end of the game, so I'd hope Akuma would stay unlocked, but I guess it doesn't even matter because this point is, yet again, an Electronic Gaming Monthly April Fool's Day hoax. Reaching the terminal upon completing the ridiculous requirement and entering Akuma results in nothing but an error message. Pokegods. Despite Peekaboo often being related to the Pikachu evolution line, Pokemon such as Peekaboo actually belong to a group of other Pokemon. Pokemon beyond even mythical Pokemon like Mew, or legendary Pokemon like Lugia. This group was referred to as the Pokegods. These Pokemon were considered to be incredibly powerful and very difficult to find, needing to meet some ridiculous requirements to obtain. Along with Peekaboo being a Pokegod, Missing No was also considered to be a Pokegod, as well as Ho-Oh from its appearance in the first episode, and even Mewtwo wearing its armor, often being referred to as Mew 3. While these instances would all be explained in canon, there are quite a few Pokegods that were entirely fabricated. One of these Pokemon was called Daimonix, and was said to be an evolution of Onix, and basically it just looked like Steelix, but it was blue and has additional horns on its head. It does look pretty awesome, though. We also have Flareth, who, well, it's Ridley. That's just a screenshot of Ridley, but you know what? This gives me an opportunity to make a correction to something I said back in my Super Smash Bros. Iceberg video. I, for whatever reason, referred to Ridley as she, and I'm not exactly sure why or how. Ridley is male. I don't know how I didn't catch that in either my script writing or when reading the script, but anyway, yeah, back to Flareth. Some instances of this Pokegod's origin state it being an evolution of Flareon, which is just absolutely ridiculous, and I kinda like the idea of it being its own Pokemon with no evolution line. Other guides on how to obtain Flareth connect it to the legendary birds, which makes a bit more sense at least. We also have probably the most famous of the made-up Pokegods, Doomsay and its evolution Doomsday, which are quite complex looking for first-generation Pokemon sprites. Along with Pokemon that existed but had yet to be explored and completely made-up Pokemon being Pokegods, there were also fusion Pokemon. Some of these rumors state that at some point in the game, Bill's machine would become a Pokemon fusion machine where you could put any 2 Pokemon in and, if the match works, would create some crazy fusion chimera. The most famous of these was Artazaptress, a combination of Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. I kinda like to think the idea of combining 3 legendary Pokemon into one was taken as inspiration in creating Regigigas, but it's probably just a coincidence. As time went on and the internet became more globalized, these fake rumors heavily slowed down. The only real hint of fake Pokemon today only seem to happen whenever a new mainline Pokemon game is announced. You can find artists creating their own versions of starter Pokemon, and this is when fake leaks really work their way into the Pokemon franchise today. If you've never seen this before, just wait for the next Pokemon games to be announced, then search the name of the games plus starter Pokemon to your search, and you'll see countless artists putting out their starter ideas. Even after the games have been released, for following months, the search will be mixed with both the official starters and fan creations. Maria's original death scene in Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Adventure 2 is iconic and a game that I love very much. It's a game with wonky controls, poor sound design, and frustrating mechanics, and it's also one of my favorite video games ever. Introducing fan-favorite characters, the amazing soundtrack, and quotable dialogue, this game truly has it all, and all wrapped up in a story that, by Sonic standards, is pretty good. That brings us to this point on the iceberg. In the story, Shadow is created as a test subject by Gerald Robotnik in an attempt to discover a cure for his granddaughter Maria's illness. Just as a quick note for all who may be wondering, Maria is Dr. Robotnik, or Eggman's cousin. Shadow and Maria would form a bond, as Maria lived an isolated life aboard the space colony Ark, and Shadow, who was created to be an immortal being in an attempt to cure Maria, was deemed a threat by the military organization known as Gun. After Gun infiltrated the Ark in an attempt to capture Shadow, Maria helps Shadow escape, but is fatally shot and dies as Shadow falls to Earth in an escape pod. This moment has been retold numerous times throughout the series, such as in Sonic X and the Shadow the Hedgehog game, and is the catalyst for Shadow's position as a protector of the world, as were the final words and last request of Maria before her death. Now, this point mentions an original death scene in Sonic Adventure 2 specifically, and I'm unable to find any reference to an original uncensored death of Maria in that game. However, there is a very interesting clip showing an extended scene of Maria's death from the Shadow the Hedgehog game that appears to have been recorded at a convention or something. After the research I've done, I'm inclined to believe that this Shadow the Hedgehog clip is what the iceberg is referring to. Many believe it was removed as it would have bumped the ESRB rating up from E to T, which very well may have been the case. I mean, even Grand Theft Auto games don't have kids in them, so having a child getting shot in a Sonic game, even if not exactly graphic, is probably for the best. The only other theory I have behind this point referring to specifically Sonic Adventure 2 is that, in the game, we don't actually see how Maria dies. We know that her and Shadow are being chased by someone, but we don't see who, and we see her pull the lever while Shadow is in the escape pod, so it may possibly be hinting at a scene where she does get shot or chased by men with guns, as we see in both the Sonic X anime as well as the Shadow the Hedgehog game. However, I've been unable to find any information behind any deleted scenes from the game. I did, however, find a really well-made rework of the cutscene of Shadow and Maria running through the tunnel and Shadow being sent down to Earth, uploaded by YouTube user The Protagonist with fixed audio mixing, and in this, you can actually hear the gunshot, but that's about as close as we get. The original game's audio mixing is so bad, I had actually never noticed it before, as it's buried below the music, much like most of the dialogue. Madden Curse. The Madden series has been around for over 30 years, and starting in 1988 with John Madden Football for MS-DOS, Commodore computers, and the Apple II, shows no signs of slowing down. With the only year without a Madden game being 1989, the series has released a new title every year and will no doubt continue to disappoint game collectors at swap meets and thrift stores when all you see is sports games. Starting with Madden 99, the series would start prominently featuring players on the cover as opposed to John Madden himself, and here is where an interesting pattern was noticed. Players featured on the box art of the Madden series would suddenly have a poor season or injury, and this curse would start with Garrison Hearst on the very first cover to feature a player. From Madden 99 to Madden 12, in some way, shape, or form, the player, or one of the players, would be met with some sort of misfortune that season. In the case of Madden 10 featuring Arizona Cardinals' Larry Fitzgerald and Pittsburgh Steelers' Troy Polamalu, only Polamalu would be affected, having 2 injuries that removed him from a majority of games that season. Madden 13 would be the first case where the player was not only unaffected by the curse, but would go on to break a record. Detroit Lions' Calvin Johnson would finish the season with 1,964 yards receiving, beating the previous record held by Jerry Rice from his 1996 season with the San Francisco 49ers, with Calvin Johnson's record still standing today. The curse would start to become a bit more inconsistent following Calvin Johnson's appearance, with it only really affecting 3 or so of the 10 athletes featured across 9 games since Madden 13.
I don't know much about football terminology or any of the real meaning behind the stats given claiming these bad seasons, but if you're into that, there are multiple great breakdowns of the curse's effects on the players throughout the years. The YouTube channel Rebound Football has a great video breaking down the curse and the players affected, so check that out for more info. Ghosts of Halo. As we've discussed already, Halo has some wild Easter eggs, myths, and rumors, and surprisingly, there are actually some that aren't on this iceberg that I've always thought were so strange, but if I'm going to pick one to be on the iceberg, given the spooky nature of these videos, I think the Ghosts of Halo would be the most fitting. Back in July of 2006, a video was posted to YouTube by user AfroSauce and created by someone going by the name Anti-Noob. The video they posted was claimed to be a year old at that point and was reportedly taken during an Xbox Live match on the map Lockout. In the video, a Spartan in white armor can be seen moving about erratically, while the players, Anti-Noob and the Underdog, are seen watching. Anti-Noob brings up the scoreboard to verify that they are indeed the only two players in the lobby despite this unknown entity roaming about. Any kills that this Spartan gets results in killed by the Guardians appearing as the player's cause of death, which is typically reserved for deaths caused by stage situations and hazards. They appear to slide about with no running animation and can vanish and reappear as well, without seemingly anyone controlling them and no gamertag appearing above their head. The video quickly gained popularity, and other videos would pop up showing similar phenomenon, though with this, mods would also appear in order to hoax these mysterious encounters. Throughout the years, mostly in Halo 2 and 3, ghost sightings of varying levels of validity would appear as videos online, and attempts at debunking the ghosts or figuring out the cause would often only amount to theories behind what they are. Reportedly, the ghosts are caused by stress on the game's engine, which occurs when too much activity is occurring within the game, as well as network lag causing erratic movement, which I'm sure everyone who's played Halo before has seen. While this may be an explanation for some of the ghost sightings, many claim to have seen them in single-player, co-op games, private lobbies with only a certain number of players, and so on. The fact that these sightings vary from explainable to completely bizarre is what fascinates me the most about this phenomenon, and some of the oldest ghost sightings have yet to be debunked. Just a side note before we move on, Halo Reach is also said to have ghost sightings as well, though they're much less common, and there aren't very many notable examples. Anyway, on to the next. Bill's Secret Garden. In Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, upon reaching Cerulean City, if you head north up towards Route 25, you'll come across Bill's house. Considering this is a mandatory location, everyone who has ever beaten the first-generation Pokemon games has been here, and many may have noticed that there's a small path behind Bill's house, very much like a typical walking path found on the other side of buildings you can pass through, often indicating a place you could access. How to access this location behind Bill's house became the subject of countless playground rumors, ranging from defeating the Elite Four a certain number of times to catching every Pokemon and raising each one to level 100. That's right, not evolving a Pokemon through its evolutions, but getting a level 100 Caterpie, a level 100 Metapod, and a level 100 Butterfree, and doing that with every Pokemon. Doing these absurd challenges would grant you access to Bill's secret garden. Upon returning to Bill's house, he'd reveal a secret door that would take you outside the back of his house, granting you access to Bill's garden. A garden that holds every legendary Pokemon that you can catch as many times as you'd like, and possibly even the Pokegods. Unfortunately, even if you use a Game Shark to no-clip into Bill's garden, you won't be finding any Pokegods, as there's nothing beyond that small path but an impassable wall. Hunter Ghost in Luigi's Mansion. This point comes from the October 2001 issue of Nintendo Power, which dedicates a few pages to the upcoming GameCube launch title, Luigi's Mansion, which would come out the following month in November of 2001. While each of the points within the article discusses things the players would eventually see, one thing is mentioned that didn't seem to appear in the final game. The article says, quote, "When your ghoul-busting mission takes you to the trophy room, proceed with caution. If you meet up with the ghost of a hunter, he'll want to add Luigi to his collection." Despite the game having many ghosts of varying personalities and occupations, none of the ghosts within the game fit the role of a hunter, as this article describes, and, as expected, this confused many players who thought there was potentially a hidden boss or NPC within the room that could be found if certain conditions were met. There are a surprising amount of myths about this that all most likely come from the fact that this magazine mentioned such a thing, or at least would claim that the hunter ghost was removed for various reasons, such as being too scary for an E-rated Nintendo game. The hunter ghost is often described as looking like those early 1900s explorer hunter characters that you often see in movies, like, do you remember the hunter from the original 1995 Jumanji movie? Kinda like that. He would be a boss who wished to add Luigi's head to his collection, much like all of the animal trophies throughout the room. So, did this ever actually exist? Was it cut before the game's release, existing only in very early versions that Nintendo Power potentially had access to? Well, no. There's nothing to suggest that this ghost ever existed, so what's the deal? Well, I think what happened was, considering the room was a trophy room and the quote about if you meet up with the ghost of a hunter was just a joke, like, you know, it's a trophy room, watch out for a hunter. But there is none, and this throwaway line that the writer most likely just put in there to be funny ended up getting misinterpreted as there actually being something there that isn't. Now, here we are, over 20 years later, talking about it on the internet, all because whoever wrote this article decided to put that little throwaway line in there. It's kind of amazing how that stuff happens. Portal 1 Cake Room Secret Ending. Here we are with another Portal-related point, this one being about the infamous cake. Back in 2007 and 2008, the whole cake is a lie meme was seriously everywhere. I heard it constantly at school, everyone online was saying it, but was it really a lie? Even back during the early days of the game's release, rumors involving receiving the cake or even reaching the room shown during the ending of the game started to pop up on various forums, with players stating that it was indeed possible to receive the promised cake. You know, despite the fact that the whole cake is a lie thing directly connects to GLaDOS's entire goal to entice Shell to keep progressing through the lab with the constant promise of receiving a reward, only to ultimately kill Shell in the end. There was never a cake. Or maybe there was. Again, after beating the game, a cutscene shows a cake in the deepest depths of Aperture Laboratory, surrounded by personality cores and a companion cube. Players thought this was potentially a hint at a location within the lab that could be accessed, and, well, they would technically be correct, however, it's only accessible by glitching. The primary rumor was that if you glitched your way into the cake room by using a technique known as portal bumping, then placed the companion cube on top of the cake and resumed the game as normal, upon reaching the ending cake cutscene, the scene would change due to your tampering. This, well, okay, technically it is an alternate ending. The cube will actually block the claw that comes down to put the candle out on the cake, resulting in the game, well, not really freezing, but basically you're stuck there. The game won't proceed to the credits and you just have to reset the game. So this, I guess, is technically an alternate ending where the candle doesn't go out, but you're also stuck in limbo, so I guess it's for the best that you leave the cake be. GLaDOS probably poisoned it anyway. Artisan's Gate in Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Released in November of 2018, Spyro Reignited Trilogy brought the original PlayStation games to the 8th console generation, completely remade using Unreal Engine 4, and it looks beautiful, maintaining all of the charm of the original games with a nice fresh coat of paint. The game remains faithful to the original PlayStation trilogy with only minor additions and changes. For example, Spyro was only able to side roll in the second and third games, however, this feature was brought into the first game for the remaster, which really just makes the whole package that much more uniform. Despite all this, there is one change made to the first game that has remained a mystery. A strange door, referred to as the Artisan's Gate, was added to the castle in the first game. Originally, this part of the castle was simply a wall with no way to enter and was nothing more than a decorative piece of scenery. While the door may have been simply added purely for the sake of detail, many players believe there's more to this door than meets the eye.
Upon ramming the door, it will shake in a way that makes it seem like there's a way to open it. However, despite the efforts of the community, nothing has been found. Through glitches, it is possible to go beyond the door and see the other side, though all that can be found is a small circular entryway. Many fans assume that it may be used for DLC content in the future and possibly lead to additional stages, but after more than 5 years, the mystery of the door may simply remain as such. Red Dead Redemption 2 Ghostly Apparitions. As yet another Rockstar game, you've got to expect some crazy myths and rumors, and with a world as massive as Red Dead Redemption 2, there are some wild mysteries to be found within this game. Some of these are story-related and intentional, while others are much more mysterious and unknown. One of these mysteries comes in the form of a ghost of a woman named Agnes Dowd. Found in the southern state of Lemoyne in the Blue Water Marsh, Agnes Dowd's story is told only as residual cries of her ghostly form, and goes as follows. Agnes fell in love with a man she was forbidden from seeing. Despite the disapproval of her parents, they would continue seeing each other, and Agnes would eventually become pregnant. The man would abandon Agnes for another woman, but eventually Agnes was able to get him back and attempt to set things right between her lover and her parents, resulting in Agnes's father killing him. Possibly due to these traumatic events, Agnes would break down and murder her father, and possibly her mother and newborn son as well, before hanging herself from the tree that she and her lover would meet at when sneaking out to see each other. A lot of this story is simply implied through dialogue spoken by the ghost of Agnes, but it remains among the most memorable encounters that you can find within this massive game. Another ghostly sighting is that of a ghost train barreling down the tracks in the dead of night. Once again located in the state of Lemoyne, in the upper northwest area of the map, if you wait between midnight and 5 AM, a ghost train may pass by. This train, being spectral, can't hit you, and you can't board it, but it's still really cool to see. I, of course, looked into myths and rumors behind more ghost sightings, even to the extent of hoaxes, as this is what the whole Iceberg is about, but really, all I could find are these 2 real occurrences, and that's a bit surprising. Fun fact though, you can kill the ghost of Agnes with a well-thrown tomahawk. JVK1166Z.ESP. Would you believe this is the only Elder Scrolls point on this entire iceberg? For a series so vast and exploration-heavy, you'd think there'd be some crazy stories out there, but there really isn't much, save for this creepypasta about the 3rd game in the series, or 5th if you count the spin-offs, The Elder Scrolls III: Morrowind. This creepypasta centers around a mod that was passed around in the late 2000s called JVK1166Z.ESP. Initially, most thought the mod was just made to troll players, as it would never actually load the game, typically crashing, and on occasion even corrupting the installed copy of Morrowind and your saved games. Eventually, it was figured out that by attempting to play the mod through DOSBox, a DOS PC emulator, the game would kind of work. The game would play a bit buggier than normal, certain features like simply opening the options menu didn't function, but it at least allowed the mod to be played, and at first, there didn't seem to be anything too special about it except for one notable occurrence. Upon starting your game, the message, "Prophecy has been severed," will pop up. This message happens when an NPC of significant importance to the plot of the story permanently dies, which will then cause the main story to basically come to an end at that point. As it turns out, in this mod, every NPC of story importance is dead, and interestingly, none of their corpses ever despawn. On top of this, your HP is constantly draining, and the longer you stay in one area, the faster it'll drain until you move on, so you need to keep your eye on that. The cause of this HP drain, as well as the central figure of this entire creepypasta, came to be known as the Assassin. This NPC moves unnaturally on all fours, and is rare to catch a glimpse of, usually only being seen typically after your character dies as the figure crawls around your corpse. The next strange occurrence was that, at night, all remaining NPCs would all leave their homes at the same time. Speaking to any NPC during this time will have them only say one thing: watch the sky. Eventually, a unique NPC is found who sends you on a quest into a dungeon of insane difficulty, and given that you can't mod the game or use the console to cheat, most gave up at this point. Those who got past this dungeon found themselves in a room that the community dubbed the Portrait Room. This peculiar room featured various framed images on the walls, though perplexingly, the images shown were randomly selected from pictures stored on the user's computer. This room also contained a door, and this door became the final mystery of the JVK mod. From this point, the night sky within the game world would change. Instead of being a rendered pixelated celestial body, it now seemed to be a 1:1 recreation of the night sky as seen from Earth. A member of the community believed that the key to opening the door was tied somehow to a celestial event, given that the stars seemed to move as the in-game days went on, exactly as they would in the real world. The story continues to the point where the narrator's friend who's been doing the main investigations has stayed up for more than 3 days straight simply monitoring the stars and planets within the game, before he starts noticing what seems to be the assassin making his way into dozing dreams and possibly even real life. This story is quite long, and I very much just abridged it. Any YouTube video of someone reading the whole thing is about 20 minutes long, so hopefully that's a good summary. The point being on the Iceberg is referring to the fact that, potentially, somewhere on the internet, this mod actually exists. There have been replicas of the mod, those attempting to remake it based off the story, but assuming this isn't just a creepypasta and there's an ounce of truth, this mod may be out there. To be honest, it actually sounds quite a bit more believable than most video game creepypasta, and it's worth noting that this is one of the earliest instances of creepypasta, video game or otherwise, to have ever been written, so that's pretty cool. YouTuber Hoodoo Hoodlum's Revenge has a really good video retelling the entire story, and YouTuber Kingcraft has a video playing a mod based on the creepypasta. Or maybe it's the real mod. You decide. Project Libitina. Okay, so this one is pretty crazy. So, Doki Doki Literature Club is a game that was released in 2017 and had quite an impact on the horror gaming community, mixing the cute characters and fun scenarios of a traditional dating sim and mixing in psychological horror in a way that, despite the message at the beginning of the game, many didn't expect. The game features 4 characters, Sayori, Yuri, Natsuki, and Monika. As you begrudgingly become a member of the literature club and start to form a relationship with each of the girls, slowly things start to get, well, let's just say a bit weird and horrific. Sayori, Yuri, and Natsuki all meet with rather violent ends, and you eventually find that Monika had been behind it all, and not only this, she's aware of everything. The game, the fact that you're playing it, that you're a real person, the fact that she's a character in a game, it all gets quite intense, and there's so much more to it, but I just need to summarize it here, otherwise we'd be here for a long time. So, this game is full of mysteries, and one came in the form of a stylized poem that you can select a little more than halfway through the game. This poem is all blacked out text, with only a few various letters visible spelling out the phrase, "Nothing is real." Upon taking the image of this poem and brightening it, the text becomes visible and appears to be a doctor or a nurse discussing a patient named Alyssa suffering from severe symptoms and clearly in a lot of pain, the doctor writing this as they hear Alyssa's screams from another room. Further information from the letter leads to the possibility that what's happening is that Alyssa is potentially being experimented on. This theme of human experimentation is brought up twice by Yuri when she explains to you the plot of The Portrait of Markov, the book she's been reading, heavily involving a cult that experiments on humans. From here, it was discovered that by diving into the character files of the game, more could be found. Natsuki's character file reveals a strange image of a character not seen within the game itself. Monika's character file was discovered to be an image representing binary that decoded into a message from Monika, and here is where things get wild. Monika mentions that while the other girls are dead, she knows that she has existed in various other worlds with them in the past, and if she's starting to remember, they should be able to as well. Lastly, we have Sayori's character file. When converted into an audio file then ran through a spectrograph, you're given a QR code that then takes you to a website called projectlibitina.com. This site, while text only, shows a report from 2004 in which a 3-year-old girl showing signs of psychic powers is being experimented on, with her name being Libitina and her last name redacted. Much more of the text within this document points back to a cult, much like the decoded poem from earlier, and I've yet to even mention the third eye. The third eye has been a recurring symbol behind this cult, and is even on the book that Yuri is reading throughout the game. Through the age of the test subject discussed in the Project Libitina website, it's currently agreed that Yuri is the test subject given her age in comparison to the one in the document. I know this is a lot, and there's much more to this. Game Theory has several videos discussing the depth of Project Libitina and Doki Doki Literature Club, though I did my best to summarize it, so if you want more, check those out. As of right now, no new games have been released by Doki Doki Literature Club developer Team Salvato. However, it's assumed by fans that all of these clues regarding Project Libitina are pointing towards their next project. World 9 and Super Mario Bros. DS. New Super Mario Bros. Was quite a big deal when it came out. I remember everyone being excited for a brand new classic-style Mario game, although this game managed to avoid the myths and rumors train. Well, save for Scrupulous Fingor, which we talked about earlier. You know what's funny though? There are actually no videos on YouTube about jumping over the flagpole in New Super Mario Bros. I find that pretty crazy that no one has even made a hoax about it. You can, of course, destroy the flagpole if you have a Mega Mushroom, but wow, really? Is there really no secrets in this game? Once again, World 9 here in New Super Mario Bros. DS is an incredibly obscure rumor, only ever being mentioned occasionally in incredibly obscure places online, like a relic from the past, completely forgotten. Every post I can find is dated to after the release of New Super Mario Bros. Wii, which does feature a secret World 9, so is that the source of these long-forgotten forum posts? I think so, as the dates would certainly line up to suggest such. Unfortunately, we're left with yet another mysterious rumor that has been abandoned by time, but hopefully this video generates some discussion. Maybe you have a World 9 New Super Mario Bros. DS story, so if you do, please share it. These sort of obscure rumors and myths are important to the history of gaming and need to stay alive. Danganronpa 2 character hanging in Danganronpa 3. Danganronpa is a series of multi-genre games that first debuted on the PlayStation Vita in 2010 and has since spawned 3 mainline games and 2 spin-offs. The series is primarily a visual novel style game, though other genre playstyles find their way into the games as the series goes on to add some variety. So, there's a bit of a trade-off to these icebergs having incredibly obscure facts, and that comes down to the fact that researching them becomes near impossible, as the conversations about them are limited to sometimes being a very specific forum post, or, in this case, a Reddit post. In November of 2017, a Reddit post was created by user Nini King, claiming that their friend, while playing through Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony, had spotted something that no one else had noticed before. Hanging from a red tower, far off in the distance above the dojo building, appears to be a figure hanging from the building with the red antenna in the background. The original images appear to be lost, and of the 2 posted, I can only find one, and whether or not it's the original posted image is unknown. The original poster, however, as well as those in the comments, believe that this figure resembles Ibuki Miura from Danganronpa 2, and when comparing Ibuki's hanged corpse from Danganronpa 2 and the hanging figure found in V3, they're certainly very close in appearance, though with the distance of the figure, it does make it hard to be certain. I'm really sorry to say this for the 10th time or so, but this point is so obscure, and there's such little discussion about it, that there's very little information to go on. However, thanks to the Gaming Urban Legends wiki, this point has been deemed a simple hoax by the community, so I suppose that's why it's not really talked about anymore. Winter World and Super Mario World. Upon completing the Star Road stages in the original Super Mario World for Super Nintendo, you'd be rewarded with a special fall or autumn-themed palette swap of the overworld map, and various enemies throughout the game will have unique sprites, such as piranha plants appearing as jack-o'-lanterns and the Koopa Troopas having Mario masks on, taking the place of their shells. In Super Mario World's Game Boy Advance remake, the autumn palette swap can be unlocked by finding all 96 exits within the game. This version of the game is given a unique cutscene of Luigi flying over Dinosaur Land in a hot air balloon, throwing the Mario masks down to the land. Despite the enemy sprites changing in appearance, the levels themselves don't change to match the new colors of the overworld, unfortunately. Now, with the presence of an autumn world in the original Super Mario World, I could see creating rumors for a potential winter world, given that the way to unlock it is by completing the Star Road challenges. While I can't find any discussion about a winter world, I'm willing to bet that, much like another Super Mario point we'll be discussing later, this is a lesser-known, obscure rumor that really only existed in the 90s. My theory is that, since you could finish Star Road before completing the rest of the game, the rumors of the winter world were about completing the other stages as well, which makes sense, given that in order to unlock the autumn world in the Game Boy Advance remake, you have to find every exit, including the Star Road stages and every single other stage in the game, which makes a much more complete challenge. In my research for finding any discussion about a possible winter variation of Dinosaur Land, I did come across a ROM hack on smbgames.be that gives all of the stages a winter rework with new obstacles. However, ironically, the overworld is still green, but it's still a pretty good ROM hack. Usami and Danganronpa 1. So, this is a really short and quick one, possibly the shortest on the entire Iceberg. Much like most games that get ported to other hardware, the first Danganronpa game, Trigger Happy Havoc, initially released on the PSP in 2010 and later on the PS Vita. When the game was re-released on the PS Vita as well as PC, it included a new mode called Enchanting Dangan Academy Purely Prismatic Souls, otherwise known as simply School Mode. This bonus mode is much more traditionally like a visual novel dating sim. In regards to the character Usami, simply put, at the end of this unique mode, she makes an appearance, despite her first appearance being in Danganronpa 2, so this was just a nice little cameo that they put in. Usami even claims that she's from the future, so that's pretty fitting. I wish there was more to this one, but that's pretty much it. Misfortune.gb. Misfortune GB is a creepypasta that, from my research, was created in 2012, though the exact month seems to be lost to time. The earliest mention of it I can find is from October 25th, 2012, and comes from a now defunct sketchy website and its 20 scary video game creepypastas that'll keep you up at night clickbait list. Then again, I guess this video isn't really much different than that, but anyway. The creepypasta tells the story of a mysterious Game Boy game in which the player takes control of a little boy who seems to resemble some of the male trainer sprites from Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow. You first find yourself in a strange-looking room the story describes as gothic, speaking with a being many believe to represent the devil. He then says to you, "I exist within the very fabric of reality. Do you want to challenge me?" By selecting yes, he'll reply, "Then let's begin." The player is then transported to various puzzle rooms that need to be solved. One of the puzzles has the player standing before 4 cabins, in which you must pick one to enter. The text box reads, "Choose wrong and a misfortune will befall your loved ones. Are you ready to play?" From here, if the player chooses incorrectly, the screen will cut to black before showing a higher resolution image of the devil figure from before, with text that reads, "I am God here," in a bloody font. Yeah. Those who have played the game have reported suffering from depression when they previously hadn't, and yes, many cases of those ending their own lives. In more minor cases, people have become sick with an unknown illness, though not life-threatening. Reportedly, those who completed the challenge appeared to have no negative effects on their lives. Turning the game off also seems to negate effects. Due to this, it was discovered that the negative effects caused by the game come from the game over screen, or, more specifically, the music that played during it. In a manner similar to Lavender Town Syndrome, the music was able to negatively affect those who hear it, like a sort of psychoacoustic effect.
Due to this, it's advised that those who play this game do not play with audio, as doing so can cause these negative effects to occur. Now, you may be wondering, where can you play this game? Well, it's actually, strangely enough, inside other games. These games include Pokemon Red, Link's Awakening, Spud's Adventure, Pucci Carat, and Atelier Marie. The way to access Misfortune GB is entirely random. Simply by doing any variation of things within the game, you can trigger whichever game you're playing to cease entirely and switch to Misfortune GB, though exact methods are unknown. So yeah, pretty normal creepypasta stuff here. There does exist a ROM of this creepypasta game if you wish to try it out yourself, but I can't guarantee your safety if you do, so yeah, do so at your own risk. The Webkinz Killer. Webkinz, founded by Canadian company Gans in 2005, is a stuffed animal and video game franchise that, despite waning a bit in popularity, still continues to produce Webkinz plushies and support both their PC and mobile games. Basically, you'd get the plushie, and with the plushie would come a code that you could use on the games in order to play directly with the plushie in the game. The game allows you to play online with others, decorate your room, play games, buy items, all that stuff. Actually, it reminds me a lot of Club Penguin in regards to the art style and gameplay, but anyway, we're here to talk about the biggest mystery the game ever had. Rumors existed, such as your pet dying, of course, but the Webkinz Killer is what most people who grew up with the game remember. The start of this whole rumor came about in 2007 during the absolute height of Webkinz popularity. The rumor centered around various reports that were created claiming that users' Webkinz pets were dying, and some of these reports are quite graphic, especially for this kind of game. Now, the Webkinz Killer is not a killer, like a murderer. There's no singular way these Webkinz pets were being killed. It was simply an umbrella term for these various mysterious happenings, starting with number 1. The Penguin Virus. This one's very creepypasta-esque. You'll get a black letter in the mail, and upon opening it, a penguin with red eyes will pop up, accompanied by screams and other terrifying sounds as the screen goes black. When the screen fades back in, all of your Webkinz will be dead, lying in pools of their own blood. In some instances, the character Mrs. Birdie is responsible and will be seen holding your Webkinz decapitated head. Yeah. Number 2, the boxes. You're prompted to select a prize among a red, yellow, and black box. If you select black, a Neopet, yes, a Neopet will jump out of the box and kill your Webkinz with a hammer. Wow. Opening the other 2 boxes results in all of your items being stolen. Number 3, the pill. This happens if you haven't played the game in a long time. You log in and your Webkinz will be sick. Upon taking it to the doctor, you'll have to buy an expensive pill, and upon doing so, giving it to your Webkinz will kill them. Number 4, the clinic. If you go to the clinic at exactly midnight or 12 noon if you're boring, Dr. Quack will open a curtain and his eyes will be glowing red. He'll then chop off your Webkinz head and blood will splash all over the walls. Number 5, the poster. When visiting Dr. Quack, click the poster on the wall 32 times. Dr. Quack will go crazy, and as the lights flicker, he'll take out a chainsaw and kill your Webkinz. Number 6, the bear. A killer bear with a knife stalks your Webkinz pet, waiting to stab them to death. Upon doing so, your Webkinz will leave a large pool of blood in their house that can never be removed. And lastly, number 7, the cat. In the employment office, Miss Tabby Von Meow takes a shotgun and shoots your Webkinz in the face. Miss Cowline then takes all of your furniture, and Mr. Art steals all your cash. Wow. Okay, so it's safe to say that these were written at an incredibly elementary level, and well, you know, I gotta give props to kids at least trying to be creative and write horror, so you know what? These are fantastic. Really awesome. I mean, RuneScape never had anything like this, so I guess I was playing the wrong game. Webkinz even made a public post to users specifically addressing these rumors and stating them to be, quote, not true at all, so, you know, that's good.
Typically when rumors like this pop up, parents inevitably hear about it and always think it's viruses or something. There's even a Snopes page on whether or not a Webkinz killer actually exists. Funny story, I remember downloading SwiftKit for RuneScape back in like 2005 or so, and at the time my mom thought even that was a virus, so, you know. Now, there are a lot more stories relating to the Webkinz killer, and I really just summarized the rumors, so a weird website called scaryforkids.com talks about all of this stuff in more detail, and L Supersonic Q also has a video discussing it, so check that out. Saving the Yharnam Girl in Bloodborne. Bloodborne is arguably the best From Software game, and at least in my opinion, it has the greatest atmosphere, lore, and setting. It's really unfortunate that it's been stuck on PS4 with no signs of it coming to PC, because this game would be made even better with a higher frame rate, but who knows, maybe someday. Much like the other games by From Software, the story within the game is a bit vague, and most of it is discovered through the world itself, though I do personally consider it to be the most forward with its lore. As the citizens of Yharnam attempt to hide and protect themselves from the disease that's turning its people into horrific monsters, you come across many who have yet to be infected and that you could offer sanctuary to in order to be safe from the disease. One of those you could choose to help is a young girl in Yharnam who you only ever speak to behind a window, who tells you that she's all alone and that her parents and sister are missing. Agreeing to look for her mom, the little girl will give you a music box to deliver to her mother, and are only told that she's always wearing a red brooch as a way to identify her. After defeating Father Gascoigne, who happens to be the little girl's father, you find the body of Viola, his wife, making her the mother of the little girl, and on her corpse, you find the brooch that you were told about and are able to take it. From here, you can give the little girl the brooch, which ends the quest with her falling into despair at the death of her entire family, and upon trying to talk to her further, she just cries. Or you could choose to not give her the brooch and offer her sanctuary at either Odon's chapel or Yovska's clinic. If you choose to give her the brooch or send her to Odon Chapel, you later find that the girl is met with a terrible fate, having been killed by a monstrous pig, with only her bloodstained messenger ribbon remaining. If you choose to send her to Yovska's clinic, Yovska initially tells you that the little girl arrived safely and is in good hands. However, you later find that Yovska has been conducting human experiments and the young girl is nowhere to be found, unless she happens to be one of the disfigured corpses laying about the clinic, or transformed into one of the strange celestial creatures with bulbous heads. Upon defeating the spider Rom, the game enters its third act as the blood moon takes over the sky. Returning to the window now will trigger a new interaction with the girl's older sister, claiming that she's looking for her younger sister and that she could be identified with a white ribbon, tying her to the bloodstained ribbon found earlier. Once again, you can choose to either show her the ribbon or not. Doing so triggers a very strange scene where the girl is happy she finally has the ribbon to herself, seeming to not care that her sister has died. Later, you can find the corpse of a girl in a pool of blood, and upon inspecting it, you obtain the white ribbon, cleaned from the blood that was on it when you gave it to her. So, the little girl's dead. It seems as if no matter what you do, she can't be saved, right? But there are multiple options here. There must be one that's overlooked or missed, right? Considering there are 3 options, there must be a 4th option somewhere that finally gets her to safety. Well, you can choose to entirely withhold information from the girl, and by doing this, there's no ribbon obtained from the pig or anywhere else in the game at that point, so she didn't die there. Could that be considered a good ending? Well, YouTuber KiteTails has an interesting theory. The little girl actually never mentions having a sister, and it isn't until the other girl appears at the window that she claims to be her sister. KiteTails believes this girl is lying and is actually from a neighboring house. The house with the woman who goes crazy as the game progresses. She went into the little girl's home and killed her to take the ribbon, but since the little girl's missing, you give her the ribbon and she dies with it later. If you choose to simply never give the little girl any information, no events involving the bloodstained ribbon or the white ribbon ever happen, so at least as far as the world goes, she doesn't die, but it's all really just a theory. The truth is, there's really no true good ending for the Yharnam girl, at least in regards to getting a satisfying conclusion involving her.
Mr. Psychic. After a fair amount of research, I've come to the conclusion that there are no mysteries involving Mr. Psychic from Pokemon. If you don't know, he resides in Saffron City and will give the player TM29, which will teach any Pokemon Psychic, which, of course, is incredibly powerful. In my research, I did find an interesting video uploaded by YouTuber GatorX, in which, while playing Pokemon Gold version on a live stream, went to Mr. Psychic to obtain the TM, only for the game to glitch out during the dialogue, though after the dialogue the game returned to normal, which is interesting. Most of the time when a game glitches like this, you need to restart it, so that's something. Since I don't have much to say, I'll just include this little tidbit that I've had in my mind for a very, very long time. During one of my earliest playthroughs of Gen 1, I remember collecting the TM and really taking in the words Mr. Psychic said before handing it over. That being, "I got it, you wanted this." The joke of course being that he's psychic and he knew you wanted the TM. Well, for first-time players who have no idea, Mr. Psychic was just guessing, but upon any future playthrough, most players would want the Psychic TM as it's incredibly useful, so, in a way, Mr. Psychic always knows you're coming, and will always know that you came specifically to collect the TM. Every time I play through one of the games that allows you to get the TM from Mr. Psychic, that thought always crosses my mind. But anyway. The only other interesting note about Mr. Psychic is that there was a Pokegod rumor about him, in which if you take Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres to him, he'll tell you about the Pokegods, but, well, you know all about the Pokegods by now. Super Mario Bros. Chocolate Factory level. The original Super Mario Bros. Has a fair amount of rumors, given its legacy as one of the most important video games of all time. From jumping over the flagpole to the Minus World, many of these myths are actually based in reality, but here's an example where the myth is an entirely new world, and something more unobtainable. From my research, this obscure myth originates from the 4th book in the How to Win a Nintendo Game series written by Jeff Rovin, and published in 1991. That's actually quite late for a myth about a game that released in 1985, which may be why it's one of the lesser-known Super Mario Bros. Rumors, but anyway, let's get into it. The rumor comes from page 230 of the guidebook, and is actually author Jeff Rovin recounting a reader-submitted letter written by someone named Connie Minyard. This letter explains the process in which you can access the Minus World, and at the end, simply states that they had heard rumors of a Chocolate Factory level without any further explanation, and how they had only heard about it as a rumor themselves. This is, from my research, the single only mention of this Chocolate Factory level before it started to spread on the internet some years later, most likely from those who came across it in this book and were curious about its legitimacy. So, right off the bat, we already know there's no Chocolate Factory level, as the original Super Mario Bros. Has been dissected down to its very source code. A funny thing to note is, a lot of mentions of the Chocolate Factory level posted online today discuss it as if Jeff Rovin himself stated that it existed. However, he very clearly states that this was information that came from a reader, and not himself. One major thing to note is that the Chocolate Factory mention is not in the primary guide section for Super Mario Bros. Itself, but in a separate section in the very back of the book called Nintendo Do's and Don'ts, which is basically just a quick list of tips and cheats for a large selection of games. A fair amount of YouTube videos demonstrating a Chocolate Factory level exist, some even uploaded quite recently, so it's safe to say this small side note hidden away in this obscure book has certainly made its impact. I hope Connie Minyard knows about all of this. Reviving Palom and Porom in Final Fantasy IV. Much like Aerith and General Leo, Final Fantasy IV features 2 characters who are taken from your party, and similarly, many players would seek out a possible way of returning them to the group. Around 4 hours into the game, while attempting to infiltrate the castle of Baron, the party finds themselves in a trap. As Cecil, Yang, Tella, Porom, and Palom see no way of escaping, and with the walls quickly closing in on them, Porom and Palom decide to sacrifice themselves, turning themselves to stone in order to stop the moving walls in their tracks, saving their newly met friends. Tella even attempts to unpetrify the duo, however, since they did so on their own free will, it's unable to be undone. Despite returning at the end of the game, being able to save Porom and Palom is discussed quite frequently among the few who actually played through Final Fantasy IV. Whether or not having them at a certain level before this encounter, or having a certain item in the party that would be enough to undo or change their fate being among the most common methods. Sort of like the methods to prevent Aerith's death, one of which involves getting her to max level before the scene happens. As expected, considering their sacrifice is story-driven, there are no ways to revive them, and from my research, no guides, fake or otherwise, created that would suggest such a thing anyway. I actually played through Final Fantasy IV while making this video, and I think the main reason people believed you could revive Palom and Porom is that, through a large portion of the game, you could return to the room they're petrified in, and upon examining them, the item screen pops up, which suggests you could possibly use an item to restore them to normal, so I can see where the rumors and myths could come from. The funny thing is, there are so many deaths in this game, I'm surprised only Palom and Porom got rumors. I guess no one cares to get Tella back. Brutus the Bulldog. Animal Crossing was the reason I got a GameCube back in 2003 or so. I had played it at a friend's house on and off for quite a while before finally getting a GameCube, and wow, the amount of time I put into it was wild, and I occasionally will still go back to my original town and play it for a bit, even though I've pretty much completed everything. Though I never really got into the franchise outside the first game, I still love it very much, and recall certain rumors and myths that would come up from time to time on forums. Most of the time, these rumors were about fish. Seriously, there were so many fish rumors, like catching a megalodon or a whale, which I'm surprised isn't on the Iceberg, but anyway, this point focuses on a certain villager moving into your town to wreak havoc. Brutus the Bulldog would reportedly show up under certain circumstances, from not maintaining your town and letting weeds take over, to going long periods without playing. Among the things he would do upon entering your town was delete villagers, cause your game to randomly crash, take things from your house, and so on. This is one of those rumors where every time someone tells it, they add some new thing Brutus would do, so the effects he would have on players' games would vary and grow into an entity that could cause real damage, with some reports of him even deleting your town data. Here, let's start a new one right now. In some cases, Brutus can send you binary messages. While oftentimes these seem to do nothing, certain binary can actually destroy your GameCube console, as displaying the binary digits executes code that makes the processor overheat and destroy itself. Beware of Brutus. Nightmare JJ. Here we are again with another Five Nights at Freddy's hoax. JJ is a toy animatronic first featured in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, and is one of the passive animatronics throughout the series, with her only presence being to suddenly appear under the desk, staring at the player, and disappearing if you check the camera monitor. Nightmare JJ, on the other hand, was a rumored animatronic said to appear in Five Nights at Freddy's 4, which features the Nightmare animatronics. These animatronics are much more menacing in their appearance, and with that, JJ also takes on this appearance as well, with rows of jagged sharp teeth. Nightmare JJ would first be shown on October 30th, 2015, the same day as the Halloween update for Five Nights at Freddy's 4, in the form of an image, and the following day would be found to be a hoax created by YouTuber GoMotion. GoMotion would go on to receive a 3-day ban from the Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit for spreading the hoax, and unfortunately, according to GoMotion, the original image they made of Nightmare JJ is lost. GoMotion has an excellent video going over the history of Five Nights at Freddy's hoaxes, so go check that out if you want the rundown on Nightmare JJ, as well as the other hoaxes from the series I've discussed throughout the Iceberg. Yosuke's Eye. The Persona series oddly doesn't have very many mysteries behind it. However, this mystery has been around for many years now, and it centers around the original PlayStation 2 release of Persona 4. The eye in question takes the form of a mysterious symbol that appears on Yosuke's Persona status screen. The eye was first mentioned in a GameFAQs forum in January of 2009, followed shortly by another post on Atlus's website forum. Within the game, you level up your relationship with other characters via social links. Maxing out the social link with Yosuke Hanamura was initially thought to be the main trigger in order to make the eye appear, however, this isn't always the case. Many theories exist as to what makes the eye symbol appear, however, what I find strange is that even to this day, there is no definitive answer as to what makes the eye appear. Most games as popular as Persona are data mined down to the very pixel, so the fact that the cause of this eye doesn't seem to be known is very strange to me. It was, however, eventually found to be a bug in the game that somehow only exists in the original English PS2 version, not existing in the original Japanese version or the updated Persona 4 Golden. As useless as the glitch may be, it does still leave me curious as to just what causes it to appear in the first place. Yeah Yeah Beavis 1. Throughout the 80s and 90s, the ultimate source of information was magazines, and for gamers, there was no better place to find information about games than at the magazine rack at the local grocery store. I remember going with my mom to the grocery store and bringing a paper and pencil with me, specifically to get cheats out of Tips and Tricks magazine. I was rarely able to purchase a magazine, so these trips were almost like my main source of gaming news. With all of those April Fool's rumors coming out of Electronic Gaming Monthly, it was obvious that some information from these magazines was questionable, but sometimes something would sneak its way into a magazine in such a subtle way, it becomes a mystery beyond the intentions of the publishers. In June of 1989, an issue of Video Game and Computer Entertainment magazine would find its way into stores. Within this magazine, an advertisement by a company called Play It Again would be the first mention of this mysterious title. Play It Again was a used video game retailer, and this article was to specify how much they'd buy a game from you used if you wish to sell it, and how much they sell these used titles for to those wishing to buy. On this list, among countless titles all recognizable to anyone familiar with the NES library, there remains one that stands out, going by the name of Yeah Yeah Beavis 1. Outside Play It Again's advertisement, the only other mention of this game found was in October of 1989, 4 months after the first advertisement, this time for the retailer Funko. What this game is has been a mystery for over 30 years, and there are only theories behind what exactly this title is. One theory is that it was a copyright trap. Basically, put a fake title mixed in with all the real ones to see if any other companies are copying your list. Another theory is that it was a placeholder name for an upcoming game, or simply to fill space. Theory 3 is that it was an inside joke between those who worked at Play It Again and Funko. And Theory 4 is that it was an obscure, unlicensed game, which would also mean, if that's the case, this game does exist in some way. Well, here's what we know at the moment. In 2021, Lost Media Wiki user Stintergalactic would contact Neil Levin, who was one of the founders of Play It Again, and ask them directly. And Neil basically stated the first theory, and that it was a common business practice used to catch people copying their list. That would basically be it for Yeah Yeah Beavis 1, but I should at least mention that there was a possibility that the title was a poorly translated and localized name of the Famicom game Rairai Kyonchi's Baby Kyonchi no Amida Daiboken. This game was released in 1989, though was a Japan exclusive, the main connection of course being the similarities of the title making sense if it was a botched localization attempt. A case for this would be that the game Bad Dudes is listed as its Japanese title in the advertisement, that being Dragon Ninja, so there's at least some possibility. To end this point, in 2022, indie game developer Rigged Games released a game called Yeah Yeah Beavis 2 as an homage of sorts, complete with NES-style 8-bit graphics and having quite an aesthetic similar to the previously mentioned Japanese Famicom game Rairai Kyonchi. Mist Stone. The Mist Stone is a mythical item within the Pokémon series that is said to evolve any Pokémon to its next stage of evolution, even if they would typically require trading, friendship levels, or any other specific conditions in order to evolve. I assume it would work like this. Let's say you have a Poliwhirl in your party. While Poliwhirl typically evolves with a Water Stone, let's just say you used a Mist Stone instead, you'd get Poliwrath. If the Poliwhirl is equipped with the King's Rock and you use the Mist Stone, it'll evolve into Politoed without the trade requirement being necessary. Much like the rumors involving the Pokegods, there are many methods out there to obtain a Mist Stone, though, as you'd expect, the Mist Stone is just a hoax. The stone has since made appearances in ROM hacks and fan games, most notably in Pokémon Infinite Fusion. Outside that, there isn't really much else to it, but it is nice to see an item hoaxed for once instead of just another Pokegod. Training Yoshi to swim in Super Mario Sunshine. A bit of a surprise in Super Mario Sunshine is the inclusion of Yoshi about halfway through the game. He's able to help Mario in most ways you'd expect, being able to ground pound, eat enemies, but one thing he can't do is swim. Considering the major presence of water in Super Mario Sunshine, Yoshi not being able to swim makes for quite an obstacle when trying to get the dino into certain areas, some seemingly impossible. In most Mario games, such as Mario Galaxy, Yoshi can swim just fine. However, in Sunshine, he dissolves, which leads many to speculate that this might not actually be a real Yoshi, but a creation of Shadow Mario. But that just leaves the question as to why he'd choose to obey Mario. An incredibly obscure playground rumor that has yet to really make its presence known online is that you could train Yoshi to swim. Be it by feeding him certain fruits or finding a special item, the rumors and methods to do so are unfortunately lost to time. There does exist some videos of people using Action Replay in order to modify the game, allowing Yoshi to swim on YouTube, so there certainly is some truth to this point, but again, as one of the more obscure and lost points on this iceberg, we can only truly speculate behind the methods children came up with in order to get Yoshi to swim back in the early 2000s. Golden Whistle in Super Mario Bros. 3. Super Mario Bros. 3 is one of the most important games of my childhood, and it all centers around a trip my family made to visit my grandma sometime in the mid-90s. The key memory I have of this trip was sitting on my grandma's bed with her playing through Super Mario 3. Now, I of course sucked at it, but my grandma, she was amazing at it. I remember watching her go from world to world, playing through, and she even showed me how to get the 2 magic whistles in World 1 to get to World 8, something that has always stuck with me. We'd play the game repeatedly during that trip, and I remember asking her why she didn't just always warp to the end, and she said it was because she wanted to play the other levels, which I didn't really comprehend at the time. I just thought the only goal was to beat the game. After that trip, she sent me home with a spare Nintendo console and several games, including Super Mario 3, which I still have. Also, just to add, my grandma's a huge fan of Dragon Quest, and I think that's pretty cool. But anyway, what does any of this have to do with the Golden Whistle? Well, nothing, because I can't find anything about a Golden Whistle. I contacted one of the creators of the Iceberg, Silent Chatterbox 52, and they mentioned that the Golden Whistle was a minor rumor about a special whistle that would take you to either World 8 or a mystery world. However, I googled, searched various forums and YouTube, and I can't find anything about a Golden Whistle. So here's my take on it. It's probably a myth about a whistle that can be used repeatedly and warp you to any stage. If you get bored while in the middle of a certain world, you can simply warp to another without losing the whistle. Maybe it even has the ability to let you go back to previous worlds you've already finished and replay them? Or maybe it takes you to a secret island full of mushroom houses so you could restock on items and get whatever you want. I have no idea, and I wish I did. I really don't like coming up empty-handed and want these videos to be as complete as possible, but unfortunately, that's where I have to leave this one. Kill Switch. Kill Switch is a game said to have released in 1989 for presumably PC, as it's described as a side-scroller point-and-click game, but the platform the game was released on is never really mentioned. I say that because this is a lost game with very little information about it, but I'll do my best to explain it. The game was developed by a company called Carvina, and is a puzzle game much like Myst, in which you need to collect and use items to solve various puzzles. The game features 2 playable characters, Porto and Gast, though while Porto's playthrough has been completed, Gast's playthrough has, to my knowledge, never been completed beyond the first few levels, given the difficulty of playing them, as they're invisible on the screen at all times. The game was first mentioned on a 4chan thread discussing the short-lived community that the game had when it was initially released before fading into obscurity. Another oddity about this game was that, reportedly, after beating the game as Porto, the game would just delete itself, which is kinda strange because you haven't even really entirely beaten the game yet if you had yet to complete Gast's playthrough, on top of it just being weird for a game to delete itself, but hey, this is a creepypasta, so I guess it just comes with the territory.
It's claimed that only 5,000 copies of this game were ever released, and the company Carvina refused to produce more without much more explanation. The last reported mention of this game was a 2005 auction in which a copy sold for $733,000 to someone named Yamamoto Ryuichi of Tokyo. The story, of course, ends with a rare video clip of Yamamoto at their computer with the game's character select screen behind them, as Yamamoto is crying. Yeah. Whenever these stories has someone crying, it's like, it reminds me of the Saki-san Nabashi story, where the person who wrote that initial story looking for it claimed that they cried themselves to sleep after watching it, like, okay. So, this creepypasta has quite a lot to it, and the story goes outside the game from this point, going into other games made by Carvina prior to Killswitch. The whole thing certainly has a lot of undertones of Soviet-controlled nations throughout the latter half of the Cold War, and the name Carvina comes from the city of Carvina in the Czech Republic, formerly Soviet-controlled Czechoslovakia. This city had a large coal mining industry, so the connections start to become a bit more obvious. YouTuber Izzy's has an excellent video going in-depth about the whole story, so check that out for more. Tsar Dragon. We come to yet another Final Fantasy rumor on the iceberg, and this one tackles one of my favorite things in Square games: secret hidden bosses. In Final Fantasy VI, released as Final Fantasy III in the West, throughout the game, NPCs mention a powerful beast sealed away by 8 dragons, and by defeating these dragons, the beast would be released. Reportedly, a user on a website called Caves of Narsh named Aerostar was the first to speak of this discovery sometime around 1999 or 2000. The steps needed in order to face the Tsar Dragon are as follows. First, obtain all 26 pieces of Magicite throughout the game before you face the 8 dragons in the World of Ruin. The main issue with this is that under normal circumstances, it's impossible to hold both the Odin Magicite and the Raiden Magicite at the same time. However, that's where Aerostar's guide comes in. Once you've obtained all of the Magicite pieces with the exception of Raiden, fight the blue dragon in the ancient castle in the World of Ruin. During this fight, you must defeat the dragon using the spell Break, which will petrify the dragon. Upon doing this, the fight will end, and the Queen of the Castle will turn into Raiden, allowing you to obtain it. Well, no matter how many times you cast Break, or any other spell that could petrify an opponent, the dragon can't be petrified. Still, defeating all 8 dragons does trigger the message, defeated all 8 dragons, dragon seal broken, but doesn't seem to actually do anything within the game world. Despite all of this not working, within the game, text for the Tsar Dragon does exist, as does a unique enemy sprite labeled Tsar Dragon. The fact that the text for this encounter was translated into English for the Western release shows that this was most likely removed very late in development. Interestingly enough, when the game would be ported to the Game Boy Advance over a decade after its initial release, the same data for the Tsar Dragon was still present, as well as something extra. Upon defeating the 8 dragons and the seal being lifted, a new dungeon called the Dragon's Den could be discovered. Here, you'll face the 8 dragons again, though this time they are much more difficult. Upon defeating them all, you'll face the Kaiser Dragon, which has the same sprite as the legendary Tsar Dragon. After this, for an even more difficult challenge, if you visit the Soul Shrine, you can do a gauntlet fight against all 8 dragons in a row with the Tsar Dragon at the very end. Also, carried out by fans, a custom Super Nintendo ROM of Final Fantasy VI would be made that includes the Tsar Dragon fight, bringing this point on the iceberg full circle. Moon Knight and Colossus in PS2, PSP, and Xbox versions of Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Marvel Ultimate Alliance was one of those games that came out during the crossover period between the 6th and 7th console generations, and would see a release on Gen 6's Xbox, PS2, and Game Boy Advance, as well as Gen 7's Xbox 360, PS3, PSP, Wii, and PC. Whenever this happens, it always seems as if the previous generation's version gets shorted in some way. Marvel Ultimate Alliance is one of those games that very much reminds me of the Gauntlet series due to its isometric camera and gameplay style.
The game features many familiar faces from the Marvel Universe that you can play as, though, as to be expected, the Gen 6 consoles as well as the weaker-than-home consoles PSP were left without 2 characters. Moon Knight and Colossus were notably missing. That was, until a method surfaced online explaining how you can go about playing as Moon Knight and Colossus in these versions of the game. First, reach the Valley of the Spirits stage where you encounter Doctor Strange. Following this, you receive the Crimson Dynamo training disc. Return to Stark Tower. Next, put any 4 characters in your party and enter the Crimson Dynamo training stage. When prompted if you'd like to adjust your party, remove everyone from your current party and cancel back to the Training Select screen. Select the Crimson Dynamo training stage once again, and upon loading in, you'll have 3 random characters in your party with 1 empty slot. Upon moving the cursor over the empty slot, Moon Knight or Colossus's name should appear. It is possible to do this to the point where there are 2 empty slots, making both of the characters playable. Doing this allows both of the characters to be playable, complete with all of their attacks. After this, to use them in any mission, go to the screen where you can choose your party, clear your roster, then choose the option to choose a pre-existing team. Back out from this screen, and since the roster was still empty, it'll allow you to select Moon Knight and Colossus to be used anywhere in the game. But do you want to know something even more ridiculous? Link and Samus were reportedly going to be in the Wii version, but this was removed for unknown reasons. That would have been amazing. Blueberry Mystery in San Andreas. Grand Theft Auto games have never been shy of parodying real life, and this is no more evident than with the Epsilon program, a cult parodying Scientology, a real-life cult in which members sign 1 billion-year contracts to serve the group that was founded by author L. Ron Hubbard in 1954. In San Andreas, the town of Blueberry has a large concentration of members of the Epsilon program, most likely due to the cult's headquarters being within close proximity. The Blueberry Mystery comes in the form of a mysterious blue glow that can be found around the town, emitting on various buildings and locations. This strange phenomenon is confirmed to occur within the game and isn't the result of a glitch or mod. However, no one knows what the glowing indicates or if there's any further explanation behind what causes it. Unfortunately, this is one of those mysteries that has become a bit more obscure in recent years, and any information behind this occurrence is nothing more than theories involving the Epsilon program to, yes, even aliens. But given the blue glow, and the Epsilon program's color being blue, I think it's safe to say it's cult-related at the very least. A theory suggested by YouTuber Zephyr is that the town of Blueberry was perhaps one of the earliest areas in the game worked on by developers, who were trying out various lighting techniques and simply left these lighting effects in, and that's fair. I wish there was more to say about this one, but it's really just not as well covered as some of the more famous Rockstar myths. Some people believe the lighting is there simply because the town is called Blueberry. Also, an interesting note, the town of Blueberry is the absolute center of the San Andreas map. Not really sure if that has anything to do with the mystery, but it's an interesting fact worth adding in given the unknown nature of this point. Sonic using guns. This is an obscure rumor that I actually had never heard of before, and even after doing research looking into it, my only source is a Did You Know Gaming episode about Sonic rumors. The video states that a popular schoolyard rumor existing even back in the day of the first Sonic the Hedgehog game on the Genesis Mega Drive was that you could unlock a gun that Sonic could use, going around blasting enemies with it. The exact gun isn't really specified, though the video mentions pistols and rocket launchers being popular among those spreading the rumor, and they could be unlocked through various actions or even cheats. According to Yuji Naka, the creator of Sonic, Sonic Team reportedly received many letters from children asking for Sonic to have a gun in upcoming games, which is just beautiful. My original thought before doing any research for this point was that maybe the original idea for the 2005 Shadow the Hedgehog game, in which Shadow of course wields various guns, was that it was going to be a Sonic game. Not wanting Sonic to be wielding a firearm, Sonic Team instead decided to make Shadow the lead character.
Well, this seems pretty close to the truth, though I can't find any Yuji Naka interviews where he outright states that development of Shadow the Hedgehog was because of kids wanting to see Sonic with a gun. Really, it seems like it was just the landscape of gaming in the mid-2000s. Jak and Daxter's sequel saw a run-and-gun, darker story with Jak being able to turn into a demon form. Twilight Princess saw the Zelda series turn much more realistic and dark. The Prince of Persia games turned all metal and hardcore with way more blood and gore and Godsmack on the soundtrack. It was really just the era, and whether or not these schoolyard rumors that I can't even find any information about were the source of Shadow the Hedgehog isn't really known. Real Knife in Undertale Demo. Undertale most likely doesn't need an introduction, but it's a 2015 RPG created nearly entirely by Toby Fox and has gone on to become one of the biggest video games of all time, spanning a fanbase that has really taken the series well beyond the small 220 megabyte game that it started as. Back before the game's launch, a demo was released to give players eagerly awaiting the game a taste of what was to come. Within the demo's short experience, you can find the toy knife item as you explore the ruins. Considering the name of the item as Toy Knife, players speculated the existence of a real knife within the game, though Toby Fox himself would deny the existence of such an item. In the game's full release, the real knife exists only in the genocide route within Asgore's home. Lore-wise, the knife is implied to belong to Chara, the first human to fall to the underground. For context, the character you play as, Frisk, is the 8th human to fall to the underground. The real knife, by the way, is referred to as the Worn Dagger during the neutral and pacifist routes, but anyway, this point is about the demo specifically, so let's get back to that. Players would play through the demo repeatedly, trying to find this real knife that Toby Fox stated didn't exist, and that would be true. For the 2 years between the demo's release date in 2013 and the game's official release date in 2015, players would hunt for this real knife, only to come up empty-handed. As mentioned previously, Toby Fox would put the real knife in the game as a bit of a nod to this early rumor within the community. If there's anything else about the real knife that I'm missing, please let me know. I know the Undertale fans out there have this stuff down and committed to memory, so please leave a comment if I didn't include something. Fez Black Monolith. Fez is an indie puzzle platformer game created in 2012 by Polytron Corporation and is a rather unique take on the 2D retro style that was starting to make a comeback in gaming around this era, creating a sort of 3D style in which you can shift perspective between two axes, which makes it really more of a 2.5D style, but anyway. It's quite a fascinating game, and one that doing research for is making me really want to try out once I'm done. Fez features a rather deep number and letter code system that makes this game incredibly complex, and that is where the Black Monolith puzzle comes in. Within a certain room, a black monolith can be found after inputting a code found on a half-burned map that correlates with a pattern that can be seen on the floor. The monolith rises from the floor, however, there's nothing else to indicate in any way what to do next. The puzzle was, rather quickly, brute forced by the community, meaning they simply tried every conceivable combination of codes possible until it was found. However, the mystery lies in how this code was actually supposed to be discovered at all. Many players assumed that the code was possibly once on the burnt side of the map that was used to summon the monolith initially, though I don't really believe this to be the case, since that would imply that it would always be inaccessible. The current theory on how the puzzle was meant to be solved is far-fetched, but it does kind of work. I'll try to lay it out, but I can't guarantee my explanation will be very good. Fez was released on April 13th, 2012. As written in the American month, day, year format in order, this becomes 4132012. Using the tome artifact within the game with these numbers returns the numbers 4011322. You then convert these numbers into Fez's special number characters, which take the form of these squares with various symbols, referred to in the community as tetraminos. Upon turning the tetraminos counterclockwise 90 degrees, you get what looks to be a code, and when read backwards, this code gives exactly the code needed to solve the Black Monolith.
Down, down, LT, RT, RT, jump, up. Was this really it? Was this actually how the code was intended to be solved? Well, it's still unknown within the community, and no developers have answered whether or not this was the method the code was intended to be solved with, leaving the black monolith as solved, yet still a mystery. YouTuber Cheddar has a great video called The Unsolved Mysteries of Fez, which is really good and one that I watched while researching this point, so check that out if you want a more in-depth look. This game actually features quite a lot more unsolved mysteries within it. The Black Monolith is just the most famous. Wheat Sword. Golden Sun is an underrated RPG series developed by Camelot Software and has exclusively been on Nintendo consoles across the series' 3 titles: Golden Sun and Golden Sun The Lost Age on Game Boy Advance, and Golden Sun Dark Dawn on the Nintendo DS. The series has sat quietly ever since, but a dedicated group of fans eagerly await the next entry, and many even petitioned to have Isaac included in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate as a playable character, despite him already being an assist trophy, but as someone who really wants Shadow in the game, we won't let assist trophies stop us. Anyway, the Wheat Sword is a mythical item said to be found within Golden Sun The Lost Age, the second game in the series. The fabled Wheat Sword would be popularized by a post made by GameFAQs user Ryu Kenshin, who created a guide on how to obtain the weapon. The guide is incredibly tedious. Like, too tedious. I usually am willing to go pretty deep into these points and actually break down the individual steps, but trust me, you don't even want to know all the steps required for this. It's actually completely ridiculous. Even the Gaming Urban Legends wiki says that the steps required to obtain the sword are, quote, incredibly long, tedious, and unrealistically specific. This point alone would probably take up 15 minutes of the video even if I abridged the steps. Seriously, it's that large of a guide. So yeah, the Wheat Sword doesn't exist, but it's on the Iceberg most likely because when it was first posted by Ryu Kenshin to GameFAQs, it was approved and stayed up for a long time, treated as if it was fact, which is pretty hilarious. The original post is long gone, but it appears to have been created sometime in early 2018, in most likely January or February. Again, trust me, you don't want me to go through the steps to obtain this sword. I promise. Phoenix Games Pac-Man clone. Right off the bat, I'm not gonna say the name of this game. It's pronounced exactly as you'd expect and is considered offensive, so yeah. Anyway, this game is said to be a Pac-Man clone that was released in 2004 by a Dutch company known as Phoenix Games. Now, Phoenix Games is a company known for some of the most shovelware quality games you'll ever see. Snow White and the Seven Clever Boys, Cinderella, Peter Pan, Legend of Camelot, any of these games would make any normal shovelware game look amazing in comparison. So, this poor quality Pac-Man clone has box art on a similar level of bizarre as their other titles. However, it's since been found that the image used actually comes from a website called irtc.org, standing for the Internet Ray Tracing Competition. The image was created by an artist only known as R. Husmo and was reportedly created in 1994. Phoenix Games would use the artwork for an unreleased PS1 game called Block and Go, which was also just said to be a cheap Pac-Man clone. The artwork was, as expected, stolen, which is nothing new. Phoenix Games has ripped off art before, most notably taking the 2D artwork for Destiny Islands from the first Kingdom Hearts and slapping it on the cover of their Peter Pan game. The game would pop up through various retailers, mostly based in Europe, and remain rather obscure until the late 2000s when the box art would catch the attention of gamers and it would become an infamous case of a lost game. Unlike the existence of Phoenix Games' other titles such as Peter Pan and Cinderella, this title, despite having a listed release date of 2004, was never actually released. The game reportedly never made it past the concept stage, only ever having this infamous box art as its legacy. There does exist what is claimed to be a test model from the game on YouTube, however, it's impossible to know for sure if this isn't just a fan hoax or truly an original piece of the game, which would make it the only proof of its existence outside the box art.
Interest behind the game was said to have started in 2008, though I personally can't find any records of it before 2009, which is also the same year that the video test model came out, so it could just be that the original forum it was posted to has since been lost. YouTuber RetroDetect has done an amazing video on the game and is incredibly dedicated to it. They even own the Phoenix Games Limited website domain, and they're the ones who claim this is where the original 2008 mention of the game was found, within its forum, so that's where I received that information. If you want an in-depth look at this whole thing, check out RetroDetect's video on it. It's very in-depth, and they seem to be the real source of info and expert behind this game. Purple Yoshi Game. In 2001, the Game Boy Advance was released, basically bringing the power of a Super Nintendo into the palms of gamers around the world. While the Game Boy Color may be considered a unique system apart from the Game Boy, I consider the Game Boy Advance to be the true next step in Nintendo's portable gaming lineup, and many were anticipating the release of this amazing new handheld. Many gaming news sites were quick with releasing any updates about the upcoming system, and in August of 2000, IGN would post an image that would become buried and lost for over a decade. That image depicts an admittedly off-model purple Yoshi in a 3D-looking world with a target that looks very similar to what's seen in Yoshi's Story and Yoshi's Island. This strange screenshot would fade into obscurity until YouTuber LSupersonic would post it to their blog in 2014 and kinda forget about it until 2018 when they decided to look further into this peculiar image. Their research turned up only a couple references to the image throughout the years, primarily on old forum and video game news sites, though they continued digging and potentially found the source of the image. Sort of. An IGN subsite called pocketmedia.ign.com posted a blurred image of the Purple Yoshi image, urging readers to visit their IGN board site in order to see an unblurred version of the image that they claimed was provided to them by an uncredited Japanese correspondent. And the link to that forum is gone. Long gone. Not saved on the Wayback Machine, never to be seen again. So that brings us to the final question. Was this Purple Yoshi image created as a hoax just to get people to visit the IGN board site? Was it real and IGN was just using it as publicity? Well, even today, the origin of the image remains a mystery, but maybe in one of the many asset leaks or possibly a future interview with Nintendo developers, we could get more information about this image and finally learn what exactly it's showing off. Tech demo or maybe an unreleased game. Delphius Hills Ghoul. Carnivores is a 1998 first-person shooter created by Action Forums and released solely for PC. The game takes on the style of a hunting game, however, here you're hunting dinosaurs in what the game calls a prehistoric hunting experience. The game takes place in the year 2190, and deep in space, a planet is found similar to Earth and full of dinosaurs. The in-game story is that a corporation has purchased the planet and created the Dino Hunt Corporation, allowing customers to hunt dinosaurs. Yep, this is a real game. You hunt dinosaurs and collect trophies for doing so. A sequel to Carnivores, simply titled Carnivores 2, would be released in 1999, with the story simply being that this company still allows people to hunt dinosaurs on their dinosaur planet. With this game, however, comes a mystery. One that didn't exist in the first game, and it takes the form of a mysterious creature found in the Delphius Hills area of the game. This myth was, according to my research, first mentioned in, ironically enough, an Iceberg chart posted in 2020 by Reddit user The Green Spy Guy, and generated multiple questions about what these ghouls even were. The Iceberg was posted to the Carnivores Lodge subreddit, which I would expect to be full of hardcore fans of the game, so for even them to be unsure about this means this must really be some obscure stuff. Reddit user CarnusHunter113 would take this intriguing Delphius Hills ghoul point and examine it further, claiming to have spent several weeks exploring the Delphius Hills area within the game for any strange sightings. Shortly after this post, CarnusHunter113 would return, claiming to have encountered a creature that they could only describe as ghoulish and looking like a green reptilian yeti. Though they claimed they couldn't get a screenshot, they did submit a sketch rendition of what they saw, which is just lovely. This would be like if someone claimed to see Luigi in Super Mario 64, and they just drew it because they had no means of taking a screenshot. I mean, it's basically the same thing, right? Anyway, obviously, this was pretty much discredited by the community. Another post was made in which a user uploaded a screenshot of spotting the ghoul, but drawing over it to resemble what they saw. I personally feel this was done as a joke in reference to the original drawing. Anyway, the following week after Carnus Hunter's first post, they'd return with, quote, irrefutable evidence of the ghoul, and here it is. Yeah, I don't really see anything, and it didn't really do much for the community either. The following week, we got something a bit more real. Carnus Hunter would show this image to Reddit, and wow, okay, that's much better. They claimed that the ghoul attacked the player, and the game crashed upon the death of the player, but not before getting this awesome screenshot. This image has been debated over in the community for quite some time, and even the wiki for the series has an incredibly vague page dedicated to the Delpheus Hills ghoul. While the series' lore is fairly limited, it's theorized that the ghouls may be remnants of an ancient race that used to live on the planet, this ancient race being hinted at in the first game. If you want a deeper look at this, YouTuber JVirus has an excellent video going much more in depth, and they basically cover the entire Delpheus Hills ghoul saga from its beginning to today, so definitely check that out. Trailer in Lunar Jetman. This is another very short entry on the Iceberg. Lunar Jetman is a 1983 horizontal shooter for the ZX Spectrum, or ZX Spectrum since it was only released in England. On the cover of the game, as well as the title screen, the vehicle you're driving throughout the game appears to have a trailer. This left many wondering if the trailer was a possible upgrade or was obtainable in any way throughout the game. This all apparently blew up when the ZX Spectrum dedicated magazine, Crash, posted a reader-submitted image showing what appeared to be the trailer being pulled behind the vehicle in the game. This is easily one of the oldest legends on this iceberg, and one that I'm sure really stands out to a lot of European gamers. Unfortunately, the ZX Spectrum and Lunar Jetman never came out here in the US, not until decades later, and by that point, emulation had already made it possible to play. There are several web pages dedicated to the ZX Spectrum, and many have an article or two at least mentioning this amazing myth, but really, I wish there was more. If you happen to have any experience with the Lunar Jetman trailer, even just a short story of a friend mentioning it to you, please comment about it. I want to know more about this. It's such a fascinating era of gaming that you rarely hear rumors or myths about, and this one is only ever talked about in a sentence or two before the subject moves on. Oh, and no, there is no trailer within the game. Sad, I know. Air Cruel version. Air is a visual novel created by Key and Visual Arts and released in 2000 for PC and later ported to the Dreamcast, PS2, PSP, PS Vita, and most recently the Nintendo Switch. Though not as well known today, Air was massive when it was released in Japan, quickly becoming the best-selling PC game at the time of its release. In the early 2000s, given the game's popularity, a bizarre thing began to happen. Occasionally, on various forums, a version of Air was being talked about that features scenes and routes in which horrific things can happen. In visual novels, typically you can choose how you react or respond to certain characters or situations, creating a branching narrative, sort of like a choose-your-own-adventure story. It wasn't necessarily uncommon for visual novels to feature graphic content. In fact, Air itself was an adult game featuring H scenes, much like many visual novels of the era. However, the things being discussed were much more gory and horrific in contrast to the rest of the game. Reportedly, this version, known as the cruel version of Air, was sold at conventions by unidentified doujin groups and made their way into the market, eventually finding their way onto used video game store shelves, where those looking to buy Air would buy this cruel version without realizing it. One user on these forums even recounts seeing a copy for sale at a local anime store in Hakodate, just waiting to make its way out into unsuspecting hands. It's even said that Key, the company who made Air, would personally attempt to buy any and all copies of the cruel version that they can find, in order to not have a tarnished version of their game out in the public. The identities of those behind who made this version of Air are unknown, but range from simply being underground doujin creators who did it entirely on their own as a troll, or potentially to please those in the Guro community, to disgruntled Key staff, but ultimately, no one really knows for sure. Now, the final question is, does this actually exist? Well, that's the thing, no one really knows. This was during a time when releasing such a thing could have been easy, and doujin games were being released at conventions in Japan all the time. That's how many of the early Toho games were released, so of all the things that could have been released at conventions, I think it's certainly possible. Twitter user Melanchola has a decent post discussing the cruel version, and unfortunately it's really all the information I could find. It seems that most discussion takes place on Japanese forums, so gathering any further information would be difficult. Melanchola does however claim that a version of Air does exist called Summer Death, created by OSI. Admittedly, I'm not sure who or what OSI is, they seem to be a doujin creator, but anyway, Melanchola says that this version, while not the cruel version, does indeed exist and is just incredibly rare. In April of 2023, the cruel version of Key's other visual novel, Canon, was actually found and uploaded to archive.org. This was also created by OSI, so I believe the discovery of this gives a higher likelihood of the cruel version of Air also existing. This entire thing is incredibly fascinating to me, so if you happen to have more information on it, please mention it, I'd love to hear more. Mii Outfit C. Mario Kart on the Wii is really the last game in the series I'd expect to have any mysteries, but again, other than Marty the Thwomp, the Mario Kart series isn't really known for its myths and rumors. Among the playable characters in Mario Kart Wii, 2 of them are simply Mii outfits. Mii Outfit A can be unlocked by winning the 100cc Special Cup or by playing 1,650 races, allowing you to play the Mii you have selected in a unique costume for races. Mii Outfit B is a bit more of a chore to unlock. You must unlock all 32 expert staff ghosts, which is quite a challenge on its own, or alternatively play 5,100 races or battles, or win 5,000 ghost races. These ridiculous challenges inevitably brought about a rumor of a Mii Outfit C that required even more ridiculous requirements to unlock. Some variations of the rumor come from the infamous anti-piracy myths, claiming that you'll unlock a rather unsettling figure if the system detects that your copy of the game is pirated. I think the prevalence of Mii Outfit C and even D rumors stems from the fact that, much like in Super Smash Bros. Melee, there are 2 slots available that could very easily fit 2 more characters, and given the requirements needed to unlock the legitimate A and B Mii costumes, I could see how anyone would think there would be 2 more. The roster looks a bit empty with those 2 blank spaces, but nope, no more Mii costumes to be unlocked. Blockland Renderman. Blockland is a sandbox builder game similar to Minecraft and initially released in 2004. The unique thing about this game is that it's much more LEGO influenced, and reportedly, LEGO was even in talks with the developer Eric Hartman to purchase the game, however, this apparently fell through. The game allows users to create anything out of blocks, and even make their own game modes, so in that way, it's a bit more like Roblox. I was even able to find some gameplay of Counter-Strike clones, as well as some kart racers. It's actually pretty cool looking. This game seemed to get completely overshadowed by the other 2 more successful block games, but that doesn't mean it isn't without its myths or rumors. A figure known as the Renderman is said to haunt the game and appear within screenshots that players take, or within worlds, much like Herobrine in Minecraft. This figure is said to watch players from a distance, and in some cases, act in a hostile manner, sometimes even attacking the player. In response to these myths and rumors, mods have been made to replicate the appearance of Renderman, but many players claim that it already exists regardless, and seeing it is just a matter of being lucky, or unlucky depending on how you look at it. Many clips exist of players encountering this Renderman, though the validity varies. While it's determined that Renderman doesn't exist within the game, in a similar manner as Herobrine, some players still claim to see him in their games, to this day. The Legend of Zelda 3: The Triforce Saga. Back in October of 2005, a mysterious NES cartridge would appear for sale on eBay. This cartridge appeared to be a prototype of some sort, with a plain white label and text that read, The Legend of Zelda 3: The Triforce Saga, Beta 0.6.24, NTSC version, copyright 1990, Nintendo. The auction would start at $20 and generate a fair amount of attention for the 7 days that it was listed. A possible third Zelda game that may have been in development for the NES was huge news, though the seller, who only went by the name Richard Velo, didn't provide a whole lot of information and only a few pictures. One of these provided images showed the cartridge running on an original NES console, with the TV in the background showing a blurry title screen that appeared to show the title of the game, along with the 1990 copyright date. Was this potentially a scrapped NES version of A Link to the Past, or maybe Link's Awakening that was possibly started on the NES before being moved to more powerful hardware? No one knew, and again, Richard Velo wasn't communicating much with those who expressed interest in the listing. Regardless, by the time the listing came to an end, the final bid would reach close to $3,000 and would be won by an eBay user by the name of Knight7. After this auction, the gaming news website Joystick.com would take notice of the eBay listing and really dedicate a lot of articles discussing it. Joystick.com would even claim that Richard Velo, the one who listed the cartridge, messaged them himself, stating that he believed the one who purchased the cartridge going under the name of Knight7 had some sort of connection to the Canadian game development company Silicon Knights. Even if this is true, who cares? So someone at Silicon Knights is a collector of prototype games, it's not that uncommon. After this, the CEO and founder of Silicon Knights, Dennis Diak, would contact Joystick personally, stating that they had no knowledge of the purchase, at least as far as the company was involved. That was basically the end of this mystery, and strangely, no one has really ever questioned it further, and it was immediately deemed a hoax, despite the cartridge never being seen again, and the incident never really moving past the sale and the strange Silicon Knights Joystick connection. The thing is, even if A Link to the Past had early development on the NES, it would have been conducted in Japan, not North America. Here's my personal theory, and this theory really only stands if we assume the cartridge is real. As most of us know, Super Mario Bros. 2 on the NES was a Japanese game called Doki Doki Panic that saw all of the original character sprites changed to Mario characters to turn it into a Mario game for the Western market. We've seen this sort of thing happen before, turning a licensed game into a game that doesn't mention the original IP, like the case with Dragon Power on the NES, which came from the Japanese game Dragon Ball Shenron no Nazo, which of course is a Dragon Ball video game. A similar case where this concept is reversed would be with a Japanese Sega game called Dynamite Deca. When this game was brought over to North America, it became Die Hard Arcade, based on the movie franchise. My point here is that, at best, maybe this was an attempt at bringing a game over from Japan and changing it into a recognized franchise in order to boost sales before it was scrapped. That is, of course, giving the benefit of the doubt that this whole thing wasn't a hoax, which it most likely was, but I still do find it interesting that it all just sort of vanished. No one has claimed responsibility for it, which often happens some years later, and no one really cares that it just kind of faded into obscurity. On the other hand, I feel very strongly that it was a hoax, mostly because of the involvement with Joystick.com and the fact that the seller of the cartridge, Richard Velo, was said to have contacted them specifically and on his own accord with some pointless information about whoever bought the cartridge. More useful information would have been where Richard himself obtained the cartridge, if there was any gameplay, or if the prototype simply reached the title screen with no other data on the cartridge. Really, it all just seems incredibly calculated, and to me, it looks like maybe even Joystick themselves may have been behind it in order to attract attention. Extra Cheetah Men 2 levels. In 1991, a multi-cart game called Action 52 was released by Active Enterprises and Farsight Technologies for the Nintendo Entertainment System and Sega Genesis Mega Drive respectively. This game is infamous for its quantity over quality approach, touting 52 games on a single cartridge with a suggested retail price of $199, which, when doing the math, comes out to about $4 a game. When put into that perspective, it sounds like an amazing deal, considering that even back in the days of the third generation of video game consoles, new games would go for $60 each, but as you can imagine, there isn't a single game on this cartridge that's worth playing. However, Active Enterprises thought they had a real ace up their sleeve. The 50-second game on the cartridge is Cheetah-Men, and this was the game that they really thought was going to be a hit. There was a comic book made, and even a line of action figures that were being advertised, but never released. Action 52 even had a commercial that was basically nothing but an advertisement for Cheetah-Men. Well, the game is just as bad, if not worse, than a large majority of the others on the cartridge, full of glitches and bugs, making the game close to unplayable. You'd think this would be enough to be a nail in the coffin for Cheetah-Men, however, development for Cheetah-Men 2 started immediately, and despite poor sales of Action 52, carts were made, but never sent to stores. Legend has it that 5 years later, in 1996, someone came across a box of over 1,000 cartridges of Cheetah-Men 2, made using recycled or unused cases from Action 52. Slowly, these cartridges started making their way into the hands of collectors through conventions and online stores such as eBay. It's no surprise that Cheetah-Men 2 is as big of a mess as the first game, and is, without tampering, unbeatable, as the game freezes after beating the level 4 boss. Here's where this point of the iceberg comes into play. Reportedly, if you rapidly turn your NES console on and off, there's a small chance that the game will power on starting at stage 5, allowing you to continue the game. This is indeed true, and it does work. However, in 2011, a patch to the game was uploaded to the website romhacking.net by user Paco-chan that fixes the game, allowing the levels to be played correctly, as well as other fixes to major bugs, making the game at least somewhat more playable. A Kickstarter was started in 2012 by Greg Povich to re-release both Cheetah-Men games with bug fixes. However, the whole thing was quite controversial, though the cartridges were released, so now, if you want to experience it, you can play through Cheetah-Men the way it was meant to be played. Which isn't really saying much. Dylan Klebold's Doom Columbine map. Dylan Klebold was one of the 2 perpetrators of the Columbine massacre. Shortly after the incident, both Dylan and accomplice Eric Harris's homes were searched in order to find more information behind why such an attack took place. Many different pieces of media, from movies to video games, became targets of politicians who used them as a direct cause of the events, claiming that these games, movies, songs, bands, etc. were directly responsible, as opposed to it really coming down to the fact that these 2 deeply disturbed individuals had much more serious, deep-seated issues. Both Klebold and Harris were big fans of the PC game Doom, and Klebold specifically was heavily involved in the early modding scene for the game, creating maps, game modes, and patches. An incredibly popular rumor after the incident, and that still gets brought up to this day, is that Klebold had made a 1:1 scale map based off the Columbine High School campus, so that he and Harris could practice what they had planned. Despite the many files found, none resemble the layout of the school, though it is quite possible that not all of his creations found their way online, and what is accessible of Klebold's Doom creations are only a small portion. So ultimately, it's impossible to say for sure if a map resembling Columbine was ever made, leaving this point to most likely forever be idle speculation. Shy Guy Jungle Serial Key. Okay, this one's going to be really short because there's such little information behind what it actually is. Paper Mario Sticker Star is the 4th game in the Paper Mario series, released in 2012 for the 3DS, and features a strange mix of traditional Super Mario gameplay where you travel through worlds and levels, and the usual Paper Mario style turn-based combat. Upon reaching World 5-1, Shy Guy Jungle, you'll eventually reach an area of the world that's covered in trash, and if you walk about, you can find and read notes that say various things. Among these notes, one of them is a 16-digit code that very much resembles a code that you could use on the Nintendo eShop to redeem various things, from games to DLC to even money. However, attempting to redeem this code brings up a message claiming that it is invalid, so what exactly is this code even for? Well, much like other points on this iceberg, it's completely unknown. There's always a possibility that somewhere out there, someone was the first person to find this, redeem it on whatever platform it may be for, possibly got something for it, and just never talked about it, leaving this case to forever be a mystery. NBA Jam is haunted by Drazen Petrovic. In 1993, NBA Jam was released in arcades around the world by Midway Games. Shortly after the game's completion, New Jersey Nets player Drazen Petrovic would tragically lose his life in a car accident at the age of 28 after finishing up his best NBA season yet. Following his death, a strange occurrence started happening involving the NBA Jam machines. Seemingly at random, the game's announcer could be heard saying Petrovic, regardless of whether or not the game was in demo mode or being played, or even if Petrovic was even currently on either of the teams playing. This occurrence has been reported by not just those who frequent arcades, but also Mark Turmel, the lead game designer behind NBA Jam. In a 2008 interview with ESPN.com, Turmel would tell his story about the phenomenon. Quote, "We had already finished making NBA Jam when Drazen Petrovic died. The game had already shipped and he was on the Nets. So we had all of these coin-op machines around, and one night we were playing Mortal Kombat and there was a jam machine next to it, and all of a sudden the game started calling out, 'Petrovic, Petrovic,' and this only happened after Petrovic had died. Everyone started freaking out. Something weird was going on with the software, and to this day, if you have an original NBA Jam machine, every once in a while it will just yell out, 'Petrovic.' It's wild." Now, I did a bit of research into the matter, and when using Google's search filter with the dates set from 1993 to 2008, the only real article that comes up is, you guessed it, the ESPN interview. As you go up through the years to 2009 and 2010 and so on, slowly more articles start popping up. So, what does this mean? Was this entirely made up for the interview? Is it a hoax? Well, there do exist some videos where you can hear this audio yourself, though it's not quite as abrupt and said repeatedly like Mark Turmel says in the interview. Surprisingly, no one with access to an NBA Jam arcade cabinet has attempted further testing into the matter. Also, keep in mind, this is only reported in the earliest of the arcade cabinets. Console ports and arcade 1-up machines and updated versions such as NBA Jam Tournament Edition aren't said to contain this glitch, or whatever it may be. This mystery still remains today, so next time you're near an NBA Jam machine at your local arcade, listen closely. Swimming goggles and Pokemon Black and White. Like is the case with every Pokemon game, the announcement of Black and White would bring with it many rumors, but none are quite as obscure as the swimming goggles. This mysterious item is said to increase the speed and accuracy of water-type Pokemon and put Pokemon of any other type to sleep when equipped. Pokemon Black and White were released in Japan on September 18, 2010, and released in North America on March 6, 2011. The absolute earliest mention of these swim goggles that I can find online comes from GameSpot.com on September 20th, 2010, less than a week after the release of Pokemon Black and White in Japan, made by user Dark Dragonite. After this, there are various mentions of the swimming goggles, but none that I could find earlier. I don't doubt that they exist, but they're most likely buried deep in a YouTube comment section or possibly on a now defunct forum or fan site. Ultimately, the goggles never existed, and where this rumor started is the true mystery here, as it seemed back in the early days of Black and White, a lot of competitive players wanted to use the goggles to make a specific team comp and ended up being let down. On a forum located on Smogon.com, a website dedicated to competitive Pokemon battling, a member known as Scorpio mentions that before the release of Pokemon Black and White, a fan website called PokeJungle.net was the birth of the swimming goggles rumor, as they had published a list of items said to be in Pokemon Black and White. Among the items were the swimming goggles, said to increase accuracy and speed of water types while putting any other type that wears them to sleep. Now, I can't verify for sure if PokeJungle was really where this rumor first started, as I dug through every post in September and didn't see anything about it before September 22nd, 2010, so I really can't say for sure, but the competitive Pokemon community sure does remember these swimming goggles. If anyone has any more information about this, please comment below, as I'd love to find the true original source for this. Quake 3 bots discover world peace. Quake 3, released in 1999, was a pioneer in online FPS PC games. Taking inspiration from Doom and Wolfenstein, the Quake series quickly evolved into one of the most popular competitive games of the 90s. The series maintains a dedicated fanbase to this day, which is where crazy things like this come from. In 2011, a post was made to 4chan in which a user claims that they had set up a 16-bot match of Quake 3 Arena in order to test a rumor that they had heard, that bots in Quake use a type of AI in which they learn what tactics work and what don't, and adjust accordingly. This user thought it'd be interesting to see how they'd develop after constantly fighting each other and planned to check back in on them. The user, however, forgot, and the server stayed active on their network for 4 years. Upon checking on the server, they found that all 16 bots were just standing still, with the user realizing that this meant that the bots, after years of fighting, at some point realized it was better to not fight at all for the most optimal outcome. The OP would make another post after joining the game, reporting that the bots would simply watch them as they wandered about the map. Curious what would happen, they grabbed a weapon and shot at one of the bots. All of the bots ran for weapons and immediately killed the OP before the server crashed. After updating the thread, OP checked the files within the game that track bots' AI learning, only to find each bot's file was over 500 megabytes, which is quite a large file for a game that came out in 1999. The post about the AI file size is the end of what's commonly passed around the internet as the original 4chan thread. However, there's clearly more to this, as in one of the posts, OP replies to someone, but the post number that they're replying to isn't among all of the replies. So that leads me to believe this is just an abridged compilation of this particular thread, and there was potentially more to it. I tried looking through 4chan's archives to try to find the original thread itself that isn't simply the original thread image that's so commonly passed around, but with no luck. Regardless, this entire thing was deemed a hoax due to the fact that there is no AI learning programmed into the bots of Quake. However, with the rise of AI programming, the ability for such a thing to be tested shouldn't be too far off. The last secret in Mega Man 9's endless attack. Throughout my time doing Iceberg videos, I've been very surprised at how few myths and rumors come from the Mega Man series, and the one that's on this Iceberg is actually from a more recent entry and not one of the games from the 80s or 90s. Rockman, as it's known in Japan, had its 8th entry in the original series released in 1996 and in North America in 1997. Mega Man fans had to wait over a decade for the release of Mega Man 9 in 2009, which was quite a big deal when it finally arrived. The game would keep the iconic 8-bit style, despite Mega Man 7 and 8 updating to fit the 16-bit era they were released in. Mega Man 9 features many classic Mega Man staples, such as 8 robot masters, each with their own level and powers to obtain upon beating them. New to Mega Man 9 would be the Endless Attack mode, which is basically an endurance test to see how long you can stay alive, as the game keeps track of how many screens you've passed. A screen, by definition here, is each portion of a stage that fits entirely into the game's 4:3 aspect ratio. Basically, upon starting a stage, that's one screen. As Mega Man moves right to the point that the end of what was initially shown of the stage is gone, and more of the stage is revealed, that would be the second screen, and so on. This mode is pretty intense, yet some people have mastered it, getting some insanely high scores. And in this mode is where our mystery lies. Shortly after the release of the game, Capcom's community manager Seth Killian revealed that there was a secret that this mode was hiding that no one had yet to find. Through the use of cheats, it had been found that upon reaching 99,999 screens, the counter stops, though players can continue playing past this point. The only comment that Killian has made in regards to the mystery is that players who have reached 7,000 screens were halfway to discovering the secret. To this day, no one knows exactly what this mystery was, and Killian hasn't spoken on the matter either. Some believe it was simply the fact that you can continue playing after 99,999 screens, while others believe this was nothing more than a hoax made up by Seth Killian. There are many out there who believe that if a significant secret was hidden within the mode, even without playing through legitimately, thanks to the efforts of data miners, any meaningful information would have been found and revealed. Yet, nothing has. Mathras. This point centers around the game Mugen, which is a 2D fighting game that, while initially released in 1999, had its first 1.0 stable release in 2011. The game features characters from nearly anything you can think of. You can have Ronald McDonald fight Vegeta if you want to. Seriously, it's insane. Characters from anime, video games, movies, comics, nearly anything you can think of. With the ability to create characters comes, of course, custom characters that aren't inspired by anything but the creator behind them. With this, you'd also be able to create all sorts of cheap characters, since you can edit anything from their damage output, frame data, health, basically anything to make your character invincible. From this, something had to be done to combat players using characters that have been edited to be unbeatable, which brings us to what is known as the cheapies. Cheapies are basically cheat characters that impact the game on a code level, capable of deleting characters on others' computers, editing stats of fighters that opponents are using, and more. The cheapies' abilities to do such things brought about a tier of these cheapies, ranging from level 1 being the weakest and simplest type, to 16 being capable of actually being destructive to a user's computer. These are known as Dragon Tier cheapies, and according to the Mugen Wiki, are, quote, capable of completely rewriting a computer's BIOS or UEFI, which ultimately means they're capable of bricking a computer, or even executing code in order to remove or alter files on an opponent's computer, much like malware. This is where Mathras comes in. Mathras was capable of all the things mentioned before, but was much more destructive to the physical computer itself, executing code that would overrun your hard drives, causing them to wear out, overheat GPUs and CPUs internally, basically rendering your computer useless. It's reported that Mathras was considered so destructive that forum mods and websites dedicated to Mugen deleted any and all mention of Mathras in order to stop the spread of it from being used by those who wish to harm others' computers, as it would essentially be like spreading a virus manually. The question ultimately comes down to, is Mathras real? Most likely not, but considering the deletion of all discussion about it back during the height of cheapies, it really is impossible to say for sure. Magna Santi. Magna Santi is the subject of a SimCity 3000 video uploaded in July of 2010 by YouTube user TasserHGS02, in which they demonstrate a city they created within the game that has the maximum population of 6 million people, which is, of course, called Magna Santi. The city, as explained by the uploader, is built with maximum population density in mind, with services and resources distributed equally for maximum efficiency. There are 0 roads in Magna Santi, instead focusing entirely on a subway system for all of its transportation. The uploader proceeds to show pages upon pages of handwritten calculations and planning in order for the city to be 100% perfect, which really shows the dedication behind this project. Between 2007 and 2009, the planning behind this city was underway, in which 2 previous cities were developed in preparation for Magna Santi. The first being Armada Santi, followed by Parasanti, which were really just test runs for what would ultimately become Magna Santi. One common factor between these 3 cities is that both unemployment and crime are at 0. There are no hospitals, and jails maintain a constant 0 inmates. The life expectancy of these cities is never above 55, and public services such as education, health, fire, and roads are given no budget, with only an emphasis on police and mass transit. The mastermind behind this project is an architecture student named Vincent Ocasla, who actually created the city as an art project. Magna Santi has been featured on the Museum of Modern Art's website, MoMA.org, and has become a meme of sorts in the same vein as Mr. Bones' Wild Ride from Roller Coaster Tycoon, where torturing these Sims in hellish scenarios is shared online. The dystopian nature of Magnasanti will no doubt always raise the question about population density in urban settings in the real world, and drawing comparisons is inevitable, much like the Rat Utopia experiments of the 1960s and 70s. This project was ultimately to prove that SimCity has a dystopian view of what it means to have a successful city, as the game itself considers population above all else without any care for the Sims' well-being. Geno and Brawl Lost Video. Super Smash Bros. Brawl was the first of the series that could have featured DLC characters. It didn't, but it could have. Either way, outside DLC, much like the two Smash titles before, hidden character rumors beyond the known roster were fairly common. A character that has been requested time and time again, even in Smash Ultimate, has been Geno, one of Mario's companions from the cult classic Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars for the Super Nintendo. Now, there's a lot to say about Geno, but this point is specifically about a video featuring Geno that, from my research, was originally posted to the website smashboards.com in August of 2008 by a user named Zydiot in the form of a YouTube link. This original link is no longer active, and this video showing Geno and Brawl was thought to be lost for years, until finally being re-uploaded in February of 2021 by YouTube user VS Void Spartan. In the video, it shows the player hovering over the random character option in the roster, and hitting a button that switches it to Geno, most likely the button used to change the character costume. Upon loading into a game, however, the game freezes, and the uploader states that this was all they were able to find. Ultimately, this is one of those hoaxes that was rather quickly revealed to be fake, when Zydiot themselves specifically said so the day after the initial upload. The fact that this video was lost and somehow was re-uploaded 13 years later is amazing and gives me hope that many other lost videos could also be found. There was a hilarious pair of videos called Ocarina of Mine and Legend of Zelda Master Test that I feel are gone forever, and they were hilarious. Me and my friends still quote those videos to this day. Anyway, if you want a really good video discussing the entire history of Geno and Super Smash Bros., check out Just Jeffrey's video. It really does a good job diving into all of the conflict between Square and Nintendo in regards to getting him in Smash. Goldeen using Horn Drill to one-hit kill. In the Super Smash Bros. Series, Pokeballs can spawn as items to use, and throwing them out will cause a random Pokemon to appear and help the player, or sometimes just do nothing at all. While Mew is at least exciting to see, the real dud has always been Goldeen. No one likes throwing out a Goldeen, as it does nothing but flop around on the ground. Among the collectible trophies in Super Smash Bros. Melee is one of Goldeen. Each trophy has a bit of a description behind the item or character it represents, and here is where an interesting myth came about with Goldeen. One line in the description for Goldeen reads, quote, "Goldeen's horn drill is so strong that it can KO an enemy with one strike if it connects." This sent many gamers into a hunt to discover if somehow Goldeen could potentially be the most useful Pokemon. I remember trying this out with friends. We'd go into training mode or play with Pokeballs as the only item on with the highest spawn rate, and anytime a Goldeen would spawn, we'd constantly walk through it hoping for the one-hit KO to be a reality. Maybe the hitbox just appears for a fraction of a second, or maybe it's only a single pixel in size? Well, ultimately, considering the fact that Super Smash Bros. Melee has been dismantled down to its very code by modders, it's been found that Goldeen truly does nothing. A funny side story I have, though, I remember a rumor back when I was a kid for both Smash 64 and Melee that stated if you managed to get Mew to spawn and hit it with an attack, it'll heal all damage your character has on them. This, of course, wasn't true, but it was another rumor that we tried for hours to get to work, made even more difficult by the fact that Mew has a lower chance of appearing compared to other Pokemon, so it was another sleepover well spent. Catching Arceus on the moon in Pokemon Go. Arceus, take your pick, but Pokemon Go was one of the most fascinating moments I've ever experienced, and I know it's funny to say that because, I mean, come on, it's Pokemon, but the effect that this game had was, quite literally and without hyperbole, one of the craziest things I've ever seen. The day the game launched, I remember going with a group of friends to the local shopping center specifically to play, and there were people everywhere running around and catching Pokemon. Kids, adults, grandparents, all excitedly out exploring and catching Pokemon. I think it maybe even boosted the attendance of public parks because they were just so full of people during the few months after Pokemon Go launched. I go to parks quite often, and even today I've yet to ever see parks as full as they were during that time. Stores and restaurants were offering discounts if you used a lure on their Pokestop, they were selling specialty food and drinks. I just can't stress enough how crazy this time was. I personally played fairly regularly up to the point when Gen 4 came out, then kinda just stopped playing, but I still like to check back in every once in a while. This point refers to Arceus on the moon, and as a myth for the game, this is actually really funny because it was often a running joke early on in the community that, since they weren't released yet, Pokemon like Mewtwo or Mew were on top of Mount Everest, or, yes, the moon. According to Pokemon Go Iceberg creator and Reddit user Calvin Kill, back in April of 2017 for April Fool's Day, Niantic joked that you'd be able to catch the legendary Pokemon Arceus on the moon. So yeah, April Fool's joke, and Generation 4 wouldn't come to Pokemon Go until 2018, and yet, Pokemon Go is currently in the middle of Gen 9's release, and Arceus still hasn't made it to the game. So, maybe we should try the moon. Y2K Non-Existent Ending. Y2K is an indie RPG developed by Axe Studios and was released in January of 2019. The game is an RPG with a fairly realistic setting, though with fantastical elements, as the main character Alex investigates the disappearance of their newly found friend Sammy, who's kidnapped by two mysterious astral beings. The game seems to take a lot of influence from Earthbound and Scott Pilgrim in the sense that it's a self-aware, mostly contemporary setting, with direct references to other video games and pop culture, not to mention the whole hipster nerd aesthetic. The JRPG series Persona is also most likely an influence, with the use of mind dungeons in which the party enters another character's subconscious in order to obtain something, as well as characters having alternate selves. So, this point is a strange one. I did some digging, and this point was among 3 that I needed to consult one of the Iceberg's creators about. According to Silent Chatterbox 52, this, quote, non-existent ending came from an obscure, now deleted Let's Play from a YouTube channel that had under 1,000 subscribers. The only information I was able to gather was that this alternate ending continues after the main ending in which Alex and Sammy reunite. Instead of abandoning his reality and exploring the soul space together, Alex is instead returned to his reality and life continues on as normal, so it's kind of just like, I guess a good ending, depending on how you interpret the ending of Alex abandoning his reality. Again, there's no longer any video evidence of this ending, but it's believed to have been made by YouTuber MasterShielder73 Robles, considering no one else has found any other endings in the game besides the Abandon Reality ending and the Destroy All Realities bad ending. Saddam Hussein built a supercomputer from PS2s. Back in 2000, the PlayStation 2 was released around the world, and much like you see with consoles today, they were incredibly difficult to get your hands on during the first year or so, which apparently Sony didn't really learn much from. With shortages for such an in-demand item, many looked into where the stock could possibly be, and an internet news site, WorldNet Daily, claimed that Saddam Hussein, the president of Iraq at the time, had received 4,000 PlayStation 2 consoles, and that he was planning on using the advanced technology of the system and rig them all together into some sort of supercomputer. What exactly this computer would be used for was never mentioned, but was simply conjured up in order to generate fear in the possibility of the dictator having access to something that could be used destructively. One of the, quote, sources that WorldNet News interviewed was an anonymous military intelligence officer who claimed that an integrated unit consisting of 12 to 15 PlayStation 2 consoles could provide enough computing power to control unmanned aerial vehicles, and also claiming that the system's graphics capabilities are 5 times more powerful than a graphics workstation at the time. Yeah, this whole thing is wild, and honestly pretty good advertising for Sony, but ultimately, no PS2 supercomputer was ever found in Iraq. Now, this whole story actually comes from a bit of truth. In Japan, Sony required a military exports permit granted by the Japanese Trade Ministry in order to export PS2 consoles, and the reason was actually because of this fear that these consoles could be used as military devices, and, well, this would actually happen in reality. Just not with the PlayStation 2. In 2009, the United States Air Force would put together 1,760 PlayStation 3 consoles and create what was, at the time, the 33rd largest supercomputer in the world, dubbed the Condor Cluster. Alongside its size, it was also the 35th fastest supercomputer during its time and was primarily used to analyze high-definition satellite imagery. Whether or not it was used for anything else is most likely classified information. Reportedly, some of these PS3 consoles from the Condor cluster have actually found their way into the hands of collectors. Other uses of clustered PS3 consoles includes uses in astronomy and medical fields. However, eventually the PS3 would be patched, removing OpenOS, which was what allowed the system to run custom operating systems such as Linux. So, Saddam Hussein most likely didn't assemble a supercomputer out of PS2 consoles, but that's not to say it isn't possible, and did happen later with the PlayStation 3. And that wraps up our deep dive of this video game myths and urban legends iceberg. If you stuck around this long, listening to me over-explain these memories that many of us have with these games, thank you. This video was quite a process to make. It took many hours over the course of many months to get this all put together, so I really hope I was able to create for you what I feel has been my best video yet. It's funny, in my YouTube Iceberg video during the outro, I mentioned that I'd probably never do a video that crazy again, mainly referring to the length. Going into this video, when I got the points all laid out on a script, I stared at it and thought, okay, 3 hours, 4 tops, thinking this was going to be done much sooner, so I really hope you know how much I appreciate the patience you have. I have a very bad habit of saying I'll have a video done by a certain time, and it's not, because these always end up going way past my anticipated schedule, so I should probably stop doing that. That doesn't mean I won't keep you up to date, though. As a matter of fact, I'll probably post an update as soon as I finish recording this audio to tease the runtime, much like I've done with my past videos. Anyway, I've rambled long enough. I have a few projects in mind and will keep you updated as those come along. Before I end this, I'd just like to thank you, personally, for watching this video. Yes, you. The support from you over the time you've been watching my videos has been on a level that is difficult to even put into words, and I hope you enjoy this and every other video coming up. You can even comment, and I will heart it and thumbs up. I try my absolute best to read every comment, and I typically do. If your comment was hearted and given a thumbs up, it was read, I can promise you that. Also, if you want to ask a question, I'll usually reply, so while I like to keep the subject of videos a surprise, feel free to throw ideas out there, or if you want to ask me about a game or anime or movie or whatever, you can do that too. Anyway, again, thank you. Thank you for watching and supporting the channel, and I hope you have a swell day.